Hello, everybody. Today, we're going to do another practice run for when I play my SSF character next week. So we're going to see how it goes. I am not the quickest leveler, but I'm just trying to improve my own personal best here. The quicker we can get to maps, the quicker we can start actually playing the game. It'll be interesting though, because with mercenaries, I don't know how much attention we're going to want to put into engaging with them. I think during the campaign it's going to be fine to skip, and I think you just like start engaging with them once you get to like maps, essentially. I don't know how much I'm gonna like stop and play around with mercenaries during the campaign. It could be useful, like maybe if you find the right one, it just like cheeses bosses and stuff. So I'm not sure. We won't obviously know anything until next Friday. What's up, Fat Mini? Hachi just says, I was looking for you, was using your guide last season, had an absolute blast. I was wondering if you had any plans for the new axe in the build. What's up, Rune? That axe looks like a cast-on crit item, so I don't think I would use it in this setup. I have an idea for the axe, but until we get actual numerical data on what the starfall ability is and how we can scale the damage, I don't want to invest time into like making a POB, which could turn out to not scale it properly. Played around with your POV a little bit to look at Champion. I did too, Fat. Champion looks appealing, I think, once you get the bracers. Yeah, it's actually funny that we're talking about this because Champion's DPS looked very similar to Slayer with the new changes. I think the play might be you level Slayer, and I mean, yeah, I guess you could go Champion, but you level Slayer, and then I think really where you're going to get the best bang for your buck is when you get the Uber Bracers. And once you get the Uber Bracers in conjunction with like a replica badge, you can get like 20 plus additional fortification stacks over the normal amount, and that's really going to scale really nicely. But I think just the base +6 from the tree doesn't compensate for the fact that Slayer gives you coal. Slayer gives you increased AoE. So I feel like for the skill Cyclone, Slayer is better initially because you're getting that coaling, you're getting that increased area of effect. But I think with the Uber Bracers and a replica badge, there's a lot of scaling that you can do with Champion that looks really nice. And also all the increased defenses you get. And the other problem with Champion is you really don't want to run Unwavering Stance for the stun immunity because you want to take advantage of scaling the evasion, preferably with like a Perseverance belt. And I don't like playing Cyclone without stun immunity. I think if you don't have stun immunity, Cyclone feels really, really bad. And you're incentivized not to take Unwavering Stance if you're playing like Champion and you're scaling your evasion. So I think you would have to get not only the bracers and a replica badge, but you'd also want to craft the chest that has socketed stills, you can't be stunned while channeling them. Once you have that chest, so you have stun immunity in conjunction with the Uber bracers and a replica badge of the Brotherhood, then I think you could make the change to Champion, and then you can scale that fortification damage and defenses. You have your stun immunity, but I think initially, like leveling a character through the campaign, especially on a league start, and getting into maps, I really don't recommend to people playing Cyclone without stun immunity. It just feels really, really bad. What's up, Chainsaw? Yeah, so it's going to be interesting because I'm going to be playing SSF. You can like target farm the Uber Bracers, obviously. I'm not sure what the drop rate is. Perseverance is a pretty common unique. So really just a replica badge. You'd have to do, I guess, heist, right, to try to get the replica badge. So it's very possible to still do that setup in SSF, but I think like you'd be grinding for a while to get the pieces you need. Makes perfect sense, but do you see it working for some of the existing pieces you use with this build? I get it's just guesswork, but curious since... Yeah, the problem with my build is my build is like really plays into the block with staves, right? So if you use an axe, you lose a lot of defense on my build. And the physical DPS of that weapon is really low. So you're obviously scaling, I think, the ability Starfall. So without knowing enough about Starfall and how to scale it, not to mention that it's it's probably going to be relatively rare, especially the first week of the league because it's a new Uber drop. I don't think you're going to see many of them. And we don't know what the price is going to be for them. But I don't think the axe works well on my build because it has such low physical DPS, and I'm a physical DPS build. So I think you'd have to use the axe in a different way. You'd have to do some kind of cast on crit, or you'd have to do some kind of cast on crit setup, and you'd have to probably scale the elemental damage of the Starfall ability on the axe, is what my gut instinct is. So normal Cyclone isn't bad. My SSF character I played last week and, for like several days and did all my 4 Void Stones and everything. Normal Cyclone will carry you through leveling. It'll carry you through all of your Atlas progression. It'll carry you through all of your Void Stones. There's nothing wrong with normal Cyclone. It's just Cyclone of Tumult does more damage. And with the buffs in the patch notes, it not only does more damage like regular Cyclone, but it's going to have increased AoE and attack speed and all this other stuff. So I think Cyclone of Tumult is ultimately what you want to use once you get like a pair of the Stampede boots. But Cyclone itself isn't bad, right? Like I'm going to use Cyclone today to level through the campaign, and I'll use it for mapping and stuff like that, because I'll probably level today and do some maps, and then tomorrow I'll probably do some Atlas progression with normal Cyclone again, just to get a feel for things. Because when I play SSF next week, I'm going to be stuck using Cyclone for a while, because I'm going to have to farm Blight for the Stampede boots. And I don't know how long that's going to take. It could take 2 days, it could take 6 days. It just depends on RNG and how low of a drop rate the Stampede boots are. But once I get those, then I can swap to Cyclone of Tumult. It's just going to be more damage, like, later on. And it's going to have better AoE than regular Cyclone. Any way to get more movement speed with Cyclone of Tumult? Unfortunately not, Alex. So Cyclone of Tumult really slows your character down. So there's 2 ways to play Cyclone of Tumult. You either don't use the Stampede boots, and you do what Wooly's doing in his build, which is where you run 2 setups for Cyclone, which I'm not really a big fan of, but you use like regular Cyclone for clearing, and then you just use Cyclone of Tumult on bossing. But when you boss, you're going to be incredibly slow when you use Cyclone of Tumult. You're not going to move fast at all. Like you're going to, like I can demonstrate it for you guys right now on my main character. Yeah. So I go in here and go to my hideout. The game will let me log in. Okay. So right now I have Cyclone and Cyclone of Tumult, and I have Stampede boots, right? So this is my set speed. This is as fast as I ever run because the boots lock me in at a speed, right? When I use Cyclone, this is as fast or as slow as I'm ever gonna go. I don't go slower, I don't go faster. When you take off the Stampede and use Cyclone of Tumult, every stack you move incredibly slow. So when you're doing a boss and you're moving this slow, especially like endgame bosses, this is not ideal because like you can frost blink to try to get out of this, but so what people typically do with Cyclone of Tumult if they're not going to use the Stampede boots is they just click it like this and kill packs of mobs. So if you do enough damage, your one stack of Cyclone of Tumult will usually kill stuff. But to me, this just doesn't seem ideal. And if you don't wear the Stampede with Cyclone of Tumult, you're going to have to run like a second Cyclone setup for mapping. Maybe just on a 4-link. And I just don't want to waste gem sockets on running 2 different Cyclone setups. So if you really want to go fast, I would say just run normal Cyclone. There's nothing wrong with that. You're just going to be doing, I think, overall less damage than you could do with Cyclone of Tumult, especially with the buffs and the patch notes. The extra movement speed on boots does not work that way. So the way Cyclone of Tumult works, it's not increased or decreased movement speed, it's less movement speed. So you can have like 40% movement speed on your boots, or I should say like 40% increased movement speed on like a pair of rare boots. But because the downside of Tumult is less movement speed, it's a different type of multiplier. I'd have to get a pair of boots that have movement speed on them, but you're not going to move. It doesn't negate Tumult, is what I'm essentially saying. You're still going to move incredibly slow. The only way to effectively stop Tumult from making your character move very slow, because even with a Quicksilver Flask, and even with rare boots that have like a 35% movement speed and a 5% implicit on them, you're still moving incredibly slow with Tumult because it's less movement speed, not decreased movement speed. So that's how you have to play this skill. If you don't like that, you just play normal Cyclone, and you can wear whatever boots you want and use a Quicksilver Flask, and you can go a lot faster, but your overall damage is going to be less than if you're using Cyclone of Tumult. And that might be fine. Like maybe you run like a different pair of boots and just use regular Cyclone from when you're mapping, and then when you go to do like T17s or Uber Pinnacle bosses, you swap to the Tumult setup. That might be like the strategy. Yeah, it's whatever you feel like doing, Josh. Yeah, the problem is just any thoughts on the Trinity Ellie Cyclone versus Fizz for League starting? I actually was playing around with a POB for an Ellie Cyclone build. I can swap to that real quick. It's obviously not going to be as defensive as my block staff build, but this is currently what I was kind of theory crafting. So I have basically here an Ellie Cyclone version, and it's actually doing like a General Cry setup with Tectonic Slam of Cataclysm. And I was working on trying to scale the damage a little bit more, but essentially, yeah, you use like just a rare crafted Ellie sword to start out with, and eventually when you save up like 5 or 10 divine, you pick up a Rakiata's Dance, and you swap to that. This sword is really nice because it has the full 100% monsters resistances values as inverted. And yeah, basically you use normal Cyclone on this setup, not Cyclone of Tumult, and with Trinity, and you just like blast. I don't think Champion's going to be the go-to for Cyclone. I think that Champion could be a good endgame version for Cyclone. I was talking about this earlier. I think once you get the Uber Bracers and you get a replica badge of the Brotherhood, I think once you get those 2 things and you can scale your fortification to like 40 plus stacks, then I think my personal suggestion would be to swap from Slayer to Cyclone, because Slayer gives you a few things that Champion doesn't, right? So if I go back to my actual POB here, so Slayer gives you coal, which is huge, right? 20% coal, by the way, not 10%. It also gives you the increased AoE. So I think that for leveling and as a league starter, Slayer provides better quality of life. And my build is really nice because it's very defensive, so it feels very tanky. And then I think once you, because even with the +6 here on the tree, when you factor in the new additions to Champion, the DPS is slightly less still than Slayer. And I think Slayer is just going to be better quality of life with Cole and increased AoE and just better damage overall. However, once you get the Uber Bracers and Replica Badge of the Brotherhood, and you don't have 26 stacks of fortification, you have like 40 or 42 stacks of fortification, then I think with all that extra evasion and armor and attack speed, then I think you can swap over to Champion and potentially have a much more tankier, very good damage build in the mid to late game. So I think Slayer's the play until you have specific items, and then you go Champion. I wouldn't recommend to people to play. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Like your DPS won't feel terrible. It'll probably be fine leveling Champion Cyclone. I just think that, and the other problem with Champion that I really don't like is you don't want to run an unwavering stance as a champion, right? Because you're going to use Perseverance Belt to scale your armor and evasion. And with unwavering stance, you can't evade. So you're basically nuking the belt's potential, and also defenses. So you not only would you need the bracers and a replica badge for champion, in my opinion, you would also need a chest that has the mod on it that makes you stun immune. So you're going to want a chest that has that ignore stuns while using socketed attack skills, and put your Cyclone in there. I think until you have a chess mod like that, and the Uber Bracers, and the Replica Badge of the Brotherhood, Champion's just like, I highly recommend not playing Cyclone with no stun immunity. It feels really, really bad to play Cyclone and not have stun immunity. You're going to get stomped on a lot. Plus also there's Slayer Leech too early on. Slayer probably better for SSF. Yeah, I saw some champ builds, but they kind of needed a few uniques. I think Champion has potential to scale really nice in the end game. But like I've been talking about, yeah, you need a couple uniques, I think, to really make it work and solve stun immunity. And then I think you can do some crazy stuff in the late end game. But for leveling a new character on a fresh league with no resources, I think Slayer's the play 100%. I think I don't know. I'd have to crunch the numbers on what would have more damage at endgame. I think Champion is going to be tankier in the endgame and do really good damage, enough to do all the content and trivialize it. And I think Slayer might do more damage but be less tanky. So, but I'd have to like really POB out a Champion build and see what the differences are. What's up? Yeah. So I have videos on my channel from last year where I killed Uber bosses and did T17s on my Slayer Cyclone build. So it requires a lot of investment though. So I'm not going to be like one of these people that tries to sell you a build and be like, oh yeah, you can go in with like, life and resistant rares and kill Uber bosses. That's not what this build is. So if you want to kill Uber Pinnacle bosses on this build and do T17s, you're going to need to invest quite a bit of divines into it. It does fine as a league starter. It does fine for 4 void stones and atlas progression and generating currency with maps, map farm strategies and T16s. But if you want to effectively do T17s and do Uber Pinnacle bosses, you're going to need to have a really good, well-crafted biz staff. You're going to need to have elemental ailment immunity with Storm Shroud. You're going to have to probably run a Progenesis, because that's a huge damage reduction in late endgame content. Because we run Abyssus on this build, we have pretty low physical damage reduction. You'll notice that if I swap out of Abyssus, we gain like another 6,000 to 7,000 fizz mitigation here. The way that you combat running Abyssus is you need to have like a Progenesis. It gives you that extra layer of defense that really helps when you're doing harder content. How does this build scale compared to straight stacking with Alberons? I'm not quite sure, Rune. I'd have to look at the numbers. But typically you don't league start with stack builds, right? You don't league start with int stacking or strength stacking. I know people that have tried to do it and they've had a really bad time. So I highly recommend that you don't league start specifically with an attribute stacking build. Can we get stun immunity from the passive tree, or do we need to get it from items? So in my build, we get stun immunity throughout the campaign and basically till we craft our chest from Unwavering Stance. Do you think the new axe that summons meters will be like best in slot? You think this new unique for Cyclone is viable or only meme? I think the new axe could be really good, but I think because it has really low physical DPS, it's not going to work on a physical DPS build. And I think you're playing it as a cast on crit and playing around the Starfall ability. But because we don't have numerical data on Starfall, and we don't know how to scale that ability yet, I can't tell you whether it's a meme or not. But yeah, long story short, I think Champion has a lot of potential once you get a few uniques and you can craft a chess piece that has this particular mod on it to solve your stun immunity. I highly recommend that you do not play Cyclone without stun immunity. It's going to feel really, really bad. There's two things that make Cyclone feel really bad. Not having stun immunity and not having freeze immunity. Those two things stop you in your tracks, and when you're not spinning, you're doing no damage, and you're just taking damage. It feels really, really bad. I'm new here. Are you planning to play Explosive Conch to, let's say, Eater and Exarch, then farm gear for Cyclone on Slayer, then swap to Champion after Gloves? Absolutely not. I'm going to play Sunder through the campaign. I'm going to swap to Cyclone once I get done with the campaign. And then if I get the uniques that I need, I might try out Champion once I get the gloves. And I get a, but I think like the gloves aren't enough. I think you need a replica badge of the Brotherhood too. Stun immunity does not stop Petrify. I'd be curious to see where PoE Wiki got that information, Josh, because unless like GGG made a post or in the Q&A with Ziggy or said something specifically about Starfall, I haven't seen anything on it yet. You do lose the block if you're not using a staff. There's other ways to mitigate damage besides block. And I was talking about this with some people earlier in comments and stuff. Like, say you're playing my build, right? You'll notice that like the on the level 90 tree that's using let's actually go to the crit tree. You're gonna notice the fizz mitigation's really low, right? It's at like 13,000. That's because I'm using an Abyssus. If you go back to using a regular helm, you lose some damage, but still like 10 million DPS is more than enough damage than you'll ever need to do T16 mapping and void stones. And if you swap to a normal helm, you gain like 5,000 or 6,000 fizz max hit back. So Abyssus is nice if you're playing like softcore. It does nuke your fizz damage reduction a bit, but it's not necessary. You don't have to run this. It's just a really nice helm to wear on fizz melee builds. And the way we kind of also mitigate the downside of Abyssus is we have such high block, right? So, you know, you're blocking most attacks, and even 13 to 14,000 fizz max hit is more than enough for regular mobs hitting you. The only downside to running an Abyssus is if like a boss jumps on you, or there's some big melee physical hit that you take, you're probably gonna die. Whereas if you run like a rare helm, you're going to mitigate that large hit from an enemy much better. Last time I played a Giga Tanky build that didn't have Petrify Immune, I just couldn't move in a T17. Yeah, so when you roll your map mods prod, you have to make sure not to roll the Petrify mod on T17s, and typically they won't be in there. Are you going to add an updated loot filter on your vid on Friday? I won't do it on Friday right away because I'm going to be playing the game, but probably sometime over next weekend I'll have an updated loot filter. What would be second best in slot for Forbidden Flame Flesh with your build? So one can afford the more than skill. Probably just really well-crafted jewels that have life and damage on them. More than skill is a huge benefit to the build, so there's nothing really that equates to that in terms of damage reduction, so you just scale more damage, I think. Thanks for answering questions. Sub to follow the staff fizz option to farm my head on a replica Alberons. Yeah, no problem, Josh. Yeah, I think we're on the same page about stuff. I think Champion could be really good. I think we just have to I think you need to have the 20 plus additional fortification stacks, and then I think swapping to champion at that point would give you a tankier and possibly similar DPS on the high end. Jacob, thanks for your work. Gonna try Sunder for leveling just Cyclone 2 campaign starting third run. Hey, glad to hear it. In my main POB, I have a Resolute technique. So basically, when you are leveling, you're going to notice around, I think it's level 46 tree, we pick up Resolute technique. And as you progress through the campaign, you keep Resolute technique. I even have a level 90 tree that's still using Resolute technique. So you can potentially swap to crit a lot sooner. If you have, like, especially if you're on trade and you have, you know, the stuff to make the swap to crit. But I do have a level 90 tree here that's using Resolute technique. And even though the damage looks low right here, just keep in mind that, like, Cyclone of Tumult's getting buffed, and still 2 to 3 million damage is going to be more than enough to do regular mapping and things like that. But obviously, once you go crit does just so much more damage. But yes, there is a RT tree in here at 90 that you can reference before you make the swap. I don't think trauma support works on Cyclone. I've never tried the POB out, and I've never seen anyone do that. A few other things before we get started. I mentioned this and a couple people that commented. When you go crit and you look at my tree, the Light of Meaning is optional. It's obviously a really nice damage multiplier, but this is an expensive item, right? The Light of Meaning is not going to be cheap on trade, right? You don't have to run this jewel. You can run like a regular life and crit multi or something jewel instead. It's just a nice damage multiplier. So don't feel like you have to go for this item. I think I talk about it in my video, but the first items you kind of want to go for are like a Stampede, a Roomies, an Abyssus. You really don't want to go for Light of the Meaning. If you're going to drop a lot of money initially on this build, go for Storm Shroud so you can get Elemental Ailment immunity. Do you have a full leveling guide for Cyclone? I don't really have a full leveling guide. I just have my leveling videos from streams, and I kind of go over in my main video I posted yesterday generally how I would level, but I don't have like a full leveling guide. I mean, my POB is basically my guide, right? I tell you with these different loadouts, you know, as you level up, how to progress through the tree and stuff. How much do you think an okay day 2 Cane of Kolomak will be? So Josh, I talk about this in my video. You don't need a Cane of Kolomak. I have it listed here, and it's a really nice weapon to have. But as you saw with my SSF character, you can craft a staff and get through the entire Atlas and get your 4 Void Stones. So if these things are expensive, all you need to do is just spam alts or harvest on a staff base until you hit like 600-ish Fizz DPS, and then just roll with that. You don't need the cane. If you can get a cane and you have the currency and it's not too expensive, especially it's nice with that deal double damage while focused, go for it, right? But don't feel like you have to have this item. It doesn't make or break the build. I proved it when I did my SSF run last week. Since we have such low Fizz max hit but lots of leech, is there any merit to Petrify Blood? I actually haven't looked into it, Grimshire. There could be. Are you willing to update your Arc Ignite build? So the Arc Ignite build took some hits with the patch notes. I might be doing it, but right now I'm focusing on Cyclone for League start. And I actually have an idea for a different build I want to play. Just pick any Slayer Sunder guide to leveling really easy. Yeah, like basically Sunder is pretty brain dead. You just like, I have the gem setups in here, you know, like for what you should use for Sunder and stuff, but it's pretty much like boink your way to maps. It's pretty easy stuff. I think Karn, if you look up Karn, he's like the melee streamer outside of Alkazir. Has a really good Sunder leveling guide, but it's for Marauder, but you can basically kind of tailor it for Duelist. Yes. Are you getting crit chance plus axe ray on all your gear slots? Not really. So when you look at my crit tree, we're using a precision linked on arrogance to get a lot of our accuracy. we're using something like Assassin's Mark with Mark on Hit to help us scale our crit. I really don't have crit on my gear, per se. I do use 2 diamond rings. Those would be ideal to try to get some extra crit strike chance. And obviously on your staff, you want to try to have like some kind of crit roll if possible. But it's not on every piece of gear. When can you swap to Cyclone? You can swap to Cyclone anytime while you're leveling. My suggestion is if you want to level the quickest to maps, you either do like what Jung has done, where you do like a general cry setup with Cyclone, because you need something that does a lot of damage early on. But if you want to level the fastest, I think, to maps, you just play Sunder. Sunder is kind of tried and true. So my suggestion is it depends on how fast you want to stay in the campaign. If you don't mind being in the campaign for like 10 or 12 hours, you can do Cyclone, you can do whatever you want, right? If you're a much better player than me, which a lot of people are, and you're a much more efficient player, you can just level quicker than I'm going to be able to do. But I think playing Sunder through most of the campaign and swapping to Cyclone at the end makes the most sense to me. Yeah, like auto exert General's Cry with Sunder is very AFK. You can do like a 4-link, right, General Cry setup with Sunder, and then run Cyclone as your main ability, and just use the General's Cry on single target. It works really well. I might try that actually today. Why don't you use a Circle of Guilt Ambition in the guide? We don't really need it. There's nothing wrong with it. You just don't really need it. No problem, Silent. What do you mean, Nor? How is Cyclone and Giga Exile farming? Are you talking about like just juice T17 maps? The build is fine for running T17s. There's obviously much better builds, and I'm assuming with the new meta, there's going to be much better builds that scale their damage like way higher than what you could do, especially on trade than this. But yeah, you can do all kinds of farming at endgame with this. Yeah, I'm going to be testing something later this week. I was playing around with maybe a Winter Orb. So I'm thinking I might level on the side of character over the next couple days. I'd like to see, like in an SF setting, how nice Winter Orb feels, because it got some pretty nice buffs in the patch notes. And with, you know, the changes to Arcane Surge and Arcane Devotion, Righteous Fire with the extra cast speed, I think this could be really nice for doing like a starter and getting your Void Stones. Oh, he's specifically talking about farming like what, the Titan Exiles and stuff? Yeah, you probably want more damage for sure. I wonder what will be the percent to drop invitation to Katarina from safe houses. Shouldn't be rare because before revamp we were doing Mastermind in a few maps. I'm not sure. We'll find out next weekend, right? I played your Cyclone build in Calgore. It was really solid. Can't wait to try it out in SSF this time. Hey, I appreciate it, sir. Yeah, I'm very excited to play it in SSF myself. It's a great league starter. I like to farm Exiles. I find them fun. Last season I was really enjoying T16 Exiles with Scarabs. Yeah, I see what you mean now. This may not be strong enough to do what you want to do. But, and this is something I'll test, getting the uniques and swapping to Cyclone might make the character more tankier with the way you can massively scale your armor and evasion. So potentially, maybe a champion version. Might not kill them as quickly, but it might be tougher, like tankier. Oh hey, what's up Josh on Twitch? Appreciate it. Champion Cyclone when? Yeah, we've been talking about this, Andy. I think the problem with Champion is to really take advantage of the fortification scaling, you need several uniques. And I don't think it benefits going Champion on a league start because you lose the quality of life from Slayer. So, you know, Slayer gives you 20% coal. It gives you that increased area of effect. I think those things are really nice on a Cyclone build. And also, when you play Champion, you can't use Unwavering Stance. So you don't have any stun immunity. I highly recommend you never play Cyclone without stun immunity. It feels really bad. There's two things that make Cyclone feel really bad. Getting frozen and getting stunned. Because you stop doing all damage and you receive all damage. So I think to go champion, you need the Uber braces. Or I'm sorry, you need the Uber gloves, and you need the replica badge of Brotherhood, so you can get 20 plus fortification stacks, so like 40 plus total. And then I think you need to have a chest that has the ignore stuns with socketed attack skills to solve stun immunity. So you need something like this. I think without those three things, Champion Cyclone's going to feel bad. I think the damage won't be as good as Slayer until you have those two uniques that scale your fortification. And you can do all the damage you want. As soon as you get stunned by a rare and they kill you, you're going to immediately hate playing Cyclone. So that's just my experience. What just happens if you forfeit the evasion on champ and take unwavering stance? I don't think the damage would be as good, right? Because you're scaling your damage also with perseverance, the belt. So in my opinion, to really juice the damage you get on champion, you want to use perseverance to scale your evasion and armor. You want to use replica badge of the Brotherhood and the Uber gloves. I just don't think the damage will be as good without all of. Well, I think the damage won't be as good without the Uber gloves and the amulet. So until you get those two items, I don't think Champion's going to have better damage than Slayer. That's just my opinion. You could forfeit, and take unwavering stance. I still think you're going to be doing less damage and you have less AoE radius. Love the video. Great work. Appreciate it, Flash. On POB crate version, it's 14.5 mil. How much DPS will be on bosses? We need to get rage charges, fortify, and etc. So when you're bossing, you build up rage very quickly. So that's not really an issue. My experience is like it's not really an issue when you're bossing. Now, you're not going to be doing Uber Pinnacle bosses with this crit tree here. That's just, I mean, you can. Don't get me wrong, you can do Uber Pinnacle bosses, but you're going to want to invest a lot more into the build to be able to do that. This is like for the very low investment of what you have here, because Stampede on trade isn't expensive. Abyssus isn't expensive on trade. Arumi's is not expensive. The only two expensive items are these jewels, and you don't really need Light of Meaning. I would go for Storm Shroud first. So that all this stuff is like very cheap on trade. For what you're investing to do this, you can do all the regular bosses, your Void Stones, T16s. But if you want to do T17s and Uber Pinnacle bosses, you're going to have to invest a lot more in the build than this. Slayer it is. Need to look into Champion later on in the league. Yeah, I mean, there might be some crazy stuff people do with Champion that I'm not thinking about. But the way you scale damage, right, is stacking fortification. And you only get 6 additional fortification right here from the tree. So you're getting essentially 18% attack speed. That's it. You're getting 18% increased attack speed. That's your damage multiplier with Champion. With the Uber gloves and the amulet, you get like another 16 to 20 fortification stacks. So like without those two items, I just don't think the damage scales and it won't be comparable to what you could do with Slayer. How much does the amulet usually cost? I'm not sure, but expect the amulet to be more expensive because people are playing champion and they're going to want the fortification. So the gloves are going to be expensive. The amulet's going to be expensive if you're playing on trade. This, unless you're like no-lifing 12 hours a day and you have really good farm strategies and you know how to make Divine and Path of Exile, you're not picking up those items on like day 2 or 3. That's not happening. The average player that doesn't know how to make money in this game and kind of casually plays and stuff and takes like 2 days to get to maps, maybe 3 or 4 days to, get to red maps, like you're not going to have those items to scale champion. The gloves probably are going to be at least 10 Divine. I would expect them to be more expensive if a lot of people are playing champion and scaling fortification. It's a mandatory item. It's absolutely mandatory. The amulet is a mandatory item. It's absolutely mandatory. You can't play champion fortification stacking without those two items because you get so much from those two items. So everyone that plays champion on trade is going to want to buy those items. The demand's going to be crazy. And a lot of people are going to be playing champion. But for me personally, because I'm playing SSF, it's a no-brainer. Because I'm playing SSF, I don't have access to those things when I hit maps. So why am I going to play a version of Duelist that's not going to scale as well until I have those items, in my opinion? Yeah, I mentioned that in the video, Alexander, that preferably you would want to have a better armor base. I actually bought that item on trade on my character, and most people craft an astral plate for that. At least that's like what a lot of the crafters do. So you're absolutely right. A royal plate would be better with higher armor. You don't need the resistances. Thoughts on going Jug for Cyclone on 3.26? I don't think so. I think Slayer's the way to go. Champion once you have the uniques. I wouldn't play Jug with this. I don't think there's anything wrong with it, but I think the damage will not be anywhere near what you get from Champion or Slayer. Alright guys, I'm going to use the restroom real quick, and then I think I'm just going to practice leveling a character for a while. I'll be right back. The Cyclone buffs made me look at Inquisitor, Energy Blade Cyclone, and like Ball Lightning, Shock Nova. Yeah, there's I think a lot of stuff you can do with Cyclone. Cyclone Shockwave is just like a really comfy, tried and true league starter, right? There's far better builds than mine for like doing really juiced T17s and Uber Pinnacle bosses. But if you're looking for something to league start, get your Void Stones, generate currency, it's a really great build. But there's so much you can do with Cyclone. I think you're creative enough. Just like there's something about this build that feels really nice with all the extra layer of defense with block, and just Shockwave just feels really good when you're mapping. Yeah, Poison Conk's really good. I know Jung just did like some explosive Conk 4-hour or 5-hour 2-stone run. So those abilities are really good. But yeah, I think I'm ready to get started here. Last time I used a League Start Hexblast guide, then upgraded it to 500 million DPS. I'll do the same with their Cyclone probably. Yeah, I think there's a lot you could do to scale the damage in my build. I just didn't go full POB warrior with it, but there's like, you know, I think a lot you could do to juice the damage. Haven't played since 2017 or 18 for Cyclone. I'm excited to give it a whirl again. Yeah, Flash, it's definitely a blast. Are you practicing in hardcore? I am not. I'm not gonna be playing hardcore next weekend. I'm not good enough for hardcore. I make dumb mistakes. I'm an old man. I don't have the twitch reflexes of a 20-year-old, so I do enjoy playing hardcore, but I typically play hardcore like for fun, and I go very slow when I play hardcore. Shockwave Cyclone is great for Fizz build, but I can't handle the constant thunk 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 of staves with Cyclone. Yeah. It's definitely a meathead build, right? You know, when you think about it. Alright, so I've created a new private league, like I do for these runs, just to simulate like an SSF environment. not having any resources or anything.
You were born to be swift and strong. What did you do with your gift as genius? Squandered them on self-indulgence. Sinners led you here, your path inked in the blood.
And before we get started here, I'm just gonna get my stuff situated. I'm gonna fix this on the stream. Should be better. Hey, thanks for the follow. Thanks for the follow, God. Appreciate it. Just noticed you're on Twitch as well. I had to jump here instead of YouTube. Going to be following your league start. Hey. Thank you, thank you. Alright, I'm not the fastest level in the world, but this is more just me practicing so I can get a good flow. I might do one or two more of these over the next week before the league start. But I do have a few build ideas I might practice too, so we'll see. Oh, I need to get my regex ready. I think that's all I want, really. We need 2 red and a green, red-green links. Okay. Let's see what happens. Yeah, I definitely don't do the most efficient leveling or pathing or any of that. I just kind of do what I want to do and see how quick I can get through the campaign. There's far better ways, obviously, to do this. But my goal is just for me, myself, get through the campaign as quick as possible, because once you've leveled the campaign like 18 dozen billion times like I have, the allure is gone. I feel like anything close to 5 hours on league start is fine for me. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be as fast as 5 hours, honestly. I think probably 5 to 6 hours is going to be... And that's if I'm super highly efficient at what I'm doing. Like already I'm missing Hillock with my hits.
It's nice not to be dead.
Yeah. Far better people at leveling than I am, but we'll see how this goes. Alright, so I do yeah, we're taking the red greens for other abilities. And I do buy Frostblades. Yes. I know Frostblades is getting nerfed, and we do keep double strike for a single target. I know Frostblades got nerfed heavily, so I don't know how this will actually feel for leveling. I only use it for the first act until I get Sunder, so. Yeah, I think the play is you mule a Spectral Throw, right? I just don't do that. Yeah. Like I said, what I do is just not the efficient play. Maybe it's worth doing that though. My basic goal, and I probably won't accomplish this, right? But my basic goal is if I can get through each act in like 30 minutes or so, I feel pretty good about it. The first act is obviously the longest because you're putting your stuff together, and that's going to last you like pretty much the entirety of the first couple acts. A breezy 8 hours. There you go. Yeah, I think if like my first act might be 40 minutes long, and then if I can get each subsequent act to like a half hour or so, I feel pretty good at that point, because that's generally around 5 hours, I think. It's like a little over 5 hours. But I get like lazy and do dumb stuff and die to things I shouldn't die to, so it ends up being like 6 hours or so. Probably. Oh, can you actually buy Spectral Throw from the vendor? That probably makes a lot of more sense, to be honest. The only reason I kind of like Frostblades is it does kind of freeze the mobs, which is really nice on the Roas when you get here.
It seems this new arena suits me.
And then of course there's magic mobs right next to it. I'm gonna die here. I already know I'm gonna die. I'm actually surprised I lived there. I like to take my time, usually over levels I tend to clear everything. Yeah. I think you go at the speed that you, whatever you want to do, right, at the end of the day. Like, you shouldn't make yourself not have fun playing this game, so if you like to go slower. The nice thing about SSF is there's no, like, incentive for me to feel like I have to trade. Gotta go do dad stuff. Hey, take it easy, Flash, appreciate you coming. Yeah, because I'm not playing trade, there's no, like, feeling of, like, I gotta rush to make currency, I gotta rush to do this. So I can take as much time as I want, to be honest. I just hate the campaign, so... Dude, the Roas and Mudflats are insanely bad. They're so bad. I think I did one run last week where I was leveling my Arc Ignite, and I died like 5 times in that zone to Roas. Yeah, I think the one that I did my Arc Ignite on, there was... I kid you not, there was essentially like 6 or 7 packs of blue Roas everywhere. So you just couldn't escape them. It was actually insane. I would play SSF if I was better at crafting and I hate trading. Yeah. The cool thing about SSF is you engage with a lot of the systems in this game, and you learn about crafting in PoE. And there's so many different ways to craft gear. It's actually kind of crazy. Like, I really didn't understand, like, essences the way I do now. I really didn't understand a lot of stuff in this game until I started playing SSF. I die to them every single league. Oh, the Roas? Yeah. Yeah, they're nasty. This is where, like, your knowledge of what gems to pick up at the vendors and everything, I'm totally bad at this. I never get runner's boots. It's actually kind of sad.
Farewell.
I do crap, but there's so many ways to brick stuff. I'm not very good. Yeah, will you put somewhere your regex? This is currently what I'm using. That may not be the best thing, but that's what I'm using right now. I'm basically looking for 2 red and a green socket, or 1 red and green socket, and then runner's boots. That's the, and then anything that has like a fizz roll on it. I'm about to do something too that I know frustrates people, but I honestly just skip this skill point and I come back like much later. I don't drop a portal and do this, like I just don't care. Yeah, I just leave this area as soon as possible. I hate this area because you have these sea witches and they just like freeze you. And you have no cold resist at this point, so you're just like getting giga slammed by the sea witches. It's terrible. Also, I should be using my Quicksilver Flask. I will occasionally try to stop and kill the blue mobs because they do give you like a lot of XP. Where the heck am I going here? There we go. Gonna have to just bite that bullet. PoE is Gamba Sim and every... yeah, it is. Thanks, Michael, for the sub. Much appreciated. Thanks for the follows on Twitch. Much appreciated. Gotta do a test run soon too. Splitting Steel and Double Strike, then Sunder. Yeah, I think Splitting Steel... but didn't Splitting Steel just get, like, destroyed? I guess it's the return proj. For leveling through the first levels, it should be, like, still really good, right? You don't care about return proj at that point. Should be skipping all of these monsters. I am so used to running through the campaign and just killing everything that I come into contact with. It feels very weird to me to just run past all the mobs. So I have to kind of like rewire my brain and condition myself to do that. I'm trying to generate a Quicksilver charge here, but no dice. If I ever get early armor scrap, I just turn my Quicksilver into movement speed boots and fast uptime. Oh, is that a vendor recipe? That's actually pretty crazy. I have an armor's, yeah, that is true. That's a really good suggestion there. Am I ever going to get a Quicksilver flask charge again? There we go. Watching me play gets you itching to do the same? Hey, you know. This is terrifying right now. Look at all these mobs chasing me. Oh gosh. Don't stop. Never stop. Yeah, I figured it's just the return proj part, right? And that doesn't matter at all for leveling. Of course, it's a dead end. The thing I really would like to have before I get to Brutus is better life flasks and like 1 good mana flask. Yeah, armor scrap, white boots, and Quicksilver. Okay, that's good to know. I might actually go do that. If there's a boots available. There we go. Armor scrap, white boots, and a Quicksilver. Huh. It's not working. Must be doing something wrong. It's fine, we're gonna put shield charge on anyways here. Extra movements. Go ahead and grab probably decoy totem. Yeah, like I said, the physical nodes are probably better early on in respecking, but I don't do efficiency, or I just kind of take whatever I want. And put boots with movement speed on them. Yeah, I tried to do the vendor recipe, but I think I messed it up. Augment instead of an armor scrap. That kind of makes sense to me. Tell me your best Cyclone skill effect. Yo, the best Cyclone skill effect is the Shark Cyclone by far. Shark Cyclone is clutch. Alright, we gotta find Trial in here. Alright, so Trial must be all the way north. I always get run around in this place. What was the golden one in my vids? So that's... I'm gonna die here because I don't have flash charges. The golden Cyclone effect was a currency Cyclone effect. I think these are just going to keep spawning because of the one dude. Yeah, it's the currency Cyclone effect is the kind of gold one I was using. No mana. I guess Trial is all the way north here, so I ran all this way for nothing. Very inefficient. There we go. Yeah, I think these two nodes here would have been better come down this way. By far. Taking those damage nodes. Oh, we gotta fix that. That's very annoying. Can you link your background music playlist, please? Yes, in a little bit. Once I get out of this area. It's a Spotify playlist for Synthwave. So that I don't get any copyright strikes when I stream. I'm gonna pause real quick while I do that. Should add a command for it, but there's a... Gonna buy that one when I get sorted, the Xbox pricing gouge. Damn EU wants me to pay 10 bucks more than US price. That sucks, Benny. Alright, can I successfully restart this thing without it freaking out? Let me look at my settings real quick. How do I Undo the split. Okay, 8. Got it. There we go. Alright, so we got no flasks for our buddy Brutus, which is rather unfortunate. There's a skill MTX on sale at the moment, so might as well grab something if you need it now. There you go. I have a lot of MTX in this game from over the years. I've given GGG quite the amount of money, but this is my favorite game, so they can take my money. Thanks, dude. Looking forward to starting your Cyclone build next league. Hey, no problem. Hope you enjoy it. Hopefully you level better than I do. Not very efficient leveler. Just go in a big circle here. I most certainly did. Thanks, Y, for the sub. Thanks, Crag, for the follow. Much appreciated. Oh no, it didn't actually pause the timer. Yeah, I hit the wrong button to pause the timer, so what I did was I actually split the timer and I had to unsplit it to start it again. It's kind of weird. There's like a chemist room in here somewhere, right? Forget where it is, but it's got like flasks usually. Chemist strongbox would be pretty dope right now. Here it is. So yeah, in here there's usually a strongbox. I've got no flasks as it is, so we're gonna portal, come back, probably pop this and die. Oh yeah. Oh, this is really bad. I gotta kill this guy. And I have the damage. There we go. Just let me kill this dude so I can get the flasks. Did I miss somebody? Did he wander out this way? Oh yeah, I did. Okay. I got a shield. I don't think I got a life from Mana Flask. That's rather unfortunate. Get a Bismuth. Oh, there's a Flask. Kind of want to restart this run. I definitely feel like Splitting Steel might have been better. Yeah, Holy Flame is really good too. Alright, this is gonna suck. Damage is gonna be awful.
I recognize that pretty face. Grand.
Holy Flame Totem with added lightning damage and Flame Wall. Carries rack one but falls off hard. Yeah, whenever I do Witch, it's always like Holy Flame, Flame Wall, Rolling Magma, that kind of thing. Alright. Yeah. Spectral Throw has got to be the play. It's got to be better than this, for sure. Actually, you know what? Yeah, we're gonna restart the run. I didn't put anything in my stash. I'm gonna delete this guy. I'm gonna go Spectral Thrall and see how that goes. That was pretty awful. There's gotta be a better way to do this. Yeah. Splitting Steel feels like it would be much better than that too.
You were born to be swift and strong. What did you do with your gift, Genius?
Yeah, that was just terrible. Let's do, let's try Spectral Throw out.
Even the dead rise to challenge me here. My spirit is spent.
What am I doing? I'm all over the place. There we go.
It's nice not to be dead yet.
Spectral with volley and bleed support will carry till Sunder. Okay. Just two-handed up. Yeah, we're doing a reroll on this one, Gray. This did not go as advertised. Spectral. I don't even need to talk to the guy, so that was a waste of time. Doesn't matter what we get here. Let's see if we get lucky. My regex didn't copy. Alright. Take the helm. Take the boots. Second weapon will go. Just two-handed up. I do like the idea of having
But it'll have to do.
so what am I trying to use? How am I trying to speak English here? Having shield charge. I feel like shield charge is pretty good. This already feels better. Yeah, for sure. Wow. Yeah, this is OP. What was I doing? Fresh meal. I have to complete the Brutus quest first and then vendor. Interesting. Feel like you definitely want to do this. Leap Slam is definitely the way. It's like that's definitely the movement skill I'm going to choose to use for sure. Oh, we got blue Roas chasing us. Blue Roas, and they're just not going to slow down. Just going to keep chasing us till the end of time. Oh, dude. How did I survive that? What in the world, dude? How did I even live through that? I should have died. There's no way.
It seems this new arena suits me.
Okay, so this is like that one run where there's just blue rows everywhere. Okay, cool. Just magic packs everywhere. We love to see it. Yeah, see, there's another one right there. The game is trolling me. It's like, oh, you wanted to do a second run of this? Okay. We're gonna put 18 magic packs in the zone. Stun you to death. More XP, Luros, let's go. Yeah, it is definitely more of something, that's for sure. Yeah, I am getting XP from it, so that is very true. Dude, my action speed is terrible right now. Oh, and then we got the magic Roa, because why not? Kind of wanted that Scroll of Wisdom, but we're just gonna keep pressing here. Like, every other pack was magic. That was crazy. I don't know how I survived. There was that one pull where there was like 30 Roas around me, and somehow I didn't die. I'm actually kind of stunned that I survived that. Thinks Shockwave is better than Champion with Cyclone Tumult. Champion got buffs, but I think you need a lot of uniques to make Champion scale as good damage as Slayer, right? So you need the Uber Gloves, and you need Replica Badge of the Brotherhood in order to get 20 plus stacks additional fortification. And until I think you have that, you're simply just not going to do as good of damage as Slayer. Slayer gives you 20% coal. Slayer gives you increased area of effect, more damage, and all you get with Champion is 6 additional fortification stacks from the tree until you get those 2 uniques. Until you get those 2 uniques, you're essentially doing no. I can't see you doing like similar damage to Slayer, in my opinion. But I do think later on Champion is going to be really, really good. Don't get me wrong about that. I do think Champion is going to be very strong once you have those uniques and you can build around it. So we can talk about that, you know, down the road for sure. No doubt about that. I gotta figure out my life here for a second. The 1% evade came in clutch. Yeah, it did. Evasion is really nice. Let's put dash here, totem here. Let's get to it. Spectral Throw until Sunder is the best option. That's what we're trying out right now. We're going to do some Spectral Throw and see how that feels. So far, it feels a lot better than Frostblades did. And considering Frostblades is nerfed to the ground in a week, I probably need to just do something else until Sunder for sure, then update the guide. Pick up Sniper's Mark in my opinion. Yeah, that's a fair assessment there. consider using a two-hander. I do have a two-hander on me. We could try that out. Oh gosh. The mobs. Do kind of want that portal scroll though. Why? I mean, yes and no. I don't think it's a good. The problem is like, to me, Frostblades is not a good skill already. It's fine, I think, like leveling and stuff, but I don't really think. Obviously, Frostblades of Catabasis was what people were playing more than anything. Not Frostblades. I think Frostblades doesn't scale very well, unfortunately. Blue mob is on me like all day long, dude. Yeah, two-hander is so much better. Thanks for the suggestion. Oh, I get it. That's kind of dope. It's chucking your weapon at them. Oh, okay. I never even really considered what Spectral Throw is. I played this game for 7,000 hours. Yeah, but the projectiles are the clear and they will be nerfed. Yeah. I just, part of the appeal to me about Frostblades, right, is the projectiles and the way it clears so nicely early on. If you at least have a decent weapon. And those getting nerfed just kind of sounds bad just when you initially hear it. I'm sure it will feel bad in practice. Axe sword instead of mace. Okay, cool. I mean, we're going to want an axe anyways for when we go Sunder for sure, right? So... if I could get 2 green and a red, that would be pretty dope. We'll go to town and check for an axe after this. Okay, we've got axes, I just can't afford any of them. Really want to ID this thing and see what is on it, but I think we're going this way. Oh, dude, those caster mobs chunking me. The lack of, dude, I can't even use the ability because of the arrow bros. Like, that's funny. Just instantly denied. Trying to get a little bit of XP here. You know what I should be doing is taking advantage of my decoy totem so I can chunk these guys. Spectra won't be returning anymore. Oh. Because of, is that a volley thing?
It's to be a cage fight then. I can live with that.
Yeah, it sounds like a splitting steel thing. I don't want you. I feel like I need some just base armor and evasion because I'm getting just hit by every single thing in the world right now. There we go. To misinform and misdirect. Nah, you guys are helping me out right now. Spectral throw feels way better for sure. I just gotta find lab. I think lab might be north again. Well, I did lab already, but it's kind of cheesing the time on the run. But not sure where to go here. I guess this way. Allows for skill expression from the streamer to really test their knowledge and abilities. Yeah. Oh yeah, where are we going here? All right, there we go. Oh my gosh, dude. Any day you wanna get out of my way. Champion Cyclone viable or Slayer better? I feel like all day the question is gonna be, probably all week, do I go Champion or do I go Slayer? I should just have like a command that basically people can run so that when that question gets asked, the answer can just get popped out. When do you swap to Sunder? I think after Brutus, right? Or it's after Marival, or one of the quests. It's pretty soon here.
I can't do this just yet.
Alright, that's already much better than the last one. Yeah, basically you go Champion, in my opinion, when you get a few uniques. Until you get the uniques, I don't think Champion's going to be as good as Slayer, in my opinion. Is it after Marival? I knew it was like either right at the end of Act 1 or... These guys are spicy. Yeah, I figured it was right at the end of Act 1 or right before you went to Marival. One of the two. Thanks Waffle and KR for the subs. Much appreciated. Yeah, I'm definitely getting sidetracked with white mobs.
I recognize that pretty face.
I was talking about that earlier. I have this thing where like I feel compelled to attack the white mobs. Like it feels weird to me to run past everything. I just like want to kill everything. And I have to like very consciously tell myself, don't stop unless it's a pack of blues. Yeah, you know what? That's not a bad idea. I'm gonna go ahead and make a note of that real quick. I'm gonna put the timer on pause. Let's put a notification up. Okay. And we're gonna put here, in my opinion, Slayer. I'm gonna put Slayer for league starting Cyclone. Champion, once you have Uber, gloves, plus replica badge. And we're gonna put that I know. I'm stopping to not efficient staying in place. Yeah. That's kind of unfortunate. There's not a way to like make the text box small. Or like set the size of it. I guess I'll put that up here like that. There we go. I think that's pretty self-explanatory, right? Alright, here we go. Let's fight the Brutus. Oh, I got chunked. Didn't have any flasks anyway. Alright, so we need an axe. That way we're prepped to go into Sunder. Hopefully some better life flasks. It's like the first act that I really don't like the most. After the Act 1, once you get Sunder going, it just starts to all kind of click into place, but Act 1 is always annoying to get through. Oh my gosh. He's like just obliterating my my totem. Dude, I wasn't even near him. Alright. What's up, Derp? How's it going? Faster attacks helps more. Yeah. Might be right on the edge of this, I'm not quite sure. Do we play greed here? Yeah, we play greed. Oh, there's an axe. That worked out. Not just triple, there will be a lot of players playing champion with those uniques. It's going to be meta probably. Champion is going to be very popular this coming league, and those uniques are, in my opinion, those uniques are going to be very expensive. So, I mean, there's nothing. Oh, did I leave that axe in there? That's unfortunate. So, in my opinion, there's nothing wrong with starting champion or playing champion, but I think the damage will be less, and I think you're going to have a worse time until you get those uniques. I would prefer one of these axes anyways, so maybe that worked out in my favor. Sell some items. Yeah, we want one of these guys anyways. Going for whatever. Yeah, I still think even if you're good at getting currency, it's probably worth like going Slayer first, in my opinion. The main issue is a stunning immunity. Is there a way to get early stunning immunity outside the tree? Nope. That's why Unwavering Stance is so nice. That's why you go Unwavering Stance. Alright, skip white mobs and just run. Skip white mobs and just run. That's my mantra. Yeah, the problem champion has is the damage won't be as good unless you have the uniques to scale it, in my opinion. 6 extra fortification on the skill tree does not equate to all the additional stuff that you get with Slayer. Then you also have to deal with the fact that you're playing Cyclone and you don't have stun immunity, right? So you don't have stun immunity and you're playing Cyclone. That's going to feel really, really bad. You really don't want to play Cyclone and not have freeze immunity and stun immunity. I got slammed there. Champion, tanky, less damage. Yeah, I think Champion is obviously going to be tankier, and I just think it's going to do less damage until you can get uniques to scale fortification. Those uniques are going to be very expensive on trade. They are mandatory if you're playing Champion. I don't see any way around that. I laid down a totem and they obliterated it. Rather quickly, I might add. Yeah, but I mean, you don't pick an Ascendancy because of the leveling unless like you're trying to do like a speed run, right? So once you get to maps and you're going to be spending the majority of your time playing the game in maps, right? You don't want to be doing that without stun immunity. Right? When you're mapping, you're killing every monster in the map. When you're leveling, you're skipping every monster in the map. You know what I mean? So like when you're running into packs constantly and getting stunned, it's not going to feel like a good time.
I almost feel sorry for these doomed sea dogs.
It's always the Roas. Hey, look, we got a staff. We can go Cyclone. Which unique you're talking about specifically? So for champion, you need the Uber gloves, which give you 10, which can give you, that's the other thing, the Uber gloves have to roll a perfect 10, right? So you're obviously not going to want to buy a pair of Uber gloves that only give you +2 to fortification, so you're going to want +10. Those are going to be super expensive. So you need that. Then you need a replica badge of the Brotherhood. So without those 2 items, you're not really scaling your fortification on champion. All your damage scaling comes from scaling fortification. To get those 2 items, you have to run Uber Pinnacle bosses, and the other one is from Heist, I believe. So yeah, it sounds not like the best time. SSF, that's going to be a grind to get those things. In trade, it's going to be very expensive. Oh, yeah, okay.
My fans in Orient barely recognize me.
Every fortification above 20 gives you more benefits, while close you only have 20. Well, you can get 6+ fortification on the tree. Ooh, my computer just like graphically took a shit there. So you can get +6 over 20 on the tree, so you can have 26 fortification. But without the uniques, that's only 6 extra stacks of fort. So essentially, what you're getting is 18% increased attack speed. That's your damage boost, outside of the regular impale. The 20% more damage that you get from the other champion Ascendancy is no different than the 20% that you get as a Slayer off of the other Ascendancy. So the benefit to the new thing with champion is stacking fortification. You're not stacking fortification unless you get an Uber Pinnacle boss unique, which, you know, ain't going to be 20 chaos, and, you know, an amulet from Heist. The Stampede boots drop in, from Blight, yeah. They can drop from the pump in Blight. How about Trickster Cyclone? I've thought about it, actually. Could be interesting.
It's not every day that I get to duel them.
I hit the wrong character. Nope, okay. It's okay. It's okay. I don't think we get Sunder now, right? Yeah, you gotta kill Maribel. The thing that got me into Cyclone is the 14k ES Trickster Psych. Oh, did I not get the... Okay, I found it here. Did I find it? Yeah, it's all the way north. I just didn't go pick it up. That was kind of a mistake. Yeah, so it's probably going to end up being like a 35 to 40 minute Act 1, which is not ideal, but I'm always, my longest is always Act 1. Way better run with Spectral Throw. Yeah, Spectral Throw has been definitely the play for sure. 100%, 1,000,000%. It's much, much better. I don't want to kill this rare. Maybe he drops something nice.
I do love the
Never
stink of
lucky.
victory.
Alright, let's let's move on.
I can't do this just yet.
Hello, Snavi. Chat, Zerker, Mace, Shockwave, Cyclone for Age is viable. Zerker, Mace. I mean, I'm sure anything is viable in Path of Exile to an extent, but it's not my build, right? Because my build is staffs with block. So I'm doing something different than a lot of other people that play Cyclone. Where in the world am I going? Definitely not this way. We'll kill these guys. Should be good, but losing Blitz next patch will be rough. Yeah, the good old Blitz charges. This place is always kind of sketch because it has these guys right here, and they spawn the frickin' explodey mobs, explodey sea witches, which are honestly terrifying. These things right here. I think we need to go this way. I ran right into those guys. I was hoping that I could dash through them, but I did not dash through them. That was rather unfortunate. I was trying to do this right here. I don't know why I couldn't, for whatever reason, but that was what I was trying to do. Flame dash and leap slam, faster attacks already. Yeah. I need to check, hopefully not die right here to these things. Yo, dude. Mini Defiance of Destiny. That sounds nice. Oh, we got a rare here. Look at this guy. Evasive? Yeah, no, I'm good. She said leap slam. I have a video on my channel if you look up for my
Hello.
yeah, we got Sunder already. There's Sunder. Should already have a Ruthless.
While we live, we are blessed.
Welcome.
2 Orbs of Transmutation. Oh, I would love to have that chest. But we'll take this one, I guess. Sunder with Ruthless. Chance to bleed. Swap over to Sunder. Sleep Slam available.
What little help
Sleep Slam is available, but we don't have the stuff to buy it. Okay.
God hasn't abandoned us.
Oh, you have it in inventory, never mind. Oh, I do. What am I doing? Wow. Pro player. Alright, now we got our kit going. We got Leaf Slam, we got Sunder. The hardest part of this game is getting this going. Do I go Champ or Slayer? It's on the stream there, my friend. The only problem right now is I have absolutely no cold resistance, so that's a thing. Oh my gosh, you know what we also need to do? Why is this not set to that? That should be as soon as I toggle this thing. Bro, just die already. Not having any cold resist is actually kind of rough right now, not gonna lie.
My spirit suspends.
We got an axe. Would be nice.
Stand at death's door.
You play Jug is much better if you try, right? Why are we playing Staff already? Not sure if you answered, sorry. We're not playing Staff, we're playing, also I need to do this. We're playing Sunder with Axe right now. We're probably going to be playing Sunder with Axe for quite a while. So, yeah, I need to use my flasks. You're not wrong. You're actually not wrong there. That shouldn't be a problem anymore. Okay, so we got a... Oh, it's a one-hander. Rip. Let's go ahead and sell this. Let's keep that. So we'll keep these two items because they might be something interesting. Destroy that. Move on. I meant for our endgame build, Cyclone Slayer. We're playing Staff for the block, so we go into a bunch of the block nodes for Staff, and Power Charge and Endurance Charge generation and whatnot. So that is why we are playing Staff. So transmutes for Wisdoms if you want. Gotcha. Want to go this way? I think it's north, maybe. Yes. Why to go Den? The Quicksilver you drop 2 more before Brutus. Because I don't level efficiently, so in my head, I always go to Den, and then I move on to the next zone. You're not wrong. I said this at the beginning. I am not a racer. I'm not an ideal. Where'd the road go? It's this way. I don't level efficiently, you know? So, that is something to keep in mind, though. I actually don't need to go to the Den. So we've learned 2 things so far today. We've learned Spectral Throw is the play, so I'll need to update the POB for that. We've also learned that I don't need to go to the Den if I got my Quicksilver Flask. The more you know. It's like that meme. The more you know. The truth is, outside of like the quests that give like passive points for the most part, I really don't remember what each like additional side quest gives you. Whether it's like a flask or... I kind of just like... I kind of actually do most of the side quests. I actually don't usually not do them. But I appreciate it because it is going to help me be a better leveler, and that is the goal of this, right? Is to kind of just get a better feel for what am I doing with leveling. Alright, where is the lab? Need my trial. That's all I really care about in here. That, and then we got to get to the next floor for the quest for the skill point. There we go. Completionist mindset, kill all the monsters, complete all the stuff, run into all the traps and die. Yeah. So I'm glancing over at my other screen. With Kane and Colomac updated at 4 veiled stats now, do you think that it will be an ultimate chase item? I think it's going to be extremely powerful, but you know, they're going to be expensive, right? So getting like a Kane that has a fizz damage roll, deal double damage while focused, and then ideally some other nice stuff on there, like attributes or whatnot, is going to be pretty expensive. So I guess it just depends on... The problem is ultimately you crafting a staff is going to be the best play for damage, better than what a Kane is ever going to give you. So, and I showed it on stream last week. You don't need to... Maybe it's this way. You don't need to have a Kane, you know, because I did SSF and did 4 Void Stones and everything, so you don't need a Kane to League start or do any of this. And the weapon I actually had, minus the deal double damage while focused mod, was a better fizz DPS weapon than what I had on trade with my Kane last year, so it depends. Bro, look at this possessed mob just chasing me down without any regard. Crafted rares will almost always be better than uniques unless that unique can do something that literally can't be replicated by a rare. Might get lucky and have a better weapon here. Oh, okay. That's nice. We'll take that. Okay.
Hello.
I can't give up my 3 link right now. Honestly, I kill too much monsters also. Yeah. I'm just like, it's like an instinct, you know? Like I run up to a group of monsters and I just want to kill them. My average time for leveling before I tried to get better was like 10 to 12 hours. I used to just like be really chill about leveling. And I kind of said this earlier, but like the nicety of playing SSF does mean that like I don't care. I'm not playing trade, right? It doesn't matter like when I get to maps because it's not like I'm trying to beat the economy or make as much money as possible. It's just me playing the game to have fun at that point, which is really appealing to be honest. There's something about playing trade. I did this last year and I have all my VODs from the live streams for it, where like I got to Ubers and T17s within a week on my Cyclone build, and I was like killing myself to get there. I felt constantly stressed out, like, hey, I have to make as much money as possible, I have to flip things as much as possible, I have to do like all this crazy stuff to try to make as much currency as I can so I can get to this content as quick as possible, because, you know, running T17s is the most profitable thing to do on trade. And so it's like, I always felt like I was racing the clock on other people to take advantage of the economy and sell things and flip things, and not having to worry about that next week is going to be very nice. I can just kind of play the game and enjoy my time, to be honest. We have POBs for starting to super endgame. Possibly. The Giga endgame in my POB should be more than enough damage than you ever need to do anything in Path of Exile. Don't get me wrong, like having a build that does like 500 million DPS is a lot of fun, right? Like there's a reason why there's meta builds and people play that stuff. But if you can't kill an Uber Pinnacle boss with 50 million Cyclone damage, you've got other problems than, you know, you got other stuff going on. It's not the damage at that point, because 50 million damage is more than enough to kill an Uber boss, an Uber Pinnacle boss. Or I should say 50 million Guardian, because once you adjust the POB for Uber bosses, that damage goes down, but that's still more than enough damage to do everything in this game, and I demonstrated it last year. And my build on my live character actually has less damage than my POB does. Because I didn't like chase items as hard as my POB was set up to do, because I was able to complete everything with what I had. So, and I did my 40 out of 40 challenges, and I said, okay, I guess I'm good. Get a currency by existing with Delve and Heist. Delve and Heist is fun though. Like I actually really enjoy Delve and Heist. Alright, where is my trial? I feel like trial is probably south of here. It almost always feels like, although I have gotten it sometimes where trial isn't south and the quest is, so I don't know. If I can pick every wrong way to go, I will.
There is a fine line between consideration and
So it might be this way, actually.
the former is wisdom, the latter is fear.
Oh. Dude, this one skeleton just chunking away at me. Completionist mindset, uncover all the map, pick all the wrong ways to go. Yeah, that's... there should be an achievement for that, right? I always trust my intuition, but my intuition is often bad. I feel like that's exactly my experience also. I often feel like it does not work out the way I'd hoped it would. This is where like I should know, okay, boom, this is what gem I pick when I get here, but I really don't. I'm not that aware of my choices, and I think that just comes from repetition, right? I probably should pick up Poacher's Mark. I pick that up right now. I just don't have the ability to use it. And we also have our quest reward. Is there anything I can buy from this guy? What am I currently... am I using something I shouldn't be? Oh yeah, we still got Spectral Throw in here, so let's get rid of that. And we can put our Poacher's Mark up here. Dump stuff in our stash. I got nothing basically in here. Let's go ahead and dump all this stuff for now. Let's keep this, and let's move on. Alright, so we got our Curse. Oh, I dropped Blood Rage in there. We gotta go back and grab that. That's my bad. Yeah. Just noticed that. I was like looking at my bar and I was like, where did Blood Rage go? That's where it went. I usually put that here. Okay. Probably should do the beast, but I usually always skip that here. Can't be bothered. Talking to Einer so he just follows you and kills stuff for free XP as you traverse map is always nice. That's a fair point, yeah. That is very true. That is very true. I think something I'm going to do differently on this run through, because it just helps, is I might actually help Alira. Well, no, I'm going to kill her. I think helping Alira might be useful, and it might be something I change on my recommendations, but... generally speaking, because I'm not using anything unique-y right now, it's not hard to get my resistances set up at some point while leveling. Resistances become harder on this build once we start rolling in all the uniques.
It's hard to cast a spell with a blading roll, though, isn't it?
I'm asking that, thank you. We just keep a ball point up occasionally. Yeah. And then he's just like free DPS at that point. It makes sense. Welcome back, Mahmoud. We're just doing some leveling, just so I can get a feel for things again. Practice. I've already learned a few things that I gotta update the POV for. I was saying this earlier, but I'm wondering like how mercenaries are gonna affect how I want to speed through things, because it could be very useful to set up mercenaries while you level. You might waste a little bit of time, but like you could get some really decent mercenaries that help you with stuff. Thanks for the sub, much appreciated. Ooh, yeah, I got chunked there. The rustic sash is good for when we need to do recipes. Oh, you know what? I also need to pick up War Banner. That's a thing.
What?
Yeah.
Trouble.
Lyra generally is a nice move, right?
Going? There is so.
Melee Fizz. We'll replace that with get rid of Ruthless. Yeah, you get, I believe it's 15 resistance with the Lyra. It's actually really, really good.
Quite a step.
Game Maker on Merc once you swap the champ for plus 10-4. Yeah, if you aren't playing SSF, sure. Or if you have one for an alt. It's pretty good. This is a weird place for this. Is it off to the left over here, I guess? Yeah, it's a weird placement. Ooh, that's not good. Hoping to get just some free easy XP. I'm almost dying here. I kind of want to do a hardcore run, to be honest, but I would play a lot slower than I'm playing right now. I wouldn't be playing like fast at all. Be very conscious of what I'm doing. But I think it could be fun, actually. The wrong thing. There we go. So, I mean, this is something I was thinking about. GGG confirmed that the mercs aren't minions. So all the stuff that you would do to keep minions alive, you can't do. So I think we'll be able to run ores on them, but we're going to have to gear them like an actual character if we want them to be able to survive, I think. I think like for regular maps it'll be fine, but if you try doing like T17s or bosses, I think they're going to end up getting one shot just like you would, unless you build them very tanky. I suspect that mercenaries are going to die very easily, and they're going to need a buff from GGG. Because if minion modifiers don't affect them and you can't scale like their life or resistances or anything, it's like playing minions on a minion character. Until you get life and resistances and stuff, they die immediately to everything. Blue Roas will tell your hardcore character you should probably play softcore. You're not wrong about that. You are actually not wrong about that. How far do you think Cyclone can go with champion uniques? Probably pretty far, honestly. The real question will be like, I think it'll be tankier, right? So I think he'll be able to go pretty far with it, honestly. Well, so if you can scale the fortification stacks to like 20 plus and get like effectively 60% additional attack speed and then all the defense, I think that with the Impale Ascendancy stuff with yeah, I think it's going to be good, very good. How good it'll be, time will tell, but the buffs look promising if you can scale the fortification. The problem is I think a lot of people are going to play Cyclone right off the bat and be like, oh, this is going to be amazing, it got buffed. And then they're going to realize, wait, I don't have an Uber Pinnacle unique or a replica badge of the Brotherhood, so I don't have any scaling for my character with this new stuff. Meanwhile, you could play, like, once again, Slayer, and you just get free AoE, free 20% coal, free etc. from your Ascendancy. Like, the one thing that you get with Champion, where it's like, you know, taunted enemies take 20% more damage, you know, that's nice, but you also have that on an Ascendancy from Slayer, where they take 20% more damage, so it's like, okay, so how's that different than playing a Slayer? You're not going to have stun immunity on Champion, so every time you're mapping and you run into a pack and get stunned and then you get killed, that's not going to feel great. How are you all doing? Bro, can I not click on the thing? What is happening here? Holy moly. Oh, he's physical resistant. Well, that'll do it. Were they actually blocking me from being able to click on this thing? That's crazy.
Will this start be good?
Any thoughts on the Starfall coming into play at some point? I think it'll be good on a cast on crit build, and I think the axe has very low physical DPS, so you're not going to play it on a build like this. So then the question becomes, okay, if I'm not playing it on a build like this, you're going to do cast on crit, you're probably going to have to scale the LE damage of Starfall, but we don't have the numerical values for that yet, so it's kind of hard to say what that all looks like until we know more information. Yeah, plus Slayer has overleech, reduced damage. Like, I think Champion is very worthwhile testing out when you have the uniques and you have stun immunity. Even with the uniques, even if you have, like, say 42 fortification totals, you're getting 66% increased attack speed and 66% more armor and evasion. How's that armor and evasion going to help you when you get stunned in a juiced map and then everything kills you? It's not going to help you that much. And you get stunned a lot. You get stunned a lot when you're playing Cyclone if you don't have stun immunity. It's like playing Cyclone without freeze immunity. You get frozen a lot. And I mean like a lot. And nothing feels worse than playing Cyclone and then immediately you stop attacking because you're stuck in place and everything around you is just killing you. I think people are being sold that haven't played Cyclone before a bad read on what that's going to feel like without stun immunity. It feels pretty bad. It's no different than playing a caster like Incinerate and you get stunned. You suddenly are stuck in place not doing anything and it feels awful. Alright, so we got to Act 2 like around 40 minutes. So we finished Act 1 at around 40 minutes. So we did this in about a half hour. My expectation, my hope is to do acts in about a half hour, so I'm okay with this. Act 1 I could definitely get far more efficient at doing, for sure. Meta's all slams? Oh yeah, well slams got untouched. Of course it's like, it's a pretty good time to be playing slam builds. Especially if you're playing hardcore. Yeah. Can I purchase anything to help me out here? Like a life ring or something would be nice. Yeah, I mean, just anything. What am I missing on this? Intelligence we need. We'll need that for later. Alright. Yo, I'm so looking forward to the pause feature when that's implemented. I hate having to like feel like I gotta put a skill point in, but then like I'm gonna die because I'm on a UI and I can't see what's happening in the game. Feels awful. We also need to get a better axe here pretty soon. I love how my taunt totem's out and he just ignores it because it's after he starts his coding to do that thing. He's just gonna keep spamming me with lightning even though my totem's taunting him. Oh, we probably should have swapped out melee fizz. I think I'm 18 now. Do I think Cyclone got buffed enough, or is it still a bit weak in the melee meta? I mean, it's not the strongest of the melee skills, but I played it in 3.25 and had no issues playing the game, so I don't know. It was fine for me. But I mean, yeah, it's not going to be like slams where you manually press 8 war cries and then, you know, 2-shot the boss or something. It's not like that crazy, for sure. Yeah, the problem with going unwavering as champion is you're boinking the fact that you're supposed to be scaling, you know, evasion. 15% movement speed, let's go. That's huge. Oh, we got a new axe. Is it good? 61. It's better than what I'm using, but it's not perfect.
I don't.
What do I expect here? Oh yeah, that's a good one. Alright, now we're going to start heading down. We'll pick up the Fizz cluster and some more life down below, as well as Leech. Then after that, we slowly start making our way to Resolute technique. RT will carry us for quite a while until we're ready to go crit, which will be sometime in maps. Especially, I highly recommend if you're playing SSF, even on a league start, that you stick with Resolute technique through the campaign. It's just really nice every hitting, you know? Yeah, I'm just saying, like, I don't see really the benefits to going champion. at all until you have the uniques. You could make the argument to me that Soul the Brine King helps with stun immunity and all that once you have the uniques. Like say you have Replica Badge and you have the Uber Gloves, then I could be like, yeah, okay, you can find other ways to deal with stun, right? But until you have these uniques and you can't even scale the fortification damage, it just doesn't seem appealing to me. Like the whole point of Champion is to scale fortification. You can't do it without 2 uniques. So unless you're planning to have, I don't know, like 30 plus Divine on day 3 of the league, good luck buying that stuff. Good luck getting a perfectly rolled Uber Gloves that have plus 10 fortification, and those things aren't giga expensive. They're gonna be so expensive, dude. You try any PT builds on Psych? I have not. Yeah, I've seen a lot of stuff over the last 2 days where people have been like, oh yeah, you know, here's my champion Cyclone build, or here's my champion whatever. Here's these really super expensive uniques that you're gonna not have on day 3 or 5 of the league. Also, let me put some damage numbers into the config section of the POB to bump up with, you know, I saw one POB where they put like a flat 12% increase, like, or more damage in there. And I'm like, that's not how that works, man. Like, just because they adjusted the gem level doesn't mean that if you just globally put 12% more damage in your POP, that's accurately reflecting what the damage is going to be of the new skill. I wouldn't be telling people that.
Allow your wisdom to be tempered by the flames of the past.
I think it's a definitely an amazing thing to test out once you have the uniques. Like, if I was playing trade, I would try to pick up those uniques after I got the rest of my kit going, and then I would swap to Cyclone and see what I could do with scaling the fortification and stuff. And I think that would be well worth the test and investment of, you know, to do, and see how much better the damage is. But you ain't gonna have that stuff at, you know, on league launch. So I mean, I don't see numerically how you're getting better damage out of champion.
That somber expression doesn't become those fetching features.
It will drop my first Uber Exile kill and you will feel really silly. Yeah, but they're gonna drop, right? They're gonna drop with +1 to fortification, because it's a 1 to 10 roll, right? They don't drop always at 10 fortification. So yeah, you'll get your gloves. They're gonna be +1 fortification. You'll have 27 stacks instead of 36. You'll be doing 21% increased attack speed as opposed to 18.
Enough of this.
I don't know if it's gonna be better. I think it's worth testing for sure. I just think there's a lot of hype right now for it, and there's a lot of stuff being posted out for Cyclone Champion, and I'm just telling people, hey, understand that you need very specific uniques for this build. It's not SSF viable on League Start. It's not viable for people that casually play this game. Like, how many people are going to be playing the PoE League launch like 12 hours a day, making 20 div a day, doing advanced FUB gun strategies? Not many people. But you're going to sell them you're going to sell them on the idea of scaling 40 plus fortification off an Uber Pinnacle drop that has to be perfectly rolled and a replica badge. Yeah, good luck with that. That doesn't sound like you're leading the sheep astray to me at all. I'm just saying people need to tailor their expectations about what they think they're going to be doing on day 1 and 2 of Champion. Like, I'm not a big fan of stuff in this game on a league starter that requires very specific uniques. If the uniques are like very common on trade, like, I don't know, or Herm Sorrow, or Just something that's like a T4 unique drop or T5 unique drop that just really makes the build do something, like full fizz convert to cold or something, you know, sure. Like, okay, I can buy that being a league starter build. But if I have to get an Uber Pinnacle drop that's perfectly rolled and a replica badge, which is also not a common thing to get from Heist, okay, sure. I don't know if I'd be telling people that's a good league starter for the first few days of the league. Like, that's just my read on the situation. Take that for whatever you want. Actual testable results, yeah. And the problem is, like, I'm not going to even be able to test it out probably anytime soon because I'm playing SSF. So I'm going to have to, like, specifically target farm the Uber boss or... yeah, I'm going to have to, like, target farm the Uber boss. My div strat for this league is buy gloves plus 1 fort, roll with 1 div, sell repeat profit. There you go, yeah. You just got to hit plus 10 every time, right? And then you're making 30 div on the gloves with a 2 div investment. It's a 5-hit strategy right there. There are going to be people that do that, guaranteed. They'll print Divines and Sanctum or something, and then they'll pick up those gloves cheap and try to flip them. Probably not a bad strategy. I mean, if you could hit probably plus 8 or higher on the gloves, they're probably going to sell for a lot. I just don't think people understand the damage that they're getting from one fortification stack. You're getting 3% increased attack speed. That's a small passive on the passive tree. It's not like a lot of damage at all. It's not. Now, what you do get from it is more armor and evasion. There's a difference when you play this game and you see something say increased or decreased or more or less. There's a difference between those things, right? So 3% more armor and evasion per fortification stack. That is a lot of armor and evasion. 3% increased attack speed is a small passive on the tree. That's it. It is not like a gigaton of anything. It's a small passive on the tree that you pick up when you first build a character, like I just did. It's not like something that should blow your mind the way I think some people are reacting to it. I don't know why I came all the way over here, but we'll take that free org balcony. We're pretty much done in this area. Marmoa. I get a curse now, don't I? No, I get an aura. We want our pride aura. There we go. That's wonderful. Take the skill points. That there. Can I socket pride? It's not the right level yet. Let's swap you out for the chance to bleed. Let's get back to business. You still need the glove. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, you still need the gloves. How many people are going to have the Uber gloves on day 2 of the league? And I'm not talking about serious, hardcore, 10,000 hours in the game PoE players. I'm talking about casual players that are just looking at build guides on YouTube that have never even played Cyclone before, or even killed an Uber Pinnacle boss. How many of them are going to have the Uber gloves on day 2, or day 3, or day 4? Not only have the Uber gloves, but have gloves that have a decent plus fortification on them to make up, like, not playing Slayer on a league start. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying it's not going to be good. I'm saying I don't know if I'd be telling people this is how I would league start. For something like Cyclone. There's other melee skills I think that will benefit from just the +6 way better than, say... Am I totally missing the sewer right now, or did I not talk to Clarissa? Getting caught up. Yeah, there's I think better melee skills that don't need maybe all the Uber unique support, but I do think you need that from... I'm already past this. What am I doing? Already up here. Wasting time. That's what I'm doing. You get a decent amount of damage from Perseverance, but I don't know. Like, when I looked at the numbers in POB and I was playing around with it, what I saw for Champion was essentially a little less DPS than my Slayer build that was on the crit conversion tree without the Uber gloves or the replica badge, playing my Cyclone build. So I was like, okay, it's roughly the same damage, a little bit less. However, Slayer gives me 20% coal, and it gives me better AoE. And we're playing an AoE skill. So I'm like, I'm probably going to stick with Slayer. The damage is not like 5 million more DPS or something crazy for me to be like, oh, okay, this is well worth it. And I'm not worried about tankiness because my build feels pretty tanky when I play it. So what am I really getting out of Champion? I'm not getting better AoE. I'm not getting 20% coal. So what is it giving me? The tankiness doesn't matter to me because I'm playing a block build. So generally, most of the time, I feel pretty tanky anyways playing Cyclone on this thing. Now, if I was playing like a version of Shockwave Cyclone that was like going for frenzy charges on the right side of the tree and using a sword and had like no defense, then yeah, I could see the argument like, okay, Champion's going to be way tankier. But my build feels pretty tanky, and most people that have played it over the last year have told me how good it feels and how tanky it feels. So what am I getting from Champion? A little bit less damage and a little bit more tankiness? I don't know. But I could see the argument once you have all the pieces together and you can actually like, well, I'm 21 in a level 29 zone. We might want to level here for a few minutes. Yeah, I could see the argument once you have all the pieces together and you can really scale that fortification. Especially with the gloves. But yeah, not on a league start. Especially since you're playing the same class, right? So all you have to do is just run lab and change your Ascendancy. That's it. And just respec your points once you're ready to go Champion. It's not like you have to level a new character. It's not like you have to do any extra work besides run a lab. Just get 50% coal from giving your Pokemon. I mean, Merc, yeah. Yeah, but there's other things I want to do with my Merc. If I can get coal from Slayer and do better damage in Champion and still be tanky, then there's other stuff I can do with my Merc. Don't you get to decrease XP gain if your level is too far away from the leveler? I think so. Yeah, I need to level up a bit. I have a question. Vigilant Strike is viable for this league for Slayer? I ask because I want to transition between your league starter and Vigilant Endgame. I've never played Vigilant Strike, but you could definitely transition to something else on Slayer for playing this. Don't you get... Yeah. I wonder how many levels away it is. I know, like, what I've heard in the past is like 3 levels is the... Or 4 levels under-ish is like the sweet spot you want to always be at. Start killing more mobs as I go through stuff. We got a 4 link already. That's actually kind of crazy. It's a lot of extra damage. Pick you up. Venus been to League Start Melee for the first time ever. Looking forward to it. Hey, there you go, dude. Yeah, it's pretty good. You know, prior to 3.25, playing Melee was not the best feeling thing in the world, but it's actually pretty good now. Like I enjoy it quite a bit. Used to feel a lot worse League starting as Melee. You had to really love Melee to League start Melee. Yeah, we're just gonna kill a bit more stuff as I progress here, just to kind of get some levels in. We are kind of under right now. Literally only one Slayer build on Vigilant Strike. Yikes. Any reason for the change to Cyclone being at 69? I'm on fresh SSF start and Tesla start and switch to Cyclone 32. There's nothing wrong with it, but I think like I think it's faster to play Sunder, but maybe you're just a better player than me. But I feel like playing Sunder is just quicker because I feel like you're just gonna do more hit damage with Sunder, so you're gonna boss faster. I just feel like overall it'll be quicker than playing Cyclone to get to maps. But you absolutely can swap to Cyclone right when you get the skill gem. This is where Resolute technique is going to be really nice, so I don't miss like I was doing there. Yeah, missing feels pretty bad. Yeah, Zenith got like a 30% nerf, right? Like 33% nerf, but it's still like going to be insane damage. The only problem with Zenith is you have to put quite a bit of money in it, but like it's going to be really good still. I saw Connor's vid on his Incinerate stuff with like killing stuff with, I think it was Frostblink while he's mapping. That looks pretty nutty actually, and like a lot of fun. If I was playing Trade and wasn't doing Cyclone, I kind of would have might think about doing that, but that's going to require a lot of time investment and money grind, I think, to get to where he's at on that thing. We're getting better. The zone's 29 and we're 22, so we're about to be 23, so pretty soon we'll only be 6 levels under, not 9. Still can't use my pride yet though. I think that's 24. I want to level real quick before I kill this dude. Just do the thing here. This should get us a level. Or kill us, one of the two. I'm really not going to get a level from this. You know what I will get though is all that damage it's going to do to these guys. Any cheap uniques for Cyclones in early maps? Yeah, in my POB I have references to things that you can use at the different leveling stages. For sure. That's easy. Just use the league mechanic to kill the guy. I like it. Much approved.
Dying in battle.
Can you suggest a starter with Jug, or can I maintain with Cyclone and go Jug? Jug is a different, it's a different class. I don't know if I would play Marauder Cyclone. I'm sure you could do it like as Berserker, maybe. I'd probably go Berserker. If I was going to play Cyclone on Marauder, I would play Berserker. That's kind of my read on that. You can easily just go Sunder with General Warcry, then just swap to Zenith whenever you get a 5 or 6 link. Yeah, I feel like General Cry is definitely the play. With a Cyclone setup on maybe Berserker, and then you just swap over to your Jug when you want to do Zenith. You could probably even do General Cry Cyclone kind of thing with just Jug, but yeah. I'm a Slayer enjoyer, I don't know what to say. It just feels better. I think it's 24. Oh, we got our new axe. Can we do the recipe?
What is it?
Oh, I don't have a blacksmith's whetstone, do I? Never lucky. Get Cyclone so we can start leveling it up. Rage.
You're looking sharp.
Do I have a Chromie? Maybe I get lucky and I hit. Nope. I have a friend that loves playing Cyclone Jug with Endurance Charge stacking. He always complains it's awful and difficult, but he loves it for some reason. Yeah, I had a buddy that started off playing Zenith in 3.25, and it just took forever to get it online, and they hated it until it started feeling good. I personally just don't like playing League starters that don't like feel good as soon as you hit maps. The whole point of a League starter is something that should feel good, feel comfy. You know, it should feel like, hey, I can do my Atlas with this, I can do some Void Stones with this, I can gen up some stuff, and then you can either scale it out as far as you want, or you can then play like a meta build and do something different. There's usually only like maybe a handful of builds that feel good from the very beginning and scale to like insane meta. That's why they're like the meta, right? And then you have generally a bunch of builds that are super powerful, however, they are going to require like some investment to get online. And those are definitely not what we would call like League starters, right? I'm considering trying to do something like a Ice Crash of Cadence champion. Yeah, I think there's a lot of stuff you could do with champion. And even though I've been kind of saying like, oh, I wouldn't play champion, I'm not saying you can't. I'm just saying like, I don't think the damage is going to outscale Slayer on a league start. And I don't think, if you're considering my build, that it's going to be that much tankier. So I'm just like, what is the benefit? If it was like a different class and you had to reroll a character, I could see the argument like, I just don't want to reroll a character. But if it's like doing a lab and then you just swap your Ascendancy when you're ready to scale the fort, then I don't, yeah. If you want to play like a different skill, I think there's going to be other gems that are going to scale better early on if you're doing champion. But Cyclone and Tumult both got buffed, so it'll be interesting to see how they feel as base gems in the new league. Will Zenith work for swapping Slayer, Cyclone, Sunder? I'd probably play something else, Jug or Berserker, and then swap. I wouldn't play Zenith on a Slayer.
To kill you.
It's getting stunned to death.
Damn you.
Why do you switch to Tumult? I swap to Tumult once you have the Stampede boots. That's when you do your swap to Tumult.
Why?
I would not swap to Tumult before you can negate the movement speed penalty. Best way to scale strength-based projectile melee skills is you need to strength stack, and Slayer doesn't really lend itself to any stat stacking. There you go. Couldn't have said it better myself.
See you.
Alright, we got our Pride, and we can fit Blood Rage back in. Beautiful. Is Starforge still a good sword for Cyclone? No. Maybe if you're doing like an LE Cyclone build or something, but... How do I handfist the word Beyblade into a pun for my character name? Yeah. I always like... So, last league, my buddies, well, most of us decided we were going to name our characters after brands or different drinks from Mountain Dew. So all of our characters' names had to be something from Mountain Dew. And so because I was playing Cyclone, my name was Mountain Dew Infinite Swirl. One of our friends who was playing Zenith, his name was Mountain Dew Code Red. Thought it was pretty funny. We'll need a new idea for the new league. Oh, this guy just kind of follows me everywhere, huh? Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I'm just like such a average player. Like I don't know how these guys do like a 2-stone run in 6 hours or 5 hours. It's insane to me. I'm such a just a regular gamer. Like to me, I feel like I'm going fast right now. Like, okay, I'm about to hit Act 4. We're not even in the 2 hours in. Like to me, I'm like, oh, I'm doing good. This is like really bad for some people that play this game. They'd be very upset with themselves right now. Shadow Axe. Interesting. Is Starforge a physical sword? Am I thinking of Void Forge? Is Void Forge the one I'm thinking of? That's the Ellie sword? Maybe I'm thinking of Void Forge. I know one of them is Ellie and the other one is... Average campaign run usually takes 10 hours. Yeah. Well, generally speaking, that's always how my leveling is. It's only like in the last year that I've been like, man, I really just want to try to get through the campaign a lot quicker. And so I've been trying to just like, for myself at least, speed things up a bit. But yeah. Some of these guys like have the tile sets perfectly memorized, so they know, okay, if it generates this way, I go this way, and I'm just like, I don't have that kind of reps in. You know, you got to do this so many times and build up those repetitions to be able to read stuff like that. Starforge has like 7 fizz, no Ellie. Oh, okay. Yeah, it would be a good unique then for like a sword-based Cyclone build going on the right side of the tree. 700 fizz DPS is enough to carry you through the Atlas and Void Stones and whatnot. You're going to need something better to go do T17s and Uber bosses. Can my build tank an Exarch ball? Actually, yes. My build can tank an Exarch ball. So these are the thing that this build is weak to is 2 things. It's weak to big physical hits, and it's weak to damage over time. So like Shaper Beam instantly kills us. Shaper Slam, we can actually survive a Shaper Slam, but Shaper Beam will kill us. We can eat, I think, a ball or 2, depending on if you get your life back up, or if you pop Val Molten in advance. But yeah, Shaper Beam, stuff like dot damage will instantly just destroy us. It's not even funny how quickly you're gonna die if you eat a Shaper Beam. Yeah, this isn't like an AFK build when it comes to bossing. Like if you want to do bosses on this build, they're gonna do mechanics sometimes, and you're gonna have to actually pay attention to what's going on. Some of the stuff you'll be able to like kind of just, you know, spin through, but other stuff you're gonna have to know like, hey, okay, if I don't avoid this thing, I'm dead. I think I will start Bone Shatter Berserk for League Star. I want to try to throw a coin. Bone Shatter was like the melee thing to level for quite some time. Getting frozen. Love it.
Welcome to the greatest of arenas, duelist. God is watching.
This could be kind of sketch, actually.
They can't do this just yet.
Yeah. It's a problem with being, I don't know, 8 levels under the zone. We also have a little bit less HP than I normally would like to have here. Hey, look, we got a Cyclone bro attacking us.
Submit, heretic!
Alright. You shotgun this guy instead, please? The ignites are something else. Probably gonna die one more time here.
Have you ever seen the true face of God, exile? Shrink not from it. The touch of God! Nightmare, brother! The light of divinity! Die in awe! The touch of God!
Dude just hitting me with all kinds of random stuff. Anyone here got some good recommendations for weapon effects for Cyclone? I don't know if I'm gonna do. I kind of like did my water theme last expansion.
The touch of God!
So part of my idea behind my Cyclone MTX last expansion was I did the Sharknado Cyclone effect with
Die!
the Apollyon armor and like water effects and stuff. Because I was like, okay, it's a boat league, you know, shipping with settlers and stuff. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Yeah, I need better life flasks. Oh, he still has a little bit of life. Yeah, I probably should go fix that real quick. Actually, I should be able to... Well, I get... These are too far away. Yeah, these are level 30.
Hello.
Probably only gonna sell me the good ones, huh? Oh no, we can get giants. Okay. Yeah, okay, we got at least one good one now.
This world is an illusion, exile.
Oh wow, thanks for the sub, Pyro. That's much appreciated. Good old Prime sub on Twitch. Thank you. Alright. Filter too strict or just unlucky? Probably unlucky. Right now I have it set to like the second filter on loot filter basically, or filter blade. That first run that we did that I canceled after 20 minutes, I didn't even see like a medium life flask before we got to Brutus. Yeah, it should be showing that kind of stuff. Alright, so we'll use... I blame the blue Roas, dude. There were so many blue Roas. Like, it was actually kind of crazy. Hey man, I came back. How is your run going? So far so good, Gray. I'm not the fastest level in the world, but you know, we're in Act 4, sub 2 hours. Probably be in Act 5 around hopefully 220, 230. Which is kind of on par with what I was thinking. It's probably going to be like anywhere from a 5 to 6 hour campaign run. That seems to be my speed. I did learn a few things from this playthrough so far, so I can update the POB and make better recommendations for leveling. with the help of you guys. Like Spectral Throw is huge for Act 1. Much better quality of life. Yeah, it's been pretty good.
We owe pride. You will be remembered.
Now this is grim.
Yikes. Whoa, they're just like stunning me before I can even get a hit off. I kind of like doing these one league mechanics because they give you like the explosions. There we go. And that can kind of help clear the area. Yeah. Oh yeah, we're pretty low on XP. Thanks for the sub, Alejandro. Yeah, I probably should just spend some time grinding some XP here, huh? The other thing we really need is a bleed flask. We gotta get one pretty soon here. That's a more and more of a thing starting in Act 4, or specifically Act 4 and Act 8. Having a bleed flask is really nice. Especially when you get to Malachi. Thanks for the sub, Hanson. Ooh, spicy. Oh, this guy is like just Giga Chad. Haste, Accurate, and Frenzy. That's just kind of an insane combo when you think about it. Yeah, I definitely noticed the XP penalty right now, because I should be getting lots of XP for these guys. Yeah, that is fair. I generally don't really do the Settlers mechanic on these runs, because I'm kind of like assuming like either it's going to be different, or I don't know how King's March is going to work. And I typically find that there's not really a lot of value in using King's March until you get to maps. Like there could be, I guess, but that's okay. We gotta clear anyways around here. I think that graphical error I had earlier turned off my YOLO mouse cursor. I think that's what that was when it was freaking out. The other thing I should be doing is I always forget to use my Blood Rage. Very, very bad. Thinning ships with Crimson Iron was such a nice way to get 4 and 5 links early in the campaign. Yeah, that is fair. Maybe I should go do that. I got pretty lucky on my SSF run on my Settlers guy. On my Cyclone last week, because I ended up getting a, was it a 5 link? Or was it? I think I got a 6-link before I finished the campaign. I can't remember. It was something
It
insane.
seemed to me, Vol, that I just did you a favor.
The filter video that I have from last year is pretty much still the same filter blade I'm using. I'll probably make a new one after the new league comes out. What's up, Eric?
What is? Don't die. The game.
Alright. We're just gonna start killing a lot of stuff. Yeah, we'll have new loot filters in a week.
There's nothing like making a ground-shaking entrance.
Alright, we're just gonna pretty much kill everything in this area, I think.
I can't do this just yet.
Hey, what's up, Tur? Thanks for the follow, much appreciated. Hopefully you have fun following the guide. If not, I blame you. Well, now I'm under a lot of pressure, right? Now I'm under a lot of pressure. Yeah, that's why I was saying earlier, I think it's generally a really good build, and that's why I don't mind sharing it. Like, I really think it's not great to share, to broadcast stuff and be like, oh, this feels good or this is good, and like not demonstrate it, not show it, not actually understand that it is. That's why I'm very hesitant to like be like, oh, just go do this because of the patch notes, and it's like, well, there's a lot of stuff we don't know yet, and or people are making assumptions they're going to have things on like the first couple days of the league that are going to be either super expensive or not readily available out of most people's reach, and that's why I don't want to be like, yeah, do this thing, and it's like, well, we haven't tested it yet, or this requires things that aren't really league startable. Whereas like, I prefer builds that you can just play without anything, you know, pure SSF viable kind of stuff. That to me is the ultimate league start. You don't need anything but what you can find in the game very easily or make yourself. Yeah, it is true. You do get the div cards, huh? There's a chance they give you like that. What is it? The 10 div or 10 alteration card or whatever. Bro, what the heck, dude? These mobs are crazy. kill or be killed. He's gonna take no for an answer.
Always happy to help a damsel in distress.
Sure, play SSF, row SS with 4 dudes. Yeah. What are your thoughts on doing Cyclone early with General's Cry? I think it's fine. It's just not what I have set up in my build, but General's Cry is very strong. It's very good. I thought about testing it this run, actually. Like maybe swapping to Cyclone early and using General's Cry with the Sunder setup, and seeing how that feels. Yeah, I've been interested in trying to see if there's a way to fit General's Cry into my build. The problem is I'm socket starved and gem starved with my current setup. So we run a lot of auras on my build. And the one thing I do like kind of about my build is like you're just playing Cyclone. Like outside of like maybe doing like a boss or something, like an actual boss, not like a map boss. Map bosses don't matter. But like doing like an actual boss, like say just regular Shaper or something, for instance, when you're doing your Void Stones, you can literally just press Cyclone and play the entire game on my build. Like you pop Blood Rage at the beginning of a pop Blood Rage at the beginning of a map, and then you just Cyclone and spin the entire time. You don't have to do anything else. And to me, like I really like that kind of just like zug zug kind of life. And I get that from my build. I don't have to like worry about a bunch of war cries. I don't have to worry about, you know, popping an extra ability just on a boss or something. Even if it does like a ton of damage, I do like that I can scale the one thing to do everything. Yeah, pretty much orc life, you know, keep it simple. Am I filtering any map modifiers? Yeah, so there's like certain map mods you want to avoid, right? Like you specifically don't want to run map mods like can't be leeched. Monsters can't be leeched from. Any kind of like recovery of life stuff I typically avoid. I don't like running those. I might add that to my, that's like a good idea, add that to my POB, like a suggestion, like a list of things to, like map mods to avoid when rolling maps. There's a few that just don't feel good. Can't regenerate life or mana is another one that feels kind of crappy. Although the nice thing about our build is we do go like full mana cost reduction. Like the cost of Cyclone is 0, so that usually feels pretty decent. Alright. We're gonna have to go back and do a little bit of leveling here, because I'm just getting way too low. We're gonna go to docks. Get a few levels in, I think. I'm going too quick. Too quick. The XP. To add a custom regex to PB notes or map, and yeah, I can do that too. Yeah, the XP is so much better now. Very useful to have alts. Yeah. Can anyone let you get the Fizzcraft from Act 5? That is very true, right? think we get it sometime in Act 4, but it'll be nice when we get the name of the support. It's basically slam support. Let's just do a Giga Slam with Sunder. Mine is blinking right now. Did you spam the key out of preference? Talking about Sunder? To answer your question, probably yes.
I do love the stink of victory.
Yeah, I just until you get like Resolute technique, it just kind of feels like every 2 or 3 times I use Sunder, it's gonna miss or something, and so I just kind of like
I believe in traveling light.
load them up and send them basically. Guess I could be running precision right now until I make the swap. Sweaty APM, yeah. Well, if it was chill, I wouldn't be trying to rush leveling, right? I would just kind of be casually leveling and not give a shit. But I am trying to see if I can do this in a reasonable amount of time. Not trying to take all year, you know? I think we'll do one more docks. We'll go back to Act 4.
Divination card.
Yeah, I probably should go pick up precision. Is that Act 2? I think that's Act 2, right? Or is it Act 3? Can't remember. Careful if you take a year, yeah. Well, at the rate that they're doing expansions and patches and stuff, right, we got plenty of time. It's not like 3.27. Let's see if they keep to that 4-month release cycle that they're talking about. I'll see it when I believe it. I have a lot of faith in GGG. I still think they're probably my favorite game developers, but I'm not gonna buy the whole 4-month development cycle when it's clear that PoE 2 is their baby right now. We'll see how much love this game gets the rest of the year. Dogs faster leveling than Aqueducts. The problem is I'm so low level right now that I was getting penalty from experience. So part of like leveling efficiently, right, is like knowing how many mobs to kill as you go through each zone and stuff, and my ratio was way off. Champion, I'm so confused. Now we're playing Slayer, or we will be playing Slayer. We're not playing Champion.
Stay out of the shadows.
You think you're very baited now? Well, mission succeeded, right? The goal was to bait you. Thanks, Kevin, for the sub. Much appreciated. Baited into going Cyclone? Yeah. I don't know. I think Cyclone itself might be a bait. Cyclone Shockwave is a pretty tried and true leveling and League starter. I don't know why there's so much. I think people just remember when Cyclone was during Legion and it was screen wide and did like 8 billion damage and stuff, and because it's not like god tier like that anymore, they think it's a shit skill, when in reality Cyclone is perfectly fine. Is it the most damage ever? No. Is it the best like possible thing you could play? No. But I think too many people that play games nowadays only do what a streamer does. No offense to anyone watching this, but like they only do like what they're told. They don't want to like explore the game and do different things. So it's like, oh, I'm just gonna play essentially, I don't know, Lightning Strike all year and not do anything else because that's just the most powerful thing. I don't want to try anything else. I don't want to do anything. I'm just gonna play Ice Mage, you know, Ice Nova Arc, Frostbolt's Archmage for like 2 years because like that's all I'm gonna do, and I'm not gonna bother trying to learn how to play the game or build a character or do anything. But that's like what video games have become. Like, it's not really about exploring and doing stuff. It's just like, you know, I guess it's always been that way. It's no different like when I was a kid in the 90s and you would play like a Zelda game. You could either play the Zelda game and actually figure out how to do the dungeons and do everything, or you could buy like the old paper manual game guide that would like walk you through the entire game and tell you how to do the dungeons and where all the locations, everything was. So people weren't playing the game, they were just playing a manual that told them how to play the game. They never actually learned anything. So, but I guess at the end of the day, it's whatever makes you happy. It's your life, live it as you choose. Oh, for sure. Like, I think when you're starting out, you 100% should follow like a really good vetted build guide, right? But there's a difference between like not knowing a game as complex as this and getting to know it, and just like never actually opening up the skill tree and looking at stuff and reading the descriptions on gems and understanding what tags are and understanding how stuff works. Like, I followed build guides for several years in this game. You know, I didn't like start making my own builds until about 3 years ago, 4 years ago. And I've been playing since 2017. Ooh, this is spicy. So yeah, I definitely agree. It's very helpful for new players, but I would also tell new players, hey, look at the skill tree. Look at what, understand why the, like, if you're following a guide, like actually look at what they're doing and understand why they're doing it. Like, look at the skill tree. Why are they taking those points? Why are they doing what they're doing, and you know that they're telling you to do, essentially. Is there an exile in here? Yes, there is. Alright, what's my resistances looking like? Whew, 0% cold resistance. Nice. Nice. Let's see if we can fix that real quick. Okay.
What do you need?
What can we do here? Yeah, we're gonna save that for when we get a better base. Oh yeah, I've got like no stats on my gear. That would be why things are so rough right now. Let's get that cold resist going. Let's get some more cold resist going. life. Hey, look at that, more cold resistance and more life. We'll take that, that's okay. Alright, that's a little bit better. Oh, that'd be dope, yeah. There definitely was like we're taking all the greatest hits from last epoch in the announcement this past week. Yeah, the thing that PoE 1 really suffers from, it is not a new player-friendly game, right? So like PoE 2, the one thing PoE 2 does really well, it is very new player-friendly. And I think it kind of would benefit them to try to get a little bit more of that in the game, like the quality of life stuff, incorporating some of the last epoch stuff, a death recap, like anything they can do to kind of bridge that gap to make this game more approachable to newer players would be really good. For sure. Yeah, see, that's pretty dope. That scream always gets me, as she does. Bro, what is going on here? Am I not even hitting this dude? Gets my hits for just evading. It's rough. It's a rough life. Bro, you're at 25%. Stop it. Stop it. Stop acting like you weren't at 25%. Oh yeah, well I mean if you want like the entry level action RPG, that's D4, you know? And then if you want the like, requires a bit more like understanding and willingness to learn the game, you got Last Epoch, right? PoE is like when you go off to get your college degree. Yeah, not great. And this guy gets like frenzy and stuff at this point. Wouldn't be too bad if I essentially didn't have all the hits missing right now.
Your glory will be remembered.
Let's go ahead and also do this. That's the only character I see.
Yes.
Whoa, hello, chest. I like you. Also, let's take that and for that. I have emotional scars from Doriso back when I first started playing PoE. Yeah. Yeah, it'd be like that, for sure. Okay, what level are we? 31. Calm is gonna kick our ass with the fire resistance we have right now, but okay. We also probably should have like another 3 levels at least.
I once heard a card of it. Island of the dead.
Thanks for the sub, much appreciated. Lots of amazing subs and follows today. Back when I knew nothing and the game was much lower power than it is now, Doriso was a wall for me. So I have a funny story. When I really started playing this game, I really, you know, just like we were talking about new players, you don't know what you're doing, right? And I tried putting a bow build together, and I had no idea what I was doing. I was using like a fizz bow, but it had like, I think I had like, what was I doing? Or I had an Ellie bow, but I had like brutality or something going on, and I wasn't doing like any Ellie damage, but I was playing like, trying to play like Ellie skills and stuff and scale Ellie damage. And I was wiping forever on the Act 8 entry boss, you know, with the cauldron and stuff, and I just couldn't get past that boss. And it took me like 2 hours to figure out that like I had the wrong gem setups going on, and I had to respec some points and stuff, and it was just brutal. So I wasn't like actually reading the gems and understanding what I was doing. I was just kind of not really paying too much attention. And this is a game that definitely rewards you for paying attention. Thanks for the sub, Drew. Much appreciated. Why do physical and not elemental? I wouldn't say elemental is more damage. Depends on what build you're playing. On a bow build, for sure. But I didn't know what I was doing back then. I socketed the wrong gems and like burnt myself essentially. Yep, and I wasn't fully aware that I had to drain the cauldron and stuff like that. You know, it was all around just a bad time. Because I had played like minion builds every league until I decided to do something of my own. And minion builds just kind of steamroll you through the campaign, right? And when you're just playing the same thing over and over, you don't really think about what you're doing. I didn't really pay attention to how stuff in the game worked. And even all that being said, I learn new stuff about this game like every day still. There's so much to this game. It's kind of crazy actually. Basically killing some extra stuff here because I'm trying to get my levels back up to where they should be. We're essentially still 6 levels under the zone right now, so yeah, I'm just trying to ground out a bit of XP. So when you need to get, ideally like 4 levels below would be a sweet spot. I don't delete him to keep myself humble. Yeah, that's fair. Aren't all the characters in PoE 2 going to be like when PoE 1 was in its alpha? They'll be just put into a separate league for all of time or something, or a separate like whole, yeah, league. You can go back and review them. I believe that's what they said. How have we not put a war cry into the build at this point? Exerts would go so hard. Yeah. It is fair. Can check vendor once I... Yeah, really my only problem right now is just like being too low level, actually. So I'm killing basically a lot of stuff that I come across because I'm essentially just trying to get kind of back to where we need to be. Alright, so we're about 4 points away from Resolute technique. Yeah, slams are crazy good. Crazy good. This is gonna hurt a lot, because I don't have like any fire resistance. We might die a few times boss rushing this guy, essentially.
I can't do this just yet.
Yeah. That fire resistance, dude. Also could use a better axe. The double fire fountains are crazy right now.
Just be happy that you got a warrior's
Hey
death.
bro, do you think it's viable to play Volcanic Fissure Snaking with Slayer's Champion 2? I don't know, I feel like that's more of a Marauder thing to go Volcanic. That would be my gut instinct, be to play Marauder for that.
Yes.
Anything you need. Until next time.
What do you need now? I'm watching you.
Oh, hold on. Transmute you. Should be crispy. Nice.
What can we do for you?
I'm torn because I don't want to miss out on running Cyclone 2. Gotcha. Man, honestly, just need to exert General's Cry with a level 1 Desecrate to just keep passive while running through areas from your spirits killing stuff. Yeah, so...
Yes?
Yes.
Is General's Cry Act 3?
Yes.
Kind of want to try something here. General's Cry was Sunder, right? Using Auto Exert and Melee Fizz could be a thing. Then the question is, what do we run Cyclone with?
To you.
Because I kind of want to try this out now. Did think about maybe trying this while leveling. I don't think I get Shockwave yet, right? When is Shockwave? Oh, it's level 18. But we need a Mace Scepter or Staff, not an Axe. I guess we could run...
Bye.
Is it Act 3 library though? Because I don't see it on the vendor. Yeah, I didn't see Shockwave on the vendor.
Hello.
So I'm assuming those are library. We could just go pick up a Melee Fizz real quick and then go do library and then
I am not you.
see what we see. Right now we have a link problem though. Is it Act 2? Yeah, I need a staff or a mace to do that though, so I think we hold off on that. Yeah, we'll have to get a staff going. We don't have one ready yet, but we can try running something like this and then see what this feels like. Alright, so we've got Cyclone, General's Cry. Okay. Cyclone is probably going to do no damage, but that's okay. Oh, that's right. Let's have throw a Leap Slam there. Let's do this, and let's do our curse like that. Yeah, let's see what this feels like. My Cyclone's gonna do like, won't be great right now, but oh, I do need Desecrate. What am I doing? Yeah. I'll need it for single target, right? Not for doing packs. Yeah, so on monsters it's fine. It's when I get to a boss that I'll need it. Do I need to run library for Desecrate though? Might have to just go do library.
Hello. While we live, we are blessed.
Yeah, I know I need it for boss, but how hard it would be to get a staff real quick. Let's see. Shockwave. I think Infused Channeling is an Act 1 gem.
Hello.
But it's probably library, because I'm melee. Yeah, but I should be able to meet the dex requirement, right, for Desecrate regardless. I don't have Desecrate either. I think I gotta go do library.
Journey well.
I think we just go do library. Gotta retrain my muscle memory for Deep Slam on my other keybind now. So maybe the play is you do go Cyclone in Act 3 and you just get a General's Cry setup going. Might be the play. I was trying to see about fitting General's Cry into the build. It's just we have socket stuff gotta figure out. That could be a thing. Alright, I think we're good on XP now. I can kind of go back to hopping around here. Should be it right here. Alright, so we need to pick up a Pulverize and a Shockwave. Not, sorry, Pulverize, Desecrates. Get a reward too, let's see. Oh, Pulverize we get, boom. And Infused Channeling. It Desecrates. Okay. Now the question is, can I get a staff and make a base out of it? Make a fizz weapon. Our only problem is int. But we can use this.
Stay out of the shadows.
We can fix our int issue like this. We have our staff.
Need some help.
For a rustic sash, but I don't have a whetstone, I
Rustic sash.
think, unfortunately.
How you doing?
I don't have an armor scrap. Alright, dude. I guess this is fine enough. So you do Cyclone, Infused Channeling, Shockwave, swap out for a staff base, save Pulverize for later. We'll need Desecrate for bosses. Oh, these aren't even linked. Can I link this? We are so derailed, I love it. Oh yeah, we're off script now. This is no longer about like we're no longer like the efficiency of the leveling's gone out. Now we're just testing like other stuff. 20% quality weapon, you said? There's 6% quality.
Stay out of the shadows.
I guess I could do like I could keep the crappy chest because it is a 3-link. Could yellow something on here like that, and then we could just do Cyclone, Infused, Shockwave. Then we gotta recolor this, hopefully something green, or we're screwed. Yep, we're screwed. Okay, what can I drop? Get rid of dash, we don't need that anymore. We'll swap in Desecrate here. We lost our pride though, that's unfortunate. Our 4-link armor there. Yeah, but what's the coloring on it? It's a strength int. Oh, yeah, okay. Alright, so we have a Cyclone setup. We have our General's Cry. We did lose Poacher's Mark. I'd like to try to get Poacher's Mark in this back end, but we don't have any colors. We don't have any chromies. We got 2 there. What am I using here? Faster attacks. We don't need decoy anymore, so that gets our pride back in the mix. So really we just need a green socket. YOLO? Hey, there it is. Poacher's Mark. Okay. Okay. It should be fine enough for just like testing some stuff now. We'll keep Pulverize here. Get rid of these. Put this in here for later. Alright. desecrates. Actually, we could probably go do lab. Yeah, we got completely derailed, but it is what it is.
Of the Lord's labyrinth. Within these walls, the lady ascended with precision.
I think whenever we encounter like a magic pack or rare pack, we just gotta pop that desecrate down. Because we need a much better weapon, level up our gems to get Cyclone to start to feel anywhere near decent. Thanks for the follow, Ben. Much appreciated.
Some things that slumber should never be awoken. Are you a martyr? Claim your inheritance. The loyal must be avenged. You were born for this. Pity the Emperor who sits alone on his throne.
I think you need to pop down 2 desecrates for bosses. Gotcha. How many of those guys? Yeah, well, how many of those guys spawn at once? Is it 4 or 5? I think it's 5, right? Doesn't desecrate have? Is it 4 corpses by default or 5? I can't remember.
When one defiles the effigy,
Gotcha.
one defiles the Emperor.
Let's pop it down twice. Doesn't matter. You can have up to 2 desecrates down anyways. So.
Failure is an illusion. You are inexhaustible. Those who stand should never outnumber.
When you're doing your atlas at the beginning, you want to make sure that when you're mapping or when you're allocating points into your first atlas, that you're putting a lot into chance to drop maps from connected, as well as going for higher tiers for maps. Otherwise, you're gonna have sustain issues. Trade, you can just get what you need, but like especially SSF, you have to really dedicate a lot of points into your stuff. Thanks, Dan, for the follow. Much appreciated. I have no fire resistance, so I should probably be a little mindful of what I'm doing here. Yeah, we definitely took a side derail. We kind of derailed there a little bit. Took a sideways road, but I did want to try out General's Cry in the build. And I actually, after we finish lab, I'm going to pause the timer. I want to open up the POB because I was Really kind of interested in seeing it. Can I fit General's Cry into my main build? Just as like a big damage button that can be popped. Problem is like we're socket starved and that causes issues. 2 corpses per 5 power. Boss because it's 20 power, so you need 10 corpses. Gotcha.
An aspirant can afford to be promising. An emperor must keep those promises. You must navigate your empire through
211, 214 could spend another 7 hours. Yeah, when you're mapping also, you typically want to rush the bosses when you're trying to progress the atlas as quick as possible. And you want to only kill like blue packs and rare packs. If you full clear the map, that's also fine. It's just going to take you longer. It's also just like how quickly do you move map to map to map to map kind of stuff.
triumphant at last. Before your emperor, you are worthy.
I kind of like the General's Cry bros. They kind of remind me of playing like a minion build.
Receives our blessings. Embrace our
The question is, since we've gone Cyclone, do we go something different for Ascendancy here? I kind of feel like I still want to go for Headsman first. It's going to make our... I'd rather get the coal. Alright. I'm going to go ahead and just start putting some Cyclone on, or movement speed reduction on that guy. Thanks Boring for the sub, thanks Lemmer for the follow. Much appreciated. As always. Alright, so now we're gonna do some stuff here. Oh nice, we got some whetstones. We actually need that for our staff. We can put a fizz roll on here, that's super nice. Let me make sure I can't get a better staff base real quick for Mac 4. Thank God I don't have to do betrayal nodes at League Start anymore just to get my recipes. You and me both, dude.
Yes.
I hate that stuff
Take care.
so much. Okay, this just requires level 37, so we're gonna go ahead and make this guy our juiced boy here.
Be remembered.
So if you guys don't know, physical recipe, you take your
What is it?
weapon with a magic or rare rustic sash, and you trade it like this. You do your weapon, the magic or rare rustic sash, and 1 whetstone, and you get a weapon back that has a fizz damage roll on there.
May fear guide you.
And we'll augment this and pray for like attack speed. We're never lucky. But that'll be nice because in 2 levels we're gonna go from having, we're gonna double our fizz DPS weapon right there. So that's actually pretty clutch. Alright, I am pausing the timer real quick. I'm gonna go grab a drink and then I'm going to open up my POB and actually see if we can edit some stuff to fit in General's Cry. What's the setup right now? So we went to Cyclone early actually. We're running Cyclone with Infused and Shockwave, and then I have a 4-link for my General's Cry. General's Cry with Sunder on Auto Exertion and Melee Fizz. I was wondering about trying to fit in General's Cry into the build, but we're like socket starved on my trees. But when I get back in like a minute or two, I'm gonna grab a drink. I'm gonna open up my POB and see if we can't squeeze in General's Cry to the main build and see what that damage looks like. I'm not too worried about it if I can't. It might be one of those things where I just do it for leveling and we don't do it after the campaign, but be right back. Before I go, yeah, but don't we gotta regal it? I don't got a regal, so I can't, I mean, eventually, yeah, if we get a regal, we can craft attack speed, but be right back. Well, Jung did originally Cyclone with General's Cry, and now he's doing Volcanic Fissure with it. Okay, so the question becomes, what can we do here, General's Cry? Yeah, I'm trying to see what I can do. I have a problem with sockets, though. Yeah. So, like, right now, in our weapon, we're running, like, all of our auras. Our helmet has a cast when damage taken set up. I guess I could remove more duration and squeeze an aura into that socket there. We could just, like, move Herald of Purity over, for instance. That frees up something. Had a Cyclone General Blade Flurry kind of thingy. Maybe take away War Banner setup. Yeah. War Banner is a lot of damage. So the thing is, like, when you pop War Banner and it has 50 Valor, like when you get to a map boss or when you're doing, you build up, that's a lot of damage to lose. We can actually fit one more gem on our boots. So I think we just drop, like, say, Blood Rage from here. Squeeze that onto the boots down here. Is it a build for SSF? Yes. So I played this last week in a private league and did all 4 Void Stones and some Atlas stuff. And now I'm re-leveling a character in a new private league to test stuff out, make some changes. But it's 100% SSF viable. So now we have 3 gems we got to figure out here. The problem is, where do we fit stuff in? Losing blood and sand and flesh and stone is a pretty significant drop in damage. Losing pride is a huge drop in damage. Could manually curse Assassin's Mark, but that feels bad. Can't really get rid of Life Tap because then we don't have enough mana in order to use War Banner or Assassin's Mark. Kind of have to have this on a link. I'm assuming you increase this number here for how many minions it is. So you're going to have 5 of them, I guess. Pretty significant jump in damage for a button press. Maybe you just run it as a 3-link, just Generalist Cry with Tectonic and Melee Fizz, and that gives you that pop. Oh, we'd have to fit Desecrate in too, because you need a way to have corpses on bosses. I mean, what happens if we get rid of these 2 auras? Yeah. Maybe we just drop War Banner, fortunately. Where does that put us at? Weapon swap for Desecrate? Yeah, that's a good idea. That's fair. Yeah. Maybe we just run a 3-link General's Cry. Am I doing this right? For the count, this is how many of the dudes you'd have, right? So by default you have 1, but we're going to have 5 minions. I don't feel like they all attack at the same time, though. Hello, I plan to get into PoE since I love PoE 2 so much, and I've been wanting to make a Cyclone build for many years. Looking forward to your upgraded guide. Include leveling, because I have no idea. Yeah, I have all the trees in here for leveling, Bub, to help you out. So I have all these different trees here for how you level the build. They stagger, right? So I guess like on average you might have 2 hitting at a time, and not all 5. Probably 2 to 3, right? Let's say 2 on average. So maybe we run it like this with Desecrate on a weapon swap. Thanks, Mufa. Appreciate it. I stream on both Twitch and YouTube, same username. Instantly summons one, then summons the rest in sequence. Okay. Having to constantly weapon swap for Desecrate, it's going to feel really bad. On a map boss, I'm trying to avoid having to do like a weapon swap, press an ability swap. That just would feel bad for me. Let's look at the tree here. Hey bro, what's this Skull MTX in your recent vid? That's the like it's a Stygian MTX. I forget the name of it. It's like give me a second, I'll be able to tell you here. It's the Divine Stygian MTX is what you're looking for. No, they stagger, yeah. Corpses don't get consumed, so don't have to keep swapping unless you mean having to do it for every map boss. The corpses don't get consumed, so you just need to have corpses. I should probably read. You remember we were talking earlier about not reading skills? So they don't consume the corpse. You just have to have corpses present. Okay. So I guess it wouldn't be too bad. You would have to do your weapon swap, drop 2 Desecrates, swap back, and then just start spinning. I guess that's not terrible, and you can just keep Desecrate. I was thinking they consumed the corpses. That's my bad. So that means, yeah, even if you do a map boss, it's not terrible. I mean, it's just free damage, right? If we run this, it's just extra damage. Essentially, in your weapon, you're going to have a 3-link, which is your General's Cry setup, and then you're going to have just 3 auras that you run with it. I really would like to squeeze even more 1-link on it. Would be really dope. Gotcha. Do you think you'll do a Starcaller Cyclone? I'll look at stuff once we have the numbers for the ability, but right now I wouldn't know how to scale it. No problem, Chocolate. Enjoy the MTX. Yeah, it's just needed for the Warcry Pyre. What happens if I drop? Yeah. How can I make this work? If I drop War Banner, so much damage I lose. I guess I could manually cast Assassin's Mark. Your test was swapping to Cyclone earlier works. We update the POB. Yep. That's why I'm doing this test right now, is to play around with things. I'm thinking, as it stands, it makes sense to even run this as a 3-link because it's just free damage for 1 extra button push. Oh, I can't even use General Desecrate because I don't have the mana to do it. We have to pick up 3 points right here, which then gives us enough mana to use the skill. So you're saying I should run it with Auto Exert? We'd have to do urgent orders. Yeah, I think you'd have to do urgent orders to make it work. I think. So there's 2 ways to look at this. Dropping blood and sand and flesh and stone is a pretty big DPS loss. But say we were to like drop these 2 things and then run, say, Pride. Say we got rid of Mark on hit and we had to manually cast that. But we fit in like a Pride aura on the gloves now. So we can drop that here. So if we do that, then we could put 2 more links on General's Cry. I love the Cyclone like the Legion League. It's a big Cyclone. I hope this league is better. I think you run this as a 4-link like this, but then you keep Blood and Sand like this. With this, you've got pretty good burst damage with the Cyclone, or with the General's Cry. So we'd have... So you'd run 2 auras like this, with your 4-link General's Cry, and then you'd have your cast when damage taken with a Herald here. Well, Jung's doing a little bit stuff different than I'm doing it. And he probably picked up extra mana reservation on the tree. We're two different builds. I'm sure auto exert is better. The problem is that I don't have mana reservation to use it. I could drop Herald of Purity, and then that might give me enough mana to run this. Yeah, if I drop Herald, I could do this. And then I could, so now it's auto exert. Then we could move Flesh and Stone to where we had Herald and Purity. And then we could add a 5th link to General's Cry. So now you have a 5-link General's Cry running Blood and Sand. Flesh and Stone is moved over here. You've got your Cyclone. We actually end up with more mana than we had before, which means can we take these 3 points out? Yeah, so we can save those 3 points. So we actually didn't have to change the tree at all. So maybe something like that. Then you get something like that. Maybe. I really don't like... Why do I have multiple things here? I have... Okay, that's body armor, boots, gloves. Let's fix this like that. Assassin's Mark with life tap on War Banner. Do I even need life tap with Assassin's Mark anymore? We don't. Oh, this is dope. So then we can put a mark on hit back here. With our War Banner. Okay, so Blood and Sand with a 5-link on the weapon for General's Cry. Then you have your Desecrate on a weapon swap. Our cast when damage with our other aura. We have our Cyclone. We've got our mark back on mark on hit, so we don't have to self-cast it, which is really nice. Essentially, when you run in to do like a beefy boss, you would swap Desecrate, swap back, and then you would just drop your War Banner and start spinning. It's a couple buttons to press, but it does give us several million more DPS. The other thing The other thing I wanted to do is try to fit a leap slam into the more advanced trees. We're really using up all of our sockets here. Hmm. I probably don't need a life tap anymore on this guy either. Dope, which means we can now run Blood and Sand here. And we can 6-link the GC. Don't have enough mana. Why was that not causing an issue? Oh, because I have double Blood and Sand. Okay. Yeah, so now this means I can just run a 6-link GC. Okay. So we got a 6-link GC with our weapon swap for Desecrate. The only thing that would make this perfect is if I could figure out a way to fit Leap Slam on here, because Leap Slam is nice. We do have Frostblink, which, if you didn't know, Frostblink doesn't disrupt Cyclone, so when you Frostblink from pack to pack and you're still spinning, it doesn't stop you spinning. But obviously Leap Slam would stop you from spinning. But it's nice to have 2 movement skills. But yeah, we effectively added like 7 or 8 million DPS to the build with a General's Cry setup now with auto exertion. We are getting a mana warning on Assassin's Mark now though. Might have to pick up these 3 points just to have the reservation space free. Yeah, I think this could be a thing. That is true. You could just 5-link it and throw Desecrate on the weapon. I do kind of agree with you, Viv, that the quality of life of not having a weapon swap is probably worth losing the 1 link. Because like 19 million damage is like more than enough for whatever you're going to do. I do think that's a pretty... And then you don't have to deal with a weapon swap. I think we're getting somewhere here. The only thing I don't like about this is we are like almost at 100 points with this tree, and it's hard for me to think of what I would trim here. Yeah, I can't really decide on what points I'd want to trim on the tree. Because we got to relabel this now like a much more heavy point investment for this kind of a setup. Like losing endurance charges is going to feel bad. I guess you have to just cut damage somewhere a little bit. Always trim life. Yeah. I don't like doing that though. I guess this puts us at like 96 points. My old tree was 95 for these changes. This could be something here. I think that until you have the unique brace, the unique gloves, and replica badge of the Brotherhood, so that you can scale your fortification to like 40 plus stacks, I don't think champion is going to be better. Because when you look at champion, right, essentially, champion is now going to give you enemies taunted by you take 20% increased damage, right? Because now this has taunt on hit. That's the revise, and it's moved here instead of right here. So it's just a 2 Ascendancy point investment. But you also get 20% more damage with hits and ailments against unique enemies. You get Coal from Slayer. You get increased AoE and strike range. You get up to 15% more damage based on proximity to enemies. All you're getting with champion is this 20% increased damage in the impale node, and then you get the benefit of attack speed from the fortification stacks, right? Now, without any uniques, you can get 26 fortification from the tree if you take these 4 points right here. But that's 18% increased attack speed. In my head, this 20% increased damage, 18% increased attack speed from this, and this one Impale Ascendancy doesn't give you the quality of life of Coal. Increased attack speed also from this, increased movement speed, increased 20% more damage, not increased damage, 20% more damage, which is a way higher multiplier than just increased. 10% more damage if you killed recently, increased AoE, increased accuracy, plus the leech, not to mention the leech and the damage reduction from here. So I think the damage is just considerably less on champion versus Slayer. However, once you get the unique gloves and you get the unique amulet, I think once you have those two things and you have like 40 or 42 stacks of fortification and not just 26, right? Because you're only getting the benefit after 20 stacks, not, you know what I mean? So it's just 6 versus 22 with the uniques. So people have to run the numbers. I think with all the uniques and all the bells and whistles, champion at late game will be nice. But you got to remember, like, everyone's playing champion next weekend. You absolutely need those gloves and that amulet in order to scale the damage with fortification, because you're not getting really anything out of 6 stacks here. That's not doing it. So how many people are going to be looking to buy those gloves? And those gloves also roll anywhere from +1 to +10 fortification. So if you want a decent pair of gloves with the right roll on it, how many divines is that going to cost you? And how much is that amulet going to be? Because those 2 items are mandatory. And the other problem you run on champion is you're incentivized not to take Unwavering Stance. Because you're going to use probably Perseverance Belt, you want to scale both your evasion and your armor. If you take Unwavering Stance to become stun immune, then you have no stun immunity. And I really don't recommend playing Cyclone without stun immunity. Isn't champion's increase not a multiplier that applies after the default increased and more? So the way that the champion's Ascendancy notes read. Let me just pull these up real quick. The Unstoppable Hero Ascendancy passive skill no longer causes nearby allies, blah, blah, blah. It now grants 3% more armor and evasion, which is huge, right? You're getting a lot, per fortification above 20. And 3% increased attack speed per fortification above 20. So the first 20 stacks of fortification give you absolutely nothing for damage. And you can only get 6 from the tree. And you have to get, like, unique armor, or I think the new rare helmet from Mercenaries. You have to get those items to scale the fortification. So the only damage you're getting from that Ascendancy is 18% increased attack speed if you take those points on the tree for the extra 6 stacks of fortification. 18% increased attack speed is not good when you're talking about an Ascendancy. When you're comparing it to Slayer and you get, for instance, on Headsman, 10% increased attack speed when you kill a rare unique enemy, 10% increased movement speed, you get a flat 20%. When they hit 20% life, you just cull them and instantly kill them. It is increased damage. It's not more damage. There's a difference in Path of Exile, right, between increased and more. Increased damage is not a lot. I believe it is the default increased, yeah. Whenever you read anything in this game, it's very specific. There's a reason why, right, for instance here, it says 10% more damage if you've killed recently. They're very clear when they write these things, and when POB calculates it, it doesn't equate the same. I'm actually curious. We can test it right now, so let's do that. If I go into POB here, before I put my foot in my mouth, because you may be right. So enemies take, let me get the line right. Enemies taunted by you take 20% increased damage. Okay, so we have this now, right? So our damage is sitting at 19 million. I'm going to go ahead and toggle on taunt. So it goes up about 3 million, right? Now let's add a tag in here. You may be right. Okay, so it looks like it's about 1.5 million shorter. So it does look like it scales a little bit better. But my question is, what is 10% more damage? So we could look at it like this. Enemies taunted by you take 20% increased damage is about the same as Slayer's 10% more damage if you've killed recently. But you also get 20% more damage with hits and ailments against unique enemies. So if we're talking about a boss, right? Like we're going to go fight a boss, you're going to definitely get your 20% increased damage from champion. But you're also going to get 20% more damage as a Slayer. So this one Ascendancy right here gives me more damage on a boss than Worthy Foe. So this is already just instantly better than this. 100% better. And because we're Slayer and we're playing hit and crit cap, the evasion thing means nothing to me. So if we're just talking about pure damage, Slayer beats out Champion. We get more damage from this one node than this gives us. We instantly cull anything at 20% with this, plus increased attack and movement speed when we're mapping. Better AoE. Better damage the closer. We also get 15% more damage to enemies based on proximity. So if we're right up on a boss, now we're doing 15% more damage. So now this becomes 35% for a Slayer. Yeah. I think the only way you make Champion work is you have to have those uniques. And you have to be able to scale the fortification. No, you're absolutely right. I stand corrected. It is different than what I thought. But it is unfortunately still not as good as what I think people are going to believe. Yeah, I think this might be a thing. I think what I might do is try running with this. So really the only thing that changed here so when we go to boss now, we just drop Desecrate, and then we start spinning. And we gained about 5 to 6 million damage on the build. It's pretty good. And we also got to keep the benefit of going block with the staff. So we still have our 65% and 65% spell and attack block, which is going to feel really good. It could, yeah. I don't know how expensive they're going to be on trade, but it absolutely could be better. Alright, so I think this is the setup I'm going to go with. So we're just going to work on our General's Cry being a link on our staff. We'll keep our Cyclone on our body, and then we're just going to kind of scale everything else out around it and see how this plays. Not a bad discovery here. So this means now I got to make some notes on things we've discovered today. So Spectral Throw instead of Crossblades until Sunder at level 12. Yeah, I mean, if we look at like my RT tree here, you could easily let's see, weapon, I have my Cyclone in the weapon. What do I have in the body? Just auras? Yeah, we could move some stuff around here and make this also work as a GC. The only problem about this is the ability. It does mean that this is more of a personal thing, right? It doesn't matter if you're playing trade, but it does mean for me I'm gonna have to farm lab. I'm gonna have to farm lab anyways for Cyclone of Tumult, but it means I'm really gonna want to farm lab for Tectonic Cataclysm Slam. Cause I don't think yeah. I guess Sunder's not a bad gem to use in place of Tectonic Slam of Cataclysm. So I can just run Sunder until I get the Transfigured gem from Lab. Obviously, you know, this one's better. But I can just run Sunder instead until then. So maybe this is the level 90, but on this one we just can put... Oh, we'll go ahead and put the Transfigured one anyways. Melee Fizz and Pulverize. Do you know when POB will be updated for 3.26? Probably, depending on how testing goes with this, I would like to level this character to maps and then do some stuff with it and see how it feels, and then I'll probably update the POB with the stuff I'm doing right now. My latest video yesterday has the most updated POB, but incorporating General's Cry and the testing I'm doing right now, that would probably be a couple days for me to fine-tune some things, because I also want to fix the early leveling trees based off of things I'm testing. Hey, appreciate it, Grimshire. Oh, when the program will be updated. So typically, Path of Building lags a bit, so they need the gem info to be released by GGG, and they typically don't do that till a few days before the league. Like maybe Wednesday next week, they'll release all the actual gem information for the changes, and then they have to recode everything. It's usually a couple days after the league start that POB updates. I think in 3.25 it took a couple days to a week before there was a good updated Path of Building. I haven't used General's Cry before, let alone with Cyclone. Can you explain what the gameplay would look like in conjunction with Cyclone? Oh, so like actual numbers for each gym level? Yeah, so basically in a couple days, they're gonna release like another not a patch notes, but a post basically that will say, okay, here's all the gym changes, and they'll actually have like the numerical data and everything. And then the people that work on Path of Building will go in and fix all the Lua files and do all the stuff to update the app basically. And that usually takes several days. Yeah, so the gameplay is pretty much I can show you real quick. I'll swap back over to my character. So I'm not going to start the timer up because I'm just going to demonstrate this real quick. But essentially, you drop your Desecrate, so there's corpses nearby, and then General's Cry is on auto exertion, and it spawns the minions that do the ability. So you just spin to win, basically, and as corpses form, your General's Cry spawns minions that then run around and attack everything. And then when you get to a boss, you just drop Desecrate, so there's corpses there, so it can spawn and attack the boss while you're, fighting. Not just 1 and 20 level like in patch notes. Yeah, they'll have like the full scaling of the gems. And then that'll allow the and there's also other stuff. So it typically takes it usually, at least for the last couple leagues, Path of Building is not ready and updated before the league launches, so you have to kind of like wait a bit. It's only for bossing. Yeah, so you just need Desecrate, so there's corpses around the boss so they can spawn. But when you're mapping, you just spin. You shouldn't ever have to pop Desecrate. They'll just spawn off the corpses that you leave behind. Essence mark on hit, war banner. That's right, we're not crit yet. Lift tap. Move. Yeah, no problem. We gotta move these 3 gems elsewhere. And also figure out mana. I'm not going to be going champion initially. I'm still going to play Slayer. I don't think champion is going to be worthwhile until you get the uniques to be able to scale fortification. I think Slayer has better raw damage as Ascendancy points out the gate. And you're going to need a lot of gear to make, not a lot of gear, but you're going to need expensive gear to make champion better than Slayer, in my opinion. At least for Cyclone. That's right, we drop Herald of Purity. That's not a thing we're going to run anymore. Okay, so now we just have, yeah, the body armor. So then we just got to move Pride and Blood Rage, which is easy enough. We can put one on each of these. We can put Pride here. Bit from this. And then our Blood Rage over here. Alright, so we've got a 5-link General's Cry set up now. The Desecrate, we got our cast wind damage taken with our other 2 auras. We got our Cyclone set up. We're still using Poacher's Mark because we haven't gone crit yet with Mark on Hit, Warbanner, Blood Rage, and we've got our movement skills. Well, mana's fixed now. We're not running Herald of Purity on the build anymore on either the crit version or, yeah, so we don't need Herald of Purity. We're giving up that aura, but we're in return we're getting a skill, right, that gives us several million more DPS, so we're okay with that. And on the 90 tree, we dropped Herald, which gives us the mana back, essentially. Yeah, we gain some extra damage. Obviously, you know, Resolute technique is still not crit, so your damage isn't going to be amazing, but yeah, you can totally run this, and then when you go crit, everything just gets better. I think mercenaries are going to fill that role for us, right? So animated guardian, the problem. So Connor did a video on this. I don't know if you've ever played a minion build, but in order for minions to survive, you have to invest heavily into your tree. You have to pick up things like Indomitable Army, so that when they move, bleeding doesn't do anything. They have additional LE resist, additional physical damage reduction. You sometimes have to pick up Grave Intentions so that they have chaos resistance and they gain max life as energy shield. You always have to go for stuff like extra minion life here, minions regen 1% life per second, etc. Nothing that is a minion modifier affects mercenaries. And because we're not playing a minion build, we're not taking any of that stuff up there. So if we run an animated guardian, it's going to die pretty much instantly. Because we're not... when you play minion builds, you have to invest so much into the tree to buff them. So animated guardian would just die. And mercenaries in particular, if you don't, because we can, like, they're going to kind of have pseudo skill trees and skills and actual gear and stuff. We're going to have to actually build our mercenaries pretty defensively. Like, they're probably going to have to be resistance capped with their gear. They're probably going to, etc. It's not, I think if you just throw a bunch of uniques on a mercenary to just buff you or do things, the mercenary is going to die pretty quickly. Can you use link skills in your merc? I don't know. I guess we'll find out next week. I don't know if anyone's asked GGG yet, but they're not a minion. And minion modifiers don't work on them. I don't know if link skills have to only work on another player or minion. says allied player, so maybe mercs count as an allied player, and you can do a link on them. Okay, so I think we have our updated 90 trees for both Resolute Technique and Crit. We have incorporated General's Cry. Played Poison SRS and Bam a lot. I just thought Brutal Pelt would be enough to guard to survive even without HP nodes. I mean, you'll be able to test it out next weekend. I would suspect on like regular maps and stuff, they'll probably be fine. But if you're like going to be running like some juice T17s, you know, with like crazy mods and explicit modifiers and all kinds of stuff going on, I don't know how well they're going to hold up. Just missing that leap slam, sadly. Yeah, that's the thing that's missing on our 90 crit build. And I think the problem... I mean, it should be pretty much identical. What am I doing differently? I think it's because we have to run precision. And I think because I'm having to run precision with arrogance so that we get hit capped on the crit build, those two sockets, right, are what we were using for leap slam and faster attacks. I don't really want to give up Frostblink because Frostblink lets you teleport around the map while you're spinning, and you don't want to lose that when you're playing Cyclone. I'm trying to think real hard about how we can fit a leap slam in here. Well, there's also the fact that we could get accuracy on our gear, right? So, like on my items here, instead of having adds, accuracy is a suffix. So that might actually still be hard to do. I don't know about implicits. I think Eldritch implicits might have it. Like I have here increased global accuracy. Maybe on... I really don't want to give up aura stuff on the chest. Yeah, honestly, you could do that. You could run an unset ring. That's a smart idea. That's actually really good. You don't get the benefit of faster attacks, but you still have leap slam. I wonder how leap slam feels without faster attacks. Because we're a melee build scaling in a lot of attack speed, it should still feel fine, I guess. We get some attack speed here. We actually don't get really anything from the tree. Now that I look at it, we get a little bit over here. And we do get attack speed from our Ascendancy and stuff. Faster attacks gives us... how much? 44 increased attack speed. That's godly. I guess I could move... Ooh, how would I do this on the 90 crit? Yeah, that is fair. Could look at it in the calculations. Okay. So without... I guess it's not that bad. 1.61 seconds versus essentially half a second. That can't be that humanly noticeable. 2 attacks per second versus 1.63 attacks per second. I feel like that's worth just running it in an unset ring. Obviously, we're going to want life and basically resistances on this guy. Like lightning resist. Well, you can always craft on lightning and chaos on this particular configuration. So you just go with, I don't know, increased attack speed, like a life attack speed ring or something. It's probably going to be way easier to find something that just has resistance on it. And you just craft on like fire and chaos or something to bring that chaos resistance up. Pretty good. Then we have our unset ring where we can slide in a leap slam. I don't know if you can't do that particular one, but basically Katarina uniques will now have their own pool of mods that are separate from, I guess, the regular stuff. So potentially yes. I don't know if like attributes are also going to be something you can't unveil. That could be a thing. Alright, so now we got Leap Slam back on the build. What's up, Jamie? I don't think Champion is going to be good until you have like ways to scale fortification. So we were talking about this earlier. Champion gives you... They're moving this node from here to here. So say you were to pick up this node, you get, enemies take 20% increased damage. So enemies taunted by you take 20% increased damage. I can spell damage correctly. So basically, if you have this mod for damage and we enable taunt, we're at like 22. So we went up about 3 million damage. However, Slayer on this first node gives you 20% more damage with hits against unique enemies. So if we just do 20% more damage, we get almost 1 million more than the Champion Ascendancy. So this 1 damage Ascendancy isn't as good as a Slayer Ascendancy. The only other benefit you have is this Impale node, which does give you quite a bit of damage. However, you get similar damage from Headsman, but you also get the benefit of Coal. So when something's 20% life, you just instantly kill it. You don't have to keep fighting it. You also get increased AoE and accuracy. You get more damage the closer you are to an enemy with this one. The only other thing you can get from champion is scaling the fortification. However, unless you have all the uniques and everything, the only extra fortification you can get is from this right here. So you have 6 extra stacks of fortification, which equates to 18% increased attack speed. 18% increased attack speed is not as good as 15% more melee damage to enemies when you're right on top of them. That's way less damage. So I think you go Slayer at the beginning if you want to play Cyclone, and then once you have the uniques and you can do stuff with like some investment and do stuff, then I think you could play Champion and see how numerically it scales out. But it doesn't, the numbers don't line up for me. Like on a league starter, when you're going to have to get an uber pair of gloves with a perfect roll on them that are going to cost dozens of divines probably, because everyone's playing Champion, right? So are you going to have 30 divines on day 2 or day 3 to pick up, a really nice rolled pair of those gloves? Then you got to get the replica badge of Brotherhood, which is also going to be expensive. I think it's going to be great to try once you have those things, right? Once you have the money to buy them on trade or you farm them, I think it's definitely worth trying. And it's probably going to be tankier and do similar damage to Slayer. I think you'll have similar damage to Slayer, and it will be far tankier. But I don't understand on a league starter the first few days how the average player is going to have access to those items when everyone is playing Champion. You can respec Ascendancy as long as it's the same class. So all you have to do is run the lab. You just run Labyrinth, and when you get to the end, when you get to the Ascendancy altar, you can repick your Ascendancy. They don't let you do it in PoE 2, but you can do it in PoE 1. Okay, so this was pretty good. We got Leap Slam back on the build. And we fed in General's Cry. It's pretty good. I'm going to go ahead and save this tree. This will be a work in progress because I need to go back and actually fix some of the earlier leveling trees based on stuff today. Did they finally update PoE 2? Was that the latest patch update where you can change ascendancies? Because for the longest time, to be fair, I haven't played PoE 2 for a few months now. That's my plan. I'm playing SSF, so the plan for me will be to farm those items up over time, and then if I want to try out Champion, I will. On trade, you just could go Slayer, right? And then you don't even have to farm the items. You can just farm currency and buy them on trade. Although I expect, since everyone is playing Champion, those two uniques are mandatory for Champion. There's no world in which you're playing Champion that you're not using those 2 uniques. It doesn't matter what your build is, because the whole idea is you're scaling fortification for the extra armor, evasion, and attack speed. So every single Champion player on trade, no matter what their build is going for those gloves, and they're going for that amulet. So just keep that in mind, that if you're going to buy those things on trade, you're competing against every Champion player. Those are mandatory uniques. Well, you're going to either be farming a lot of Uber Exarch, or you're going to be saving up like dozens of divines for those uniques. Some players can generate that currency in a couple days. For most PoE players, though, I think most PoE players, if they've ever seen more than 30 divine, I'd be surprised. Like the general player, I'd be surprised if they've ever had more than 30 divine. Actually, I had a question about that champ evade node. You still need some accuracy, right, to proc the first taunt? It's worded that monsters you taunt can't evade. You now taunt on hit, but if your hits don't have 100% accuracy, yes, it's possible your first couple hits could miss. I would assume that's the case, but I'm not going to say that's 100% the case, but your logic makes sense to me. Do you think it's possible to start as a two-handed smite jug and farm basic armor stack or gear on that? Sure. I don't see why not. Yeah, you can. Yeah, that seems fine to me. And jug is where you'd want to play an armor or play like strength stacking. Alright guys, I think we revised the trees and we have a good idea of how we can fit General's Cry in now. And we also figured out mana and we also figured out keeping Leap Slam on our main build. Or at least the 90 crit tree, which is really, really nice. We actually really, I think, improved the build today. I mean, you should have it. I don't think you can ignore it completely, but yeah, that'll be interesting. I'm sure people will have more information on that once the Ascendancy's out, right? Because you got to kind of wait for the Ascendancy out to have the taunt on hit on it, and then see like how that works. But it does sound like you have to be able to hit them first to activate it. It does kind of make that line, that modifier, seem irrelevant in a sense, because yeah, it's almost like a catch-22. I think two-hander smite can farm. Smite is a pretty strong skill. I don't know about playing it on jug, but smite itself is perfectly fine. I usually see it on other classes, but what I would recommend you do is you go to poe.ninja and look at the builds listed there and see if anyone was playing a smite jug. See if they, you know, so you can, how can I demonstrate this? Yeah, I would go to just poe.ninja, the website. There's a builds tab, and then you can look at different weeks of the 3.25 league, and you can search by skill and class and see if anyone was playing a smite jug. And that's kind of how I would look at that. Alright guys, I'm going to go use the restroom real quick, and then when I get back, I'm going to go back to leveling, and we're going to push forward now as a General's Cry wrapped up into the build. I'll be right back. Alrighty. I actually feel pretty good about this now. Here we go. Fist of War Sport. That was the name of the gem that I was trying to remember earlier that you would use with Sunder. Actually, I wonder if that is something that can be used by my General Cry dudes. All right. Once you get the builds all settled, I'll do a practice run to shake off the rust. Been a while since I fired up Huey. Gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, I think the plan is hopefully we got a little derailed at making some major changes to the build today. Although the build looks like it's getting a lot better than I already thought it could be. So my plan is going to be to try to have an updated POV, maybe post it as an update comment on my main video tomorrow. Yeah.
My spirit is spent. You die rather well.
Can I explain why staff and not sword or axe? Sure. That's because we're going for the nodes that scale block on this build. So this is a block build. So we go for a lot of the staff nodes that provide additional block, both attack and spell block. We then go for like versatile combatant in conjunction with some other stuff so that we can get block cap for both attack and spell block. That is the general idea. Once I hit 37, we can use the really double fizz DPS staff, and that should be a lot smoother. Don't have to level this crate too. Gotta remember that. Now the real question is, what MTX can I get for General's Cry? That is the most that's actually the most important question of the day. Everything else doesn't really matter. How well can I get it to fit in with the rest of my MTX? Where is, I really hope it wasn't all the way over there. Yep. It's a shame I gotta run back all the way this way. Not over here? Or am I... Should be in this area, right? Am I crazy? Or is it the next zone? I always thought it was level 2. What's up, Firelord?
Go where you are needed.
Just my chat screen here. Okay. Actually, let's try working towards Resolute technique. And I'm trying to just remember where I was at with everything. Okay. Mind sharing the PB you're working on when you get a moment? Yeah, I can do it right now. Keep in mind, this only has the 90 Resolute technique and the 90 crit tree updated. I haven't updated the leveling trees or the super expensive investment version tree yet. Will you be updating my Vow Arc Ignite for a new league? I really like how you present the build. It seems like a very new league, starter friendly. I think everything in that is pretty much okay now to take at face value. I will say, based on some stuff, Vow Arc Ignite got kind of nerfed a little bit in some ways. But my attention right now is kind of mostly focused on working on my Cyclone, because this is what I'm going to be playing in a couple days when the new league comes out. But we need a bleed blast too. Thanks everybody for the subs and follows today. I know there's been a lot of those that have been coming in. I very much appreciate it, including Mark who just subbed. Thank you. Yeah, we need to get that new staff equipped in half a level. It's gonna be a lot of damage. Also, getting Cyclone on a 4-link will be nice too.
Oh, Jules, you're so cute when you're bewildered.
Okay. Little bubbles do damage. It is kind of cool how they just like constantly respawn. Yeah, auto exertion is 100% the play for sure.
My beautiful champion. I knew I could rely on you.
What is the idea of leveling with Cyclone Slayer, then changing to champion? You'd use the same skill, right?
That it was
Ideally, yeah. I think nothing would change really too much with the gem setup. Just your gear would change to make champion scale. But you're going to need some pretty expensive uniques to be able to play champion, I think, effectively. Not what I would call probably League starter friendly. Let's grab this waypoint. Alright, so we lost like 30 or 40 minutes on the efficiency of the run today, but we did do some major build changes, so there's that. Be able to see how this all feels shortly.
now you are simply gorgeous. Slice away the Slice away the
So the corpses have to be pretty close to her in order to effectively do their thing.
Give in to grace.
I gotta stop leveling that thing.
Flattery will get you nowhere with me, lady.
Less than a bar. There it is. Now we can put our better staff on, but actually we have to color it. Make it use Blade Flurry instead of Sunder for the General's Cry. Blade Flurry? Okay. Isn't that what Jung's doing with Volcanic Fissure? Wonder what act I get Blade Flurry from.
Anything you need, just ask.
Actually, I'm curious if I look at the POB. How does that scale out? I don't think I have the weapon to be able to use Blade Flurry. Because they have to be able to... Don't they use your weapon? Is it just a plan for leveling or a game spec as well? Well... Don't I need to have a one-handed sword or claw or something to be able to make Blade Flurry work? Or can I use a two-hand... Can I use like a two-hander weapon and use that? Do you share your thoughts on General Cry, or is it just a plan for leveling? I'd like to fit it into the main build, and it looks like when I revised my POVs a few minutes ago that that's possible. So the plan is to try to actually make it a part of the build. It's just a damage increaser. Yeah, I don't think we can do Blade Flurry with this build, because I'm doing staff for my Cyclone.
Yes.
But Tectonic, I think Sunder is gonna end up being okay. Yeah, I just gotta figure stuff out, Jamie. That's the point of doing these runs, is revise the POB, make changes, try to make things as best as possible for next week. But I think I was running a bunch of ores in them, but I did like shift a bunch of stuff around. But I was running a lot of stuff on life tap and yeah, my original POB for my video yesterday kind of gives you an idea of what you could do with those slots if you weren't doing what I'm doing right now. Alright, my damage should be significantly better, because we just doubled our staff damage basically. Especially once we get like a 4-link going on this thing. Should try to fit a Frostblink on here right now, because I can't actually move when I'm using Cyclone unless I stop to Leap Slam, which is the benefit of a Frostblink. We have no Chaos Resistance either. Yep, I watched the vid I leak started with your Settler's Guide last week too. Nice. Yeah, I think this is actually going to turn out to be a really good league because our gems got buffed, and if I can get General's Cry to work in this, that's just an extra damage, passive damage in the background while we're doing single target fights and stuff. It's pretty damn good. Kind of want to see how much damage these guys do just on their own. Okay. Thoughts on the Cyclone Reap, given that Reap was also buffed? I know it's quite a different setup because you need to accommodate for that life drain from Reap. Yeah, I don't see why you couldn't do something like Cyclone Reap. We just have to figure out, like you said, the life drain. Didn't Mathil do like a Cyclone Reap or something like that in 3.25? Ooh, we have a better staff. Okay.
So that this world might be bathed in glory.
Now, exile!
Oh. Get my rotation down.
Now, exile!
Yeah, I'm gonna say boss damage is pretty good. Pretty good. All we gotta do is get a Frostblink on this guy. Stop running into stuff on the ground. Also need like much better life flasks. Oh, I should probably start my timer back up. Spacing.
Now, let us see if you truly understand what it means to be Nightmare. I gave my life. Nightmare gave me so much more. accept the gift of immortality. Nightmare is the true eternal. Why are you so in love with death? You are being selfish. You are being selfish.
If you're not doing like really hard content, yeah, you can swap over to sand. It gives you the more defense for sure. Never lucky. Okay.
This is not exactly how I pictured my triumphant return to Ori.
So are staffs used just to make the build more tanky? Yep, that's the idea. We use the staffs just to essentially scale block. Which, keep in mind, you're not seeing any of that right now because we don't have any investment on our skill tree yet into block, so we're just using a weapon basically right now. Although staffs by default have an implicit for like blocking attack or spells or whatever, so you get a little bit of that. But yeah, we're just basically using it to scale defense. a Resolute technique. Let's go. So happy. We're finally there. Okay, fire resistance is the worst thing right now. Plus 8 to life. Rip. I don't think so. My build does a lot of damage with staffs. I'd say it's pretty good. Yeah, you can immediately feel the power of Resolute technique. It is so good once you spec into it. Thanks, Tay, for the sub. Much appreciated. You know, I gotta really pick up Frostblank. It's not so important when you're leveling just a Sunder or something, but now that we're Cyclone, we really need a way to move while we're still spinning. It's like almost noticeably bad not to have that. Hey, we're rich.
Not my proudest trophy.
A flower rip, yeah.
I see the ugliness of warriors fun creatures.
Movement is the only thing keeping me from selling on a build at the moment. Yeah. I feel that. Just gotta do whatever you feel is best, you know? Whatever you feel like playing. To me, this reminds me very much. My first, it's not worth swapping to a different gem for bossing. Shockwave is fine. I mean, you could ideally, like, and do something a bit more single target. If you're doing, like, maybe real bosses, it could be worth it. Yeah, prod, for sure. But definitely, like, for just I'd say anything out of, like, Uber Pinnacle bosses, it's just not worth swapping a gem over. Uber Pinnacles, could be, for sure. Yeah, so my first action RPG was actually Diablo 3. I never played, and I'm old enough to have played Diablo 2 and stuff like that, but I didn't play PC games a lot in the 90s. So D3 was my first real action RPG. I played it back in 2010 when it came out, and my favorite build was Whirlwind, you know? Even to this day, like, I know D3 just had Season 35 come out yesterday, and I might spin that up actually and play it on the side because I do it for the nostalgic factor. I just kind of really still enjoy, you know, blasting that for like a day or two and just, you know, having a little bit of fun. I usually play it on hardcore. But that's why I like Cyclone so much, is it just reminds me of when I was younger playing D3, just blasting with Whirlwind Barb and stuff. It's very much brings me back to that. Yep, yeah, so it just very much is reminiscent of that playstyle. And I really want this to be in PoE 2. This would make me so happy. I think it's gonna be in PoE 2. The class just isn't in yet, but yeah, this skill is just so. This and Whirlwind really hit the sweet spot for me when it comes to playing an action RPG. I also really enjoy minion builds. Those are like the two things I really enjoy in this game. You can play that all day long. PD2 has something like this? Okay. Yeah, I saw people playing Project Diablo 2. It's hard for me to get past the graphics, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not like usually a snob when it comes to stuff like that, but it is pretty... And I know they've touched things up, it's just a little too much for me. I don't have the nostalgic factor to draw me back into it like it does for some people. Have I ever played hardcore PoE? Yeah, I play hardcore PoE every league. I typically don't do it on league launch because I'm not like a particularly good hardcore player. I generally make it past the campaign and die sometimes in maps because I'm just like doing dumb stuff. I have killed like Uber Elder before on hardcore, but that was a while ago. That was actually so long ago. That's back when Uber Elder was like actual in-game stuff. Yeah, I will probably be playing hardcore again this league at some point, for sure. We actually have this staff that we can use at 41 that I'm pretty excited about. Oh, dude, if they could update Project Diablo 2 to have like, in my opinion, decent graphics, yeah, I'd be all over it. Yeah, I think this. Although Mercs might help you out with doing HC a bit, actually. If you can get like an aura bot going, so you can run some stuff on it to beef up your character a bit. Could be pretty good, actually. We're actually going to go ahead and go to town real quick, so I want to get this staff up and running. So this has more base damage than this, and it also can be crafted on at our bench craft. We have a couple of these we can throw on here. Now we have a 200 fizz DPS staff, and we can bench craft it. Finish every campaign with 200 to 300 deaths. Holy moly. Yeah, that's a lot. That is a lot. Alright, we've got a 223 fizz DPS staff. That's actually kind of crazy, I'm not gonna lie. What resistance is looking like. We need lightning, pretty bad. Okay. And we need fire, pretty bad. Worst possible fire roll I could possibly get. Maybe lightning now, be good. I think a Merc with a Link skill on them could be a huge, assuming they stay near you with the human player and stuff, because two people think independently. Yeah, as long as the Merc's AI keeps it next to you, it could be really good, actually, for sure. Alright, we've got a much better staff now, so let's go. It's a crazy weapon, actually, for this early in the campaign. say the damage is pretty good. I'd say the damage is pretty good.
This is new.
Yeah, definitely keeping Desecrate on the main hand weapon to not have to swap, because the Desecrates, it feels like they need to be within range of your character to spawn these bros. So...
They saved me the trouble of burning this place down.
My 41? Yeah, we can breeze past all this stuff.
I wanted to raise the place, but this is just excessive. I would be incredibly light.
Once Kita
Ooh, that's a nice light flask. Take that.
Lounged.
Okay.
Whatever happened to a good old-fashioned
had a 5-course meal and 6 pints. Yeah. We made some changes to the build, Josh. I don't know if you saw any of them, but I wrapped General's Cry up into it, and I edited my POBs for the 90 Resolute technique and 90 crit version to also have General's Cry, and it's pretty big significant damage increase. Didn't have to change the core mechanics of the build either, so we're still using staves and blocking and all that. It's doing more damage now. And it also lets us go Cyclone early on. Because what Cyclone's missing purely as an early on level skill is like good single target, which General's Cry kind of solves early on for us. Nice, is that Joan Baron? Do you carry the General's Cry into maps for leveling? No, we're gonna do General's Cry in the actual build. It's basically what Jung did, with the exception, I don't think Jung went into like blocking and stuff the way I'm doing it in my build. So I don't think he goes for max spell and attack block. Our build does. Otherwise, it's the same concept that he came up with, running General's Cry with Cyclone. So we run General's Cry on a 5-link in our staff, and then run Desecrate in the staff so that we don't have to do a weapon swap. We do a 6-link Cyclone in our chest, and then we just have our gem setups for everything else. I did have to swap to an unset ring on my crit version so that we could fit Leap Slam in still, along with Frostblink.
Yes? Yeah. Freedom comes to them. Remember, we do this for freedom.
So I can show that off real quick. We have essentially, this is our level 90 tree, and we've got General's Cry and a 5-link here with Desecrate and the staff. Helm has our cast when damage taken set up and some auras. Cyclone in our chest. Our gloves has our mark on hit with our Blood Rage and War Banner. Then boots have our Leap Slam with Frostblink and another aura. On the crit version, because we have to run precision for our hit cap, we have to slot Leap Slam into a ring here just to get it to work nice. So that's the sacrifice. We get rid of Herald of Purity, but we're gaining so much more damage with General's Cry passively running in the background. So, you know, I kind of look at it this way, like Herald Purity gave us damage, but also some minions. We get like several million more DPS with General's Cry slapping stuff for us. So it's a fair trade-off.
A worthy opponent.
Yeah, we trade one for the other, basically.
Now seems a good time to question my life.
Ooh. We ate that hit. Not a bad Kitava.
The flame of hope may flicker, but it cannot be extinguished.
Okay.
Is this what losing a fight feels like?
What do resistances look like? Yeah, it's not the worst, I guess. Not the best.
Back to where it all began.
I don't want to pop that. I'm going full Ritual this week, never done it before, otherwise I'll switch to Harvey. What's your money-making strategy? I actually did Ritual as my money-making strategy at the beginning of 3.25, and then I swapped to boss map farming and boss frags farms. It's not Act 10, dude, that's Act 5. It's not as fast as you think. We also lost like 30 minutes at least, because I took time to essentially redo the build and fit in General's Cry and stuff. I was anticipating probably, I want to say, I don't know, 6 hours to do all 10 acts, but it's going to probably be 6 to 7 now because I had to stop to hopefully make the build better. Hopefully make the build better is how I'm looking at it. It's feeling pretty good. Dude, I really kind of like these bros running around with you. It feels like a minion build. It's kind of fun. It's like the best of both worlds. I love Cyclone and I love minion builds. Exploding crystals of death. That's what those are. Yeah. That would be a world record. Actually, didn't somebody do it in like 10 or under 3 hours? Pretty sure it's been done in under 3 hours. Did I not do the mission? What's going on here? Did I not get it from Lily? Oh my gosh. We gotta clear it again. Or maybe now it'll tell me what I'm missing. I don't know if this bugged out or not. You have to manually spawn the minions? No, so they spawn from the corpses that are nearby. However, if you don't have any corpses nearby, then you have to use Desecrate to drop some, but they don't consume the corpses. So there just needs to be corpses around for them to spawn.
Time and tide went to no man.
Nice, we got our Corrupted Blood Flask. Yeah, so while you're vapping, they're just gonna spawn after you kill the first set of whatever. Or you can drop a Desecrate. But there has to be corpses nearby, and they don't last forever. They have a duration. Hey, good night, dude. Yep, just Desecrate for bossing. That's it. Thanks, Trout, for the follow.
Or a good free ride.
Thanks, Moosh, for the follow. Oh, Chaos Resistance. What? Hold on to that. I need to get my Frostbite because I keep hitting my key that I normally am like my muscle memory is like that's my leap bound key or my leap slam key. And instead I'm spawning Desecrates. It's kind of funny actually. That's that no fire resist coming in right there. I guess the only thing that's kind of interesting about these guys is they don't really target whatever you're targeting. They just target like whatever. If there's one thing there, it's kind of fine. But if there's like multiple things there, it's like, it's not. Ooh, that got spicy. And the death grade has to be relatively close to your position just to work. I have a I've incorporated General's Cry into the build. Yeah, I don't think this will be as good as what you probably did on Pharisha, but it's definitely, I think, going to be an improvement overall to our existing build. So pretty happy with it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we had like 6 red charges and since he was crazy. Yeah. What's up, Don? How's it going? Welcome to the stream. Have I read all the patch notes? I read all the stuff that pertains to what I'm doing and a little bit more, yeah. I have a fairly good idea of what's going on. If you have questions? I can't, because I think I'm tripping, can't see any Trickster nerf buff. Not really. Like, Trickster is slightly nerfed, but it's still like gonna be something that you definitely run in hardcore. I don't know how many people are gonna run it in softcore, but I think if you're playing hardcore, it's still like a very good Ascendancy to run, to be very safe, and it's still gonna be like fine. It's just not gonna be ridiculous like it was this past league. I wanted to run Instack this league. Kinetic Bolt? Yeah. Seems like I won't, yeah. Just gotta go do the Connor build, right? To go play Incinerative Venting. That's gonna be a thing. I might have screwed myself by trying to jump that. Oh, we got poked right at the end there.
Belief is the strongest metal of them all.
I think I'm just going to start as usual with the Lightning Arrow. I mean, Lightning Arrow is a tried and true, right? That's the reason why it's Lightning Arrow. I am going to be doing what you see right now. This is my plan.
Are refusing.
Tornado Shot? Yeah. I thought Tornado Shot's still a thing. I mean, it's not like ridiculous, right? But people still play it. Isn't it like still a decent mapper?
You there, local.
Like looking at the chat, not watching my screen. Played in 3.23 and 2.4. Yeah. I was never like really big on bow builds. I don't know, it's not my my thing in this game. I know some people really love them. They're great at mapping and farming currency and all that, but
Not you! My life and my work, I shall not suffer this humiliation again! Let me beautify you!
that, I think.
With the road to the
Guess we go armor, right? See if we get lucky here. I don't have any scrolls with wisdom. Alright. More damage. Always more damage. That was easy. No resistances, no resistances. It's gonna be rough. Die to the stuff on the ground. Thanks, Daniel, for the sub. Appreciate it. The things that Vortex does better than Cyclone. There's a lot of stuff Vortex can do. Talking about like Chill Vortex. Different type of build. You changed to Cyclone when? I decided to give General's Cry a shot and see if I could fit it into the build, not just while leveling, but also while like in my endgame trees. So we worked on the POB for a little bit and lost some time doing that, but I think the POB looks a lot stronger now. We're able to keep the core of the build the same, but we added several million additional damage passively just from having General's Cry running on it. So the build's just stronger now, like way stronger. And I think doing it this way, I swapped a Cyclone around Act 3-4, kind of like near when you get it. So I think I updated my POB endgame trees. I gotta update the leveling trees now based on today. But yeah, I think the build's gonna be blasting now because we kept all the defenses that my build, like what makes my build different than other, I guess, creators you could say, is mine is the defenses with scaling block, but now we've got like the General's Cry and factor in the damage increases to Cyclone and Cyclone of Tumult, and I think the build's going to be slapping now. Thanks, Chan, for the sub. Much appreciated. Other slam skills than Sunder. I think eventually we'll use Tectonic. Cataclysm, the slam skill. But right now we're just using Sunder. Oh, my wisdom scrolls at, my dude. I don't even have transmutes to sell. What is going on here? Would this be a good start to transition to cast on crit starfall? Would it work with champ? I can't answer cast on crit starfall because we don't know how to scale that yet. I'm assuming it's going to be just Ellie stuff. But I would like to get the numbers on it before I tell people what they can and can't do with it. I'm not going to make an assumption. It's too out there right now for me. Volcanic Fissure, yeah, is really good. For sure. I might try Volcanic Fissure out as the slam skill for these guys. Either way, I'm going to have to run lab once I get to maps to get like alternate gems, right? Because we have to get Cyclone of Tumults as well as whatever the General's Cry bros are going to use. Sunder's like fine right now, but there's better stuff. But before I can use Cyclone of Tumult, I'd have to farm a Stampede, which I'm not going to do on this test run, right? Obviously, this is just... I'm doing this to improve my path of buildings and get things ready for next weekend, but during the Real League launch, I'll be doing actual, like, blight farming for what could be several days to get the Stampede boots. Was there? Dude, this is the problem with playing Cyclone, and I'm not like a good multitasker, so I'm like chatting with you guys, and there's like, apparently, yeah, Wisdoms of Scrolls, and I'm just like, not picking them up. That's funny. That's actually kind of funny. Your Shatter feels pretty good? Okay. It's good to know. I've also been playing for 7 hours now, so like even though the timer is only going for 4 hours because we've stopped and I didn't start right away when I began. Yeah. It's been a long play session. it's down this way. I think it's south of us. It's always south. It's freaking tunnels. Long play session is indeed also preparing for the league start. You are not wrong. I've already told my boss that I'm taking 5 days off for league. He's a gamer though, he understands. I'll be taking next Friday off, and I'm taking Monday, Tuesday off, and I'm just gonna go hard 5 days and see where we end up. Should be fun. I have night shifts the week after league start too. I'm going to be playing for most part of the day. There you go. After actually going to place the new POV, because the description is the old one. Oh yeah, the description of the video probably has the old POV. Give me a second and I will link you the new one, and I'll update the description of the video too. Well, yeah, I don't mind putting it in the video. When I like to give out my POVs like as a description link, usually I want it to be fully updated, but I'll put it in the link and or put it in chat too in a second. Spicy. I don't have any resistances right now. Always a red beast, dude. It's always a red beast. So we got lots of scrolls of wisdom out of this. Okay, let me go to town here. Keep in mind that this only has the level 90 tree and for Resolute technique, and the level 90 crit tree updated with General's Cry. All the leveling trees haven't been updated yet based on today's play session, so I got to completely redo those to a degree. And the Giga Endgame version also doesn't have General's Cry added to it, but it gives you an idea of what I'm kind of thinking for getting into maps with Resolute technique and when I make my swap to crit. Okay. Let's get back into it here. As you can see, just looking at like the crit tree, we added like 5 or 6 million DPS, and it's going to be passive, right? Because when you're mapping, they just spawn and damage around you, and when you go to a boss, you just drop some desecrate, and then they're just going to constantly keep respawning and hitting the boss. So basically just added like essentially almost our damage, overall build damage went up like 30% today, which is pretty dope. Oh, you do have family on the phone in the background right now, so they're pretty loud. What's up, Zane? How's it going? Not too much. Just working on my build, making a lot of changes. I'm really lacking in decks right now, so we should probably allocate some decks on the tree next.
I've never dueled a king before.
That's a flask.
So I'm going to be playing SSF Sane. So because, in my opinion, you have to have all the uniques and a few other things to make champion worth scaling, I'll be playing Slayer. If I was playing trade, I'd still play Slayer, and then once I get the Uber gloves and the neck, the replica badge, I would probably try to swap Ascendancy to champion and see what I could scale. But I think base damage of champion is garbage compared to Slayer. Without any kind of unique scaling or getting that fortification really high, which you can't do without specific items. So as a league starter, I think it's going to be, I think it's a bait for a lot of people right now, thinking that they're going to have some kind of insane damage when it's not really going to be anything different than I think Slayer. Probably less than Slayer, actually. Actually, I've already proven today that it'll be less than Slayer. Yeah, because we went into my POB and actually simmed the numbers, and even if you account for getting +6 over stacks of fortification from the tree, it doesn't make up for all the damage you get as a Slayer. You'd have to have the Uber gloves like perfectly rolled and that replica badge of the Brotherhood to, I think, make it work.
So strong. So dedicated. A man like you never.
Stampede boots and BB should be swapped to something else once you get the currency right. If you want to play Tumult, you gotta play Stampede.
For His Majesty on his wedding day.
You can play regular Cyclone and not use Tumult, and then have like whatever boots you want, but I highly recommend that you do not play Cyclone of Tumult without Stampede boots. You're gonna have a really bad time. No, I use Tumult for everything. Yeah. Yeah, Tumult's going to be a better damaging skill than Cyclone. It's going to have better AoE, it's going to have better damage, it's going to have just better attack speed. It's a better gem. If you want to go super giga fast, just play regular Cyclone and wear whatever movement speed boots you want. But I don't mind the speed of regular Cyclone, or I should say Cyclone of Tumult. Like, so no lightning resistance gets you. Yeah, I have no lightning resistance, so I just die instantly. It's great. Yeah, that's what happens with, but even that being said, if you run regular Cyclone, I think you're going to still have a bad time, because you're not going to ever get your movement speed super high without like probably a Mage Blood and a Quicksilver and a bunch of other stuff going on.
I believe in spreading light.
Piece of shit.
should I Google to get your playlist or similar? If you give me a second when I get done in the zone, I'll link it to you in the chat. It's a royalty free like synth 80s synth style playlist that I found that I kind of like. So. There you go. Yeah, no problem. I got you. Thanks, Tan, for the sub. Lots of subs and follows today. It's been a crazy day. Get dexterity, by the way, on the tree. I gotta spend my next point on some dex so we can level up these gems. Thanks for answering so many questions. I've been bombarding you like it's a Q&A. Nah, it's all good, man. That's why we do this, right? It's kind of nicer than answering comments on the YouTube videos, because this way in real time we can have like a conversation, you know? Trying to farm a bunch of lethal prides on your SSF playthrough for fort mods. If I go champion, yeah. Initially, I'll be farming Blight for Stampede, and then I'll farm Lab for the alternate gems I need. And then after that, once I start farming, like, I don't know what I'm going to go for after that. Maybe I'll do some Legion farming for jewels, but Champion is not, like, something I'm instantly gunning for. Like, it's not a priority for me. I think my build is going to be more than fine as it is. But if I can acquire what I need to, I will try out Champion. It's just going to be harder for me on SSF. Like, how many Uber Exarchs am I going to have to run to get those gloves, you know? Like, that kind of thing. And then when the gloves drop, they'll probably drop with, like, +1 to fortification, so they're basically useless, you know? So it's one of those things. I don't think Champion is an SSF viable build. There's so many other Ascendancies I would play as SSF over Champion right now, unfortunately, because you gotta have those uniques to make the damage scaling worth it. Maybe I can be the Cyclone Specialist guy. I don't know, there's a lot of people that play Cyclone builds recently, right? Like Jung. I'm basically taking his General's Cry idea and putting it in my build. You know? There's quite a few people that put Cyclone builds out in the last couple days. I don't agree. Like, Jung's is the only one that made sense to me. I don't agree with pretty much every other Cyclone build I've seen, because I think that they're either less tanky than mine or they're baits, because they're selling you a pipe dream about, especially about League starting viability with the way they're designed. But yeah. Currency exchange is for trading with other players, right? You're not trading with like a market that's managed by GGG or NPCs or something. So the currency exchange doesn't function in SSF because there's no other players that you're trading with. You can use him to respec though. So Soul Taker on Merc, Kingmaker. Yeah, it's possible. Alright. We'll take the diamond flask now, because if I go crit later on this playthrough, it's just nice to have that already kind of, you know, in the bank, basically. Alright. If I can get to Act 8 in the next... Oh my god, I'm stunned. Or something was going on there. I shouldn't be stunned. I have stun immunity right now. I think I'm just tired. If I can get to Act 8 in like the next 20 minutes, I'll be pretty happy with that, because then should be in Act 9 shortly after 5 hours, and that's not as bad as... I will say the Cyclone General's Cry thing does make the speed of everything feel a lot better. So now that I kind of know what to do, and I don't have to spend so much time putting it together like I did today, I think my playthrough is going to be pretty quick next week. So the way General Cry works, and this was, you know, I actually learned this today myself. You need to have corpses nearby for General's Cry to trigger and for the minions to spawn. So while you're mapping, or you know, it doesn't matter because you leave corpses behind as you kill things with Cyclone. But when you get to a boss, all you do is you drop Desecrate twice. You need 2 Desecrates or 10 corpses for the 5 minions to spawn, because they each need 2 corpses for the Warcry power. So you just drop 2 Desecrates and then they'll spawn. They don't consume the corpses. They just need the corpses nearby to trigger every time auto exertion goes off. So yeah, basically you just drop 2 Desecrates when you get to a boss, and then you spend to win. And they're just free damage in the background that you know, hits the boss with whatever skill you have attached to them, give you extra damage. And I believe this is the case, but they need to, the skill that they use needs to be something you could use with your weapons. So like for instance, I can't use Blade Flurry on mine because I need to have a claw or a dagger or one-handed weapon or sword or something. And I'm using a staff, right, because my build is a staff build. So I can't use like Blade Flurry, but I can use, like, for instance, I'm using Sunder right now. And then what I'll eventually do is get like a Tectonic Slam of Cataclysm or whatever. That seems like a pretty good one to use, like for an endgame thing. But yeah, you just spawn your Desecrates like that. The Desecrates have to be pretty close to you, and then they'll just keep spawning as you fight. Now, right now I'm getting chunked pretty hard because I have no resistances. I don't have Chaos Resist. I don't have like any Elemental resistances. So I'm relatively very squishy right now. Resistance comes to resistances. So when I get hit pretty hard. But yeah. Yeah, you can see they just kind of spawn there and hit the guy. It's pretty good. And my Cyclone does like nice damage, so I can just keep spinning through everything, no issue, no problem. All right, there's a trial in here that we got to do real quick. The one thing I really hate about Leap Slam is how like you constantly can get stuck in walls and stuff. It's actually rather frustrating. I'm SSF and don't mind slow progression. That's why I'm interested in champ stuff. Gloves are a quarter from Uber X-Arc, then 10 to on average to get max roll. Doesn't seem bad at all. I'm not saying it's not possible, Jamie. I'm just saying that like it's not what I would call league starter, right? League starter is what can I do the first 2 or 3 days of a league. I don't think champion really fits the bill for that right now. Can you play it? Yeah. Is the damage going to be bad? Absolutely not. I don't think it's as good as Slayer, is all I'm saying. But I definitely think like, you know, once you get powerful enough to farm Uber Exarch, yeah, you can just farm him, get the gloves, and then divine them. And the truth is, you're not wrong, right? You're not using divines for anything in SSF anyways, so you just use them to roll the gloves until you hit what you need. I do think the benefit to champion, once you have the gloves and the... Honestly, the amulet's going to probably be harder to target farm, right? Because that's just a replica thing from Heist. And you really want that amulet to scale, because that's like another 6 fortification, right? So that's like another, you know, what is that, 32? If I can do my math. 36, I'm sorry. Wait, no, it's 3% every 6. That's another 18%. It's another 18% attack speed and then you have 18% more armor and evasion. So you really want that replicas to really juice the fortification as much as possible. Yeah, I think like once I can do Uber bosses on SSF, I will be specifically farming Uber Exarch to try to get the gloves, because I know I've sounded very anti-champion today. I'm just anti-League Star champion. I think a lot of people are being sold lies by other people on the internet saying like, oh, this is going to be great, and it's like, it's going to be fine. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just not going to be some like God's, it's not going to be this amazing thing, you know, that's like game breaking. But once I can target farm stuff, yeah, I'm going to get the stuff because I want to try it out. So I'm pretty confident that champion is going to be great damage and much tankier than my Slayer build. So why not, you know? Like if I can have the armor and evasion defenses of champion on top of my block and everything else that I'm getting with staffs, and then scale the fortification, it seems like the smart thing to do. The only problem I see is just getting that amulet. I'm not sure at what point, but before Act 5 Cyclone looked really slow. It's not as bad as now, but that could have been because you were needing that staff upgrade. A weapon is clutch, right, Viv? So, like, if you look at my weapon right now, it's like 220 Fizz DPS. That's actually kind of crazy for Act 6, 7, you know? So, like, just like any other melee skill in this game, like, weapons are king for damage. And so, and staffs are a little bit harder to roll because they can get like LE mods and other stuff on them that really makes, they're not as easy to roll as an axe, you know, like when you're crafting. So you really want to have a good Fizz staff before you actually go Cyclone. And we're even just still on a 3-link right now. We haven't even put our Cyclone on a 4-link yet. And you can see it's doing decent damage just by itself on a 3-link, and that's purely the weapon right now. Yeah, people put anemies in there. They put like something like the Uber gloves. They're like, yeah, this is going to be a great League Star build. Just slot in the Uber gloves. And I'm like, bro, stop it. You know, or anemies or other dumb stuff like that. Yeah, I know they said scepters and wands and stuff. They were going to not roll attack mods anymore, but they were going to leave war staves untouched because obviously you want to use a war stave for melee builds. So yeah, just make sure whenever you go, anytime you play a melee skill in Path of Exile, you want the best physical DPS weapon you can have. That's outside of gem links on your ability, that's how you're going to get the most damage. Like, when it comes to melee builds, it's like almost the opposite. So when it comes to spell builds, gem levels to spells are the most important. That's how you get your most damage. That's why you always want to run like +1 to spell skills and +1 to cold skills on a wand and +1 to spell skills on an amulet and all this other stuff. Because it's very much like old Diablo where you want like gem levels are king. When it comes to melee, it's your weapon. Weapon is outside of your actual 5 or 6 link, your weapon is the most important thing that will determine how much damage your build does. Nothing else matters. You want to get your weapon perfect first. Unless it's like a specific unique that does something dumb that buffs your build. And even then, your weapon is like the most important thing. If you watch any like real melee streamer like Alkazir or Karn or whoever, the amount of time they spend just crafting weapons in their hideout to perfect their weapon is like constantly trying to get their weapon perfect. Thanks, Quill, for the follow, and thanks, Vampy, for the follow. Much appreciated. Alright, guys. We are going to now start heading into this Fizz Cluster right here. And we're going to go ahead and vendor a lot of this stuff. We'll take a look at it. We'll probably vendor it. This skill point here should be increased Fizz damage. Sell items. Okay.
One less, yes, there's an
Yeah, that is true. Like, that is a thing. Alright, I picked up these boots primarily because we do need some easy to roll green sockets right now, so we're gonna keep that in mind. Also, I can ID this stuff now and see if we got anything interesting. That's garbage. This does have some dex on it. Rarity, fizz damage, ton of armor. Strength based, what can we roll on this color wise? We need at least a green socket. That'll work. Actually, we can put this here. Move our... Actually, we want our leap slam with faster attacks. Now, we only need one green slot for our boots. This does have movement speed, and movement speed is too important to lose right now. Thanks, Ray J, for the follow. Alright. 96 max life. Holy moly, it's a shame that that implicit is garbage. Let's go look at crafting some stuff on gear real quick. Which boss of those 3 chieftains you need to pick when playing Cyclone? Haven't played PoE in like 4 years. I kill all of them. There's an argument to be made to keep Alira alive because she gives you LE resistance plus 15, which is actually like really strong. So you might want to keep Alira alive, but I personally just kill all of them because I like the extra skill point, and we are struggling for skill points on this build. So that's just something to keep in mind. We do feel very tight on our points on this build. And actually, while I'm here, we should check for... I really need like 2 red, but I want to get like blood and sand going. Kind of want to risk something here. Risk it for the biscuit. Let's roll some jeweler slots on this. It was worth it. So now at least we can run... Let's go ahead and run, look at my POV real quick. Run Flesh and Stone. Another aura here. Yeah, it'll be good. Run this. When we get more gem sockets, we'll get blood and sand. That'll work. It's 1 in 390 wings on average according to Sir Gog's drop rate. Oh my god, dude, that's tragic. I mean, you can play champion with the plus 10 gloves, right? But, I mean, you're losing 18% increased attack speed. Not having the neck. If you're talking about, like, scaling it for all it's worth, I mean, that's a third of the fort stacks you can get from the 2 items. So it's not ideal. That's really rough. The dude ran 390 wings. That's actually ridiculous. Kudos to that guy, dude. You gotta really love Heist. I actually kind of like Heist. I really don't have a problem with Heist. Heist all league for me. I actually kind of enjoy it. And I mean, playing SSF, right, you're going to probably end up in there for a bit. Reminds me of people in DD1 who run 2000 maps, check if the wiki drops are correct. Yeah, those are the true gamers, right? They're the ones that, they're the unsung heroes. For sure. I'll tell you what, if I could get another Carnage Charge to drop, that would be fantastic. I was pleasantly surprised when that dropped towards the end of my first SSF run last week when I was testing out the build. Oh, gotta get the fireflies for Yina. Burning ground, dude. For real. I will say, not having faster attacks on the final build for our Leaf Slam is definitely going to be noticeable. I'm still going to have to play around with that tree to see if there's a way I can perfect that. Drop 15 Brotherhoods and 30,000. Whew, my lord. Last Settlers character I made was a heist farmer. Okay. We got a lot of heist enjoyers in the chat here. Oh, that's the other thing I need. I need a Frostblink still really bad. Some really weird latency here. I might have to check my router in a minute. Still need some more Fireflies. My 400 hours of playtime, I did heist once, and it was when I played PoE for the first time. Oh yeah, just to like see what the mechanic was like. Yeah. 400 hours of PoE. You're still like a brand new player, basically. Oh, I didn't enjoy it. I just wanted to make one and burn like 2.5 mirror worth of currency. Gotcha. This could be interesting. Chaos, Lightning, Dex, and Intelligence. Projectile speed is useless, but gain a power charge on kill, frenzy charge on kill. I mean, we got Blood Rage, and we're gonna have Assassin's Mark when we go crit, so that's kind of not that amazing, actually.
Hello.
Okay. Let's get out of this act and move on to Act 8. Act 8 is my least favorite act in the game. It is always a struggle to get through. I never enjoy it. It's not my thing.
I was never one for you.
Trying Cyclone out to unstuck myself from my bowways. Ha, gotcha. Been playing like 4 leagues, and last one I kind of knew what I was doing, but not quite. Yeah, I spent a long time playing this game before I had a really good handle on it, and it really wasn't until I started playing SSF that I started to actually truly appreciate everything in this game. Because when you play trade, you don't engage with like, and honestly, when you play trade, you don't engage with like 80% of the game. When you play SSF, you start to understand how all the components of this game work. And it actually gives you a better appreciation of like what the devs have to do to keep this game balanced. Like from a development standpoint, with all the systems that are in place and the things and the interactions, it's actually kind of crazy. Those damn ruins get me lost every time, wasting 20 minutes every run. Yeah. Well, I burned at least 30 to 40 minutes a day off of efficiency just because we were reworking the build, but it's going to pay dividends later. Definitely worth it. Act 8 is actually my favorite since it's so straightforward. I just like, there's something, I think it's because it's before Act 9 and 10, and Act 9 and 10 are so short in comparison to Act 8 that it just kind of like really drives home that you're in the last like long act, basically. And I always get lost in the next tile set. Like this next one coming up, I never can find the Firefly Lady, you know, like easily. I'm always like running around in circles and discovering the entire zone before I actually find where I need to go. And I know there's a trick to how to read the map here to know where to go, but yeah. There's only one trick I understand for running these zones, and it actually is, I think, in the next act, in Act 8, and I'll point it out when I do it. It's like a way of knowing which way to go, essentially. Oh, well, we found that. That might be one of the easiest times I've ever found her. That worked out pretty well, actually. This place is a little scary. These spiders can do quite a bit of damage, and we're very low life right now. Gear definitely could use some love.
Approach, challenger.
What's a flash?
This goddess of lust can't be played.
Divination card.
Is it fun to play in SSF? And PoE 2 seems like a waste of time, to be honest, but also it's 3 using SSF for this build instead of Axe or Sword or whatever. We use block. We scale block in this build, and you need staves or like a shield to do block in PoE, or dual wield, but mostly staves or shields. How you feeling with your General Cry added? It's feeling pretty good, Reaper. I edited the POB for the level 90 Resolute technique tree and the level 90 crit tree to also have General's Cry in it, and the numbers are looking pretty promising. And we're able to, sorry about the background noise, and we're able to also keep the takiness of the build, you know, with the archetype of running staffs with block. So I'm pretty happy with it, actually. Thanks for the sub rage, much appreciated. Alright, all we gotta do now is get through this act in like the next, I don't know, 20-30 minutes. Should put us around 5:20 to be in Act 9. Basically what I thought. We're gonna be a little bit long today, but it is what it is. We fixed the build up, made it better. Thanks, Bub, for the sub. Much appreciated. You guys are amazing.
Smells just like the fearless Julius.
You're right. Good luck.
So to go from Slayer to Champion, my suggestion would be to get the Uber Exarch gloves, which can give you up to +10 fortification. And then you're going to want the replica badge of the Brotherhood, which can give you an additional 6 based off of your, I believe, endurance charges. Those would be the 2 uniques. I think I saw, and you guys might know, correct me if I'm wrong, in the video from the mercenaries, you can get that new gear that has specific mods on it, of which there was a helm that had like another +10 fortification. So you'd want something like that if that's the case. And then you could have an additional 32 stacks of fortification. What's up, Sam? So I have Sunder linked to General's Cry, which is on auto exertion. So whenever I kill stuff and there's corpses nearby, my auto exert uses General's Cry. And then General's Cry spawns these minions that use Sunder. It is a Jung concept build that he did for a speedrun that's really solid. Yeah, this is why, like, a lot of people that are saying, like, oh, Champion's like a league starter, and they're like slotting in replica badge and the Uber gloves. I'm like, that's such a bait thing to tell people. Those uniques are going to be so expensive, and the average player is like generally never has the currency to buy stuff like that. It's like telling people a Rise Lotha is reasonable during the Melee League in 3.25. Yeah. Will Champion be great to play on launch? Sure. But it's not going to be as strong as what people are saying without a lot of investment. We'll start going for the staff nodes now. Followed your Cyclone build last week for my starter and cleared my Atlas. Hey, there you go. Glad to hear that, dude. Apparently it's going to be even better now because our gems got a buff. We just simply do more damage. And I think I figured out a way to incorporate Jung's General Cry concept into my build, so we just get all this free passive damage basically, which is really nice. Kickstarter Slayer, then swap to Champ. That's the idea, right? I think it's going to be worth testing for sure once you get the uniques. Definitely worth swapping over to Champ and seeing how it goes. Thanks, Wook, for the follow. Much appreciated. You guys are amazing. Crazy day for streaming. Start Champ and swap to Slayer. Yeah, that's the play, right? Hey, if you're Fub Gun, you'll have the money for it on day 2, so... Or like Empyrean. It's a non-issue, right? Somewhere around here should be the side entrance for quest item. Did I miss it already? Where is this place? Over here? Here it is. I think this is it. Will you stream on launch? Yep. So I am, I actually said this a little bit ago. I told my my work that I'm taking a long weekend, so I'll be off Friday for the league launch, and I'm taking the next Monday, Tuesday off afterwards. So the plan is to go hard for 5 days and see how far I can get in SSF. That is the plan. And I'm doing this test run right now so I can revise my POB and just get a better understanding of how I want to do things next Friday. Hey, it's my first 6 socket. Alright guys. Thanks for the sub. Milad. Milad. Yes, Milad. Almost did Kitava before Merc Lab. Oh shit, yeah. It's actually, I think we're pretty much at the point where it's time for me to do second lab here. What? We're gonna have to grab another beverage here in a moment. Gotta stay hydrated during these long gaming sessions. Oh, lots of 6 sockets, okay. Oh, just like that, we need more decks again. Well, now there's tons of Scrolls of Wisdom dropping, more than I need actually. You never need enough Scrolls of Wisdom.
Just to use this piece of shit.
Went in a giant circle. What is even up here? It's all just a giant circle for a freaking league mechanic. Would be. Where am I going? I got lost. Lost in the sauce. Is it like back down that way but the other direction? Dude. What is with these tile sets? Yeah, it's like off to the right down there. That's frustrating. and then I die. Wow, okay. No resistance, gotta love it. Just gonna pick up some of those. Alright. Yeah, I'm gonna have to grab a beverage in a second here. Let the whistle. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and pause the timer real quick. I'll be back in like 2 or 3 minutes.
Tell me something. Any chance?
Port.
Alright, so this was the zone I was talking about. If there's a corpse in front of the door, that's the way to go. So what you're looking for is one of these doors that has a corpse in front of it, like right here, and then you know, okay, that's the way that I go. The other rooms are baits, essentially. And that is the extent of my knowledge about how to navigate through the tile sets. Actually, I know one other one, but it's from Act 3. There's lots of little clues like that, I just apparently never learned them in all my years of playing. This is the way to go. I died at last aspirant trial Merc Lab, always hurts. Ooh, yeah, dying in lab is never fun. It's never a good time. Always feels sad. See, this is a bait room, I think. Nope, this is the right way. There's no corpse though. Usually a corpse. I played this with General's Cry. That's what we're doing right now, Mike. I'm using General's Cry on this. See my little minions that are spawning here? Doing Sunder. I updated the POB today. Well, I updated the build today, and I've started updating the POB, but I managed to fit General's Cry into the level 90 Resolute technique and crit trees of my build, so that I can use them in the actual end game. And I gotta adjust all my leveling trees based on testing today. Gotta make some changes here. Hey, there you go, Mike. What I'll do for you right now, pause the clock, is I will post my... Actually, I wanted to update this for the video too, so give me a second here. That is the updated POB for at least the level 90 Resolute technique and crit trees. And I'm going to go ahead and do that for the video description too, real quick. Updated for General's Cry. Okay, and that will be in the description of the video if you refresh now. Should be at least. Yeah, no problem. Start the clock back up. Yeah, all the credit goes to Jung. I just took his idea and fit it into my version of Cyclone Shockwave, basically. I believe mine is different than his because I'm using staffs and going for blocks, maxing out spell and attack block to make the build tankier. So I just merging different ideas, trying to find the best thing possible. Do you have a specific filter? I have yeah, so if you go to my YouTube channel, I have a video from early in 3.25 that has my loop filter, and it has a link to my sound files and my filters. And then sometime next weekend, when we have the updated filter blade, I'll be updating it again and probably making a quick video on it. Thanks, Steven, for the sub. New fortification on champ looks good. Yeah. I think if you can scale it effectively, quite high, it looks pretty good.
My spirit is spent.
Oh, my spirit is spent. Of course it is. Talk to Marmoa forward. Okay, now we can start going for some block nodes and get tanky. Yeah, I'd really like to get Impale support on Cyclone. I just gotta get enough chromies so I can color my 4-link for it. Right now the coloring is off. Yeah, I prefer making a hybrid, right? Or a balance of both. I want it to be good damage, but I want it to be tanky enough so that unless I'm doing extremely difficult content and I'm like in the mental space to really pay attention, I want to be able to just kind of, that's the idea behind Cyclone, right? I don't want to have to like constantly be aware of every single thing that's going on unless I'm doing like a really hard content. I just want to be able to play it, spin to win. No, Mushi. This is where I have to go back and fix the leveling trees because that's not going to be updated, but my new recommendation is going to be to pick up Cyclone when you get it, I think in Act 3. And then essentially swap then with Genoa's Cry. Sorry, I got a phone call. I'll be right back. Yeah, I have a... Can you lower the music sound a little, please? Hard for me to understand when you talk. Yeah, sure. Let me know if that's any better. Yeah, I have some food that I ordered coming. To stock up on some stuff, so they were calling to let me know about that. Yeah, no problem. Blessed orb. The bathhouse. I always like to pick up staffs and ID them just to see like if I get anything better. Generally won't, but you never know. Yeah, because this is an armor energy shield base, so hitting 2 green and 2 red is going to be rough on that. We actually need like a better 4-link. We got that orbit binding though, so we'll probably 4-link a we'll probably 4-link an armor evasion base and use that for our cyclone for right now. It's unfortunate because the evasion does nothing for us because we're on wavering stance, but we need the colors and the links right now more than anything else, I think. Actually, I'm gonna go do the trial real quick before we do this. Should be off to the side here, right? Yeah, it's down this way.
Lots of flats.
And I really wish we had that pause feature in place now. It's gonna be so nice to not have to worry about stuff hitting you every time you open up a full screen UI. You're about to talk about swap to Cyclone before answering the phone call. Oh yeah. No, it's not Frostblade for level anymore, Patrick. My recommendation, and this is, once again, I gotta update the leveling POB based off of my testing today. You want to go Spectral Throw until you go Sunder. And then you're gonna go Sunder until you can do Cyclone in your 30s. And then you're gonna go Cyclone and General's Cry for the rest of the game. Yeah, well, you're gonna go Spectral Throw until you can get Sunder, which is like level 12. So I might adjust the POB slightly, because I put 16 because some people over level a bit in Act 1, and sometimes they don't leave Act 1 until they're level 16. So we'll do that skill point later. I just want to keep pushing through this this act. Anyways, yeah, so that's when you want to swap to Cyclone. Instead of waiting till 69, just do it now in the 30s, and run General's Cry as a second 3-link or 4-link, the added damage. But when you do swap to Cyclone, make sure that you have a good physical DPS staff, because you're probably going to be using an axe while you're playing Sunder in your, Act 2 and stuff, and the beginning of Act 3. You want to have a good staff ready that has good fizz damage on it before you run Cyclone. Otherwise, you're going to have kind of a bad time. Friend invite accepted.
The blood is washed away, but I will.
Thanks, Bot, for the sub. Much appreciated. Ooh, our first Divine Life class. Nice. Nice. Yeah, it was really good when I tested it last week, and it's even better today, so getting better and better the more I test this thing. Oh, helps if I'm running the time. We're only 8 hours into the stream. It's not like I'm going brain dead already. Would it be better in your opinion to wait for maps to swap to Cyclone? Not anymore. I thought it was, but with the problem with like Cyclone is the lack of single target early on until you get like a good weapon and a good 4-link probably. But General's Cry gives you so much passive background damage that it's actually okay to go Cyclone early now, I think. Because you got that other source of damage that's helping you out. Cool. We'll take this chest piece and hopefully we can do something here. We're going to scour this. We're going to run that up. We're going to Orb of Binding. Of course, we hit all strength. We need 2 green, I believe. I'm beginning to believe. There it is. 100 life. That's actually crazy good. Actually, we kind of wanted a blue, because you want like Impale, Cyclone, Shockwave, and a blue would be good. So you need 2 green, a red, and a blue. That might be hard to hit. Tomorrow's start to practice this build. Okay. Hopefully it works out. Thanks, Patches, for the follow. Can I hit 2 green, a red, and a blue? 2 blue, a red, and a green. That's not going to work. Why am I getting all of these? Oh, it's an int base. I'm an idiot. Oh, I orbed the binding the wrong thing. This is why I don't play the game when you're tired. Oh, no, I'm doing the wrong thing on the wrong base. I am tired, guys. Sorry. Okay, so we need to... We're just going to pick up Impale. We're going to lose Infused Channeling for a little bit, but that's fine. Yeah, you're going to struggle with int and dexterity, so you can pick up stats here on the tree early on. And then also there's going to be additional dex and intellect here if you need it. Until you can get your gear situated, these are going to be points you're probably going to spec to in the tree. The 2 clusters here and the 2 clusters there. They're just going to help you out.
Hail, Godslayer.
So I think Impale for more damage. And then probably Brutality if I'm going to do a red gem, I guess. Or Pulverize would be good for better AoE. Yeah, we got the Pulverize right there. Alright, we just need to get a blue on there later and we can rock Infused again. Aside from Infused Channeling, was there any other support Cyclone used that got buffed? I'd have to go back and look through the support gems. They did a lot with like spellcaster gems. I didn't really see too much with the melee stuff though. Mostly, there's a new ability called Focused Channeling, a new skill gem that's also blue. That could be something looking into. I don't know if it's going to be better than our red supports currently. Obviously, we have to keep Shockwave, and I wouldn't want to give up Oh god, we gotta get out of that. Ooh, that was rough. I wouldn't want to give up Pulverize. So I feel like it's gonna be between Brutality maybe? Like maybe he's taking Brutality out for... Did I already get that waypoint, really? I'm running back here. I don't think Focus Channeling is a new Merc gem. I think it's a new gem they've added to the game, but I'd have to go back and check the patch notes. Maybe it only comes from Mercs. But I could see maybe swapping Focus Channeling out for Brutality. Brutality is a pretty strong support gem though, so I don't know. It does give us the cool option of if we run Focus Channeling instead of Brutality, we can still do elemental damage, which means that if we have an Ellie roll on our staff that increases just, you know, Ellie damage, it would still be a damage multiplier or still add to the build. Right now, like if you run Brutality and you have a decent staff, but say it does have like fire damage on there or something, you don't get any benefit out of it because of Brutality. So there is that to consider while you're running through staffs trying to craft better weapons and stuff. That freeze is tragic. Hey Collie, thanks for the sub. Yeah, we're a little, just a little brain dead right now. I really can't wait till I have at least 20 or 25% movement speed boots. It's a game changer.
It's fucking hot.
I'm getting all the maps to drop right now.
My spirits are spent.
Come over here. Don't do anything I want. The name.
Okay. Act 8 done. What I'm talking about, dude. Go kill the boss and move on to the next best thing. Act 9. Always forget to use Blood Rage. We're rich. Rich. I love seeing the Chaos Orbs drop. It's so good. Something about it that's still a... I hate Act 8 so much. Like, it's my least favorite. I just can't get behind it, you know? funny is my run on my SSF character for Cyclone test a week or so ago took 7 hours to get through the campaign, and we stopped and swapped Cyclone and did a bunch of stuff, and I think I'm gonna be done in like 40 minutes here. Well, we still have to run labs. I forgot about that, so it's gonna be shorter than my first run, but not by much. But that is still not considering the fact that we did a bunch of build revisions today too, so tested out some better stuff, so it's not like a perfectly planned playthrough. Okay.
Oh, they must have.
Do I plan on doing another one? I might do another one in like 2 or 3 days. I wanna, I'm gonna play a little bit in mapping in this guy and see what it feels like putting the build together, like trying to do some Atlas progression with General's Cry and stuff. And then I'm gonna update my POB and put a lot of notes and revise the trees and whatnot. And then maybe like Tuesday or Wednesday, probably Wednesday, maybe Tuesday, I don't know. No, it's gonna be Wednesday because I got work stuff Tuesday. I'm gonna be at work late, so probably Wednesday I'll do another test run after work and go through with like my revised stuff that I've learned from this play session and see how efficiently I can get through everything now that I kind of really know what I'm gonna do. So I think Wednesday I'll do that, and then on Thursday I'm not gonna touch this game at all. I'm gonna completely empty my head and get ready for Friday. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like doing a rep on Wednesday is good because it's close enough to the launch weekend that I'll have it fresh in my head. If I was to do like another run tomorrow or Monday and then not play for a couple days, it won't be as fresh in my head, I think. But I'm get a fairly good idea. Today was really good. We figured out a lot of stuff today between you guys, and now it's just a question of no freeze immunity is rough. That's where that block is coming in though. You saw how I absorbed, or a lot of those hits kind of missed me. We're starting to spec into a lot of attack and spell block here, so as we go deeper into block, it just becomes tankier and tankier. It doesn't change the fact that if you don't block a large hit, you're gonna take it, but the more and more you scale your block, just the better things start to feel. And then once we can get a fuse channeling back on this guy, that'll be really nice. That extra DR. What is this dude? Yeah, I think today and tomorrow I'm just gonna play maps on this guy and see how General's Cry feels in the Atlas progression. Probably Monday too, actually. Next couple days. See how much easier it is to get my Void Stones with this free added damage that we've now got baked into the build. And then that way it gives you guys to see, if you want to check back in throughout the week as I'm playing this character, you can kind of see, okay, this is what the build looks like as things progress. And keep in mind, I'm doing it SSF, whereas a lot of you guys are going to be trades, so you'll have the ability to do this even faster than I'm doing. So you can just get the items you need, instead of having to craft them and farm for things. tips in the video for map progression. I don't think I'm going to publish another full video before the league. I'm probably just going to be streaming a lot this week. I think the most I'm going to do is I'm going to put an update in the description of my video from yesterday, just basically with the revised POB saying, hey, here's what I've got after testing, I made these changes, etc. I don't think I'm going to do another like actual video, but if you ask me questions, or people are asking me questions during the stream, yeah, I just don't know how much value would be added to me doing a whole nother video versus me just streaming it and asking questions or answering questions as people pop in. This way you can ask me specifically what you want and I can answer the question to the best of my ability. Yep, I'm going to be streaming all weekend long next weekend. I'm even taking time off from work, so I'll be streaming Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And then I'm taking that following Monday, Tuesday off, and I'll be streaming then too. I plan to go pretty hard next weekend. I'll be streaming pretty much 12, 16 hours a day. I'm going to no life it pretty hard. Yeah, it's the first PoE expansion in like 3 years, and the first league in almost a year, so I'm gonna be... This is my favorite game. I'll be playing a lot. Used to be you got new content in this game every 3 months. It's not the case anymore. You gotta take the W's when you can. Really wants me to complete this June quest. Okay, I understand the mission here. I understand the assignment. Do the June quest. Otherwise it's going to keep spawning. Right now I'm just going to... It is good XP, so I should probably just not be whatever about doing it.
Should have given the next time you see me, I'll be a new man with a new plan.
Next we'll go this way and work up that way. Okay. This will also let us pick up some additional decks so I can get my other gems leveled up.
My spirit is spent.
We've now permanently added General's Cry to the build. I'll be testing it out over the next few days as I get into mapping and progress the character through Atlas and Void Stones. But I updated like my POB today, and based off of what I see in POB and the numbers, it's like a free extra several million passive damage. So yeah, it's here to stay. I particularly am okay with it because I don't change the core mechanics of my build, which is using stabs and going for block, scaling block chance all the way. So my flavor of Cyclone Shockwave stays intact, and I get the added benefit of the damage. So boss is like in immunity right now. Did I bug the boss? What the heck? I'm like hitting the bosses, nothing's happening. There we go, it's phasing. I was like, I think I bugged the boss. I think we broke the boss. Is the boss bugged? Did I break the boss? It's not taking damage. I'm not crazy, right? There we go. Maybe it needs to go through its phases. Yeah, I think I, like, broke the boss for a second. You still plan on using Stampede with Tumult? I do enjoy the version with staves. Using block probably the best, just looking around for inspirations. So I did on my test run last week, I did Cyclone without without using Cyclone of Tumult. I just ran regular Cyclone and I was able to do my whole Atlas and do Void Stones, so you don't need it. But my plan is that I will be farming sorry, I'm like trying to unveil and do stuff. I'm gonna farm Blight for the boots. Because I do want to play Cyclone of Tumult, so yes.
Spirit is spent.
Thanks for the sub. Alright, there is a trial here that we gotta knock out real quick. This is actually... no, there's one more trial in Act 10 ossuary for our third lab. We haven't even done second lab yet. Could have done the whole run labless. No, I wouldn't have wanted to do that, but probably could have for sure. Oh, next will be really nice because we get coal. It's gonna be dope. Helps if you don't stand in the saw blades.
An emperor must bear two blades, hope in the left hand, surety in the right.
When do you think it's ideal to swap into Cyclone? Do you do ASAP or are you waiting for something with the switch? Based on today's playthrough, I recommend doing it at level in your 30s when you're like in Act 3. You're going to swap to Cyclone and you're going to run General's Cry as your support. Another like a support link setup. You do want to have a good physical DPS staff when you make the swap. So you're probably going to be using like a two-hander axe, leaving Act 1, and throughout Act 2 with Sunder. So you just want to make sure that you have a good physical DPS staff when you swap to Cyclone. You can do the swap and still be using an axe. You're not going to be anywhere close to the staff nodes at the time, so that actually might be fine. But if you want to do Cyclone Shockwave, and you get Shockwave in Act 2 as a support, you're going to have to use like a mace or a staff, I believe. You're not going to be able to use Shockwave with an axe. So I would be looking at picking up staffs as you're going through Act 2 and trying to see if you can get one ready with like the vendor recipe for when you make the swap in Act 3.
My spirits are spent.
Oh, you know what? I should be running Mark on hit. I gotta look at what my sockets look like and what chromies I have. Because Mark on hit would be dope right now instead of this manual casting nonsense.
What is this piece of shit?
The turquoise amulet.
Not. You can
There'll be time for that soon enough.
Increase move speed, attack speed. Oh my gosh. Reduce skill effect duration? I don't really care about that. Debuffs expire on you 100% faster. Debuffs on you expire. That sounds pretty crazy. That's a lot of attack speed. Alright. Feel the attack speed. Holy moly. This one neck piece is the damage you get from this one neck piece has more damage than you get from the Ascendancy with fortification without any scaling on champ. We have an amulet that does more damage than the champ Ascendancy without fort scaling. So that kind of answers people's questions about that, I guess.
My spirits are spent.
Of course he does his thing right where I enter. Guy can't be a bro and have the courtesy to do it somewhere. Get away from his seismic trap. And we got no lightning resist and lasers where I walk in. That's perfect. Oh, he's about to do his discharge. Okay. Yeah, 44%. Not ideal. or you learn. Alright.
Oh, Trathis. How are you? Here I go again.
Oh, I think I understand how this amulet works now. That's funny. So when I get a bleed, the bleed's gonna tick 100% faster. Because they expire 100% faster. It makes new debuffs scarier. I understand how this works. You know, that's a good question. I haven't really thought too much about what I want to do with mercenaries yet. What I would like to do is get this build pretty well set up into Atlas grind, and then look at like what would benefit the build as like an aura bot, or like, you know, having an AG basically. Yeah, Kingmaker would be nice because you get the fortify, but and you get a bunch of stuff from Kingmaker actually, so. Yeah, crit multi and Cole as well. Yeah, Kingmaker would be pretty amazing. It would be pretty amazing if you go champion, right? Because say you're scaling fort at that point, and then you get the Cole back with Kingmaker. Yeah, mirror tier build on Ice Trap. Yeah.
My spirit is spent.
Oh, she's so scary with no lightning resist, dude. So scary, like actually terrifying. Where are you, Shabby? Oh my gosh, dude. Oh, lightning resist. So terrifying. Second, Aspect of the Spider uniques up on the Merc looks pretty cool. Aspect of the Spider would be dope, actually, when you think about it. For sure. No chaos resistance. Let's go, baby. I mean, switching to champ loses you the 10 plus 4. No, it's not plus 10 to max. Well, with champ you get the 20 by default now, and then you get 6 from the tree, and then you just scale with uniques and stuff, and I think that new rare helm from the mercenaries. I think you left a passive point at Erasha. I probably did. I left a passive point in Act 1 too. I always do that. Zealot's oath during effect. Alright, let's knock this boss out real quick. That impale effect actually looks pretty pretty cool on her. I gotta get my resistances fixed. Especially before I go into maps, dude. Might have to farm in Ossuary for a little bit in Act 10 just to try to get some gear going here. I ain't got nothing. Spicy meatball.
That was the last time I'll have to save myself with those. Always keep your eyes on the
I remember.
Alright. About I have one not on hand, but I can make one and I can add it to my POB. You're not the first person to ask about that today. I can tell you this the absolute, like, for sure one that you don't want to run is monsters can't be leached from. And then the obvious ones that sound painful, like players can't regen life, you know, X amount % less recovery rate of life and mana, stuff like that, feels pretty bad. Reflect physical doesn't matter because we're Slayer, so. Hey, no problem, Emma. Yeah, I got some major POB updates to do over the next few days based off of this play session and what I'm going to find out when I get to maps in a little bit. And then that should be pretty much it. I'll do another test leveling on Wednesday night in preparation to see how streamlined everything is at that point. I really would like to try to get this down to 5 hours. We did waste quite a bit of time today fixing up the POB and changing some core parts of the build. But if I can get down to like roughly 5 hours-ish for leveling, that would feel pretty good.
World of Scary.
It's time to end.
Oh, you know what? The funny thing too is we're gonna have to like, we can get crazy with regex in 3.26 because they upped the character limit to 250 on the vendors. So we can actually like really filter out everything. That was one of the annoying things about doing like T17s before they kind of made them a little bit more bearable. Like some of those mods were truly like terrible, and I had to have like 2 regexes basically, and I'd have to like sift through the maps twice. It was such a pain to roll T17s. Because unless you're playing like 3 or 4 of the super meta builds that just like can do whatever, and even then they had to roll the maps a specific way. They did make T17s a bit more palatable since then, but it's probably the thing I hate the most about T17s is you have to put so much prep work into rolling them and getting them ready to go. And I just want to put the map in and run. I don't want to have to like spend that much time prepping to do something that's as tedious as rolling a map. It just doesn't feel like good to do. I might be coming back to farming here for a little bit because my resistances are pretty bad. They are pretty bad. So stuff like that hurts. Actually, I think I still have to pick up the, that would give me like, what, 15, 18 resistances? I think I know where I'm spending my next 2 points. Yep, I'm going to be using pretty much my same loot filter right now. I'm just going to get the updated filter blade stuff that has the league specific and things like that in there. But it's pretty much going to be this loot filter that I'm using right now. I should probably do this. This isn't the build that I would run on Sanctum, but yeah, at least unlock her. If you add your filter to your PB, we stick to it, just make. So, Hama, if you go and look at my YouTube channel, I have a video I posted several months ago that has my filter that I'm using right now. It has a Google link that has my sound files and the actual filters.
Must know precisely where he stands.
So if you want like the goofy anime sounds and everything, that's there too. Yeah, we're gonna go this way, and we're gonna pick up 16 LA resist there. What does this get us to? Okay, that's a lot better. And then I believe these give, they don't give resistances, it's just block. So we might have to get creative with some other resistances somewhere on the tree just to kind of get us where we need to be here.
Now that you have
If then farewell.
with
Yeah. Yeah, I think we're going to do everything right up to when we would run Katava, and then we'll knock out our 2 labs back to back. I think that's going to be the play for me. Then we'll knock out Katava, and then we'll call it a day. Maloney's mechanism? I'd have to look at that again. I'm pretty sure any unique that has like an on effect or any unique that does something to nearby allies is probably going to work on a mercenary. So there's a few that I can think of in particular that would be really nice to run on a merc with this build. But like one of the first things I'm thinking about is determination. Because like once we run an Abyssus on this build, our physical damage reduction gets kind of low. But if we can run a determination on our merc with some other stuff, then that gives us a lot of flat armor, which is just going to help with scaling PDR. It's really nice to have something like that. Thanks, Iz, for the sub. Triggers a socketed. I don't see why it wouldn't work. They're essentially supposed to be like a player, right? So if they're like a player, and you can slot them with skill gems and put gems and stuff, I don't... Although, that's socketing a bow skill in the item, and from what it looks like in the UI, the skill gems go like in a separate part, not the gear, so I don't know actually if that would work or not. I know we can change the gear. You may not be able to change the skill gems. I didn't see that demoed, if I remember correctly, from the reveal. I just saw them swap out gear, so it could be that their skills are set to the unique role of the mercenary, if that makes sense.
Spirits are spent.
I'm starting to feel the Ascendancies will help, but it's definitely time to craft a better weapon. Weapon's starting to scale off now. HP of mobs has gone up considerably. Oh, we got hit by the beam at the last second. Dice. The infamous CDPS? Nah, it's not the infamous CDPS. Still, we need a better weapon. Almost double the armor that values there. We do lose quite a bit of life.
Hello there, exile.
Yeah, I think generally, like, going into maps, having like a 300 fizz DPS staff is probably preferred. If I had to throw a ballpark number out there. Did I get stuck in the wall? Wow, that's something right there. Got stuck halfway through the wall. Never done that before.
My spirits are spent.
No life, no resistances. Here we go. Actually, my resistances aren't bad. It's my HP that's like super low right now. So where's my ads, dude? I wonder if that neck is also contributing. Oh, you know what? We don't even have a cast when damage taken set up either. Need that going. We need a few things. We need our mark on hit. We need our cast when damage taken.
You return.
I'm gonna go ahead and give this to you, Eddie. This is a more revised one from today. Okay.
Go.
Alright, let's go do labs.
Justice will prevail. The weary traveler draws close to the end of the essence of an empire must be shared equally amongst all its citizens.
I'm still using it. That explains maybe my mana issues. I just looked at my mana flask. Yikes.
Stand your ground.
Any thoughts on Champion Cyclone for this league? Going
Such
crit route?
resilience.
I think if you have a bunch of ways to scale fortification, it sounds great. I think out of the box as a league starter, it's not going to be very good.
Husk for its descendants.
It'll be like fine, but it's not going to be as good as Slayer. Yeah, I just noticed I'm using a large mana flask from Act 1, so that might explain why my mana is slowly refilling whenever I press it. That's funny. Oh, you know what? I should be taking my mana nodes to lower the cost of Cyclone. And my other stuff. We will do that after, what will be my next couple of points, actually. Right now, Cyclone's like what? 5 mana? Yeah, we're gonna get that lower. Everyone in their family will go champ. Good luck getting those uniques. Yeah, it's been an ongoing conversation today. That's why I have the note like on my stream, like the text notification. It's like that's all anyone's asked today, which is understandable, right? There's a lot of hype around champ right now. I was trying to cook a Cyclone build myself, saw you on YouTube recommends, instant sub, great content, looking forward to spin to win. Hey, I appreciate it, the one and only. Hopefully the build works out for you. So far it's been a blast for me. I really enjoyed it in 3.25. Looking forward to all the buffs it has in 3.26.
What defines the Emperor? Give of yourself. You were born for this. Those who stand should never outnumber those who kneel.
You know what I should do? I'm gonna grab a tectonic slam and we'll see if on the next lab we can get lucky and hit Transfigured. I played a similar Ancestral Commander in Private League, had a lot of fun, so this should be even nicer in SC trade. Yeah. Yeah, we incorporate General as Cry into my build while keeping the block mechanics of staff and all that, and I think it's gonna be really good, personally. And thanks for the sub, I appreciate it. Sure, we'll go this way, what does it matter? All roads lead to Azaro.
An aspirant can afford to be promising. An emperor must keep. A throne is the most devious trap of them all.
Spirit of space.
Death, a triumph at last.
First build was a Cyclone Slayer back in Legion League, had a blast. Not doing trials without back, didn't know anything about the game. Yeah. Hey, that's how it is, you know, back in the day when you were playing. Alright. The extra damage there. We got our coal. Very nice. Very nice.
Remember, we do this for freedom.
Yeah, so I think we're gonna go for these mana points next. Oh, hold on. Let's fix my mana situation. My mana flow situation at least.
Yes.
Can I? Of course not.
For freedom.
Never, ever, ever lucky. Let's try Act 9.
Yes?
Yes.
It's fine for now.
Be careful.
Blood Dance. Alright. Now let's go do... I'm actually going to pull up Purely Lab here simply because maybe we do Dark Shrines if they're not too out of the way. Alright, Purely Lab's being weird. That should work though. Double gauntlet in the first one. Ooh.
Justice will
Oh, you know what? Let's fix something else too, just in case I need it. We're gonna take life recovery, and I guess we'll just run. Actually, kind of want to reduce damage over time as my weakest thing right now. Stuns don't matter. Oh, is it a new aspirant's got it? Oh yeah, thank you. I totally spaced on that. You saved me heartache in case we actually got that. Tectonic Slam.
Good tidings.
Let's grab a couple of these.
Time and tide wait for no man.
In case we get twice blessed. Can at least have two of them. Alright. That would be the dream if we actually get that. That'd be pretty dope. Pretty good. Gotta say so. Alright, we gotta be kind of careful here because this is a higher level zone. And my life and resistances, well, mostly my life is just really low right now, so let's not get myself killed unnecessarily. Which recommend you weapon recommend for leveling before going Sunder? Any two-hander? I think it doesn't really matter in Act 1. Just whatever weapon has the best fizz damage. You're doing Spectral Throw, so probably it's probably best just to get an axe right away and roll fizz on it, fizz damage stuff. And then I would recommend just keep rolling good fizz damage axes. I do make recommendations in my POB as you get higher level, different uniques you can go for. Alright, we want the left door, and there is no Dark Shrine. The Dark Shrines are all at the end of this lab. Alright, but left gets us the closest to, takes us straight to Azaro. I gotta stop leveling Desecrate. I just click the gem, I don't even read it. I went through the door. Okay. Oh, we probably got a gauntlet we gotta run through to get to this this particular entrance. Okay. Go. Yeah, so Spectral Throw is my recommendation now. And then straight into Sunder, and then Cyclone and Generalist Cry when you get to your 30s in Act 3. That is the recommendation. Alright, we want mana reduction cost.
The weary traveler draws close to the end of the path.
Click first, ask questions later. Hey, you know, that is the way. Alright, hopefully I don't die here. I've got such low life, it's kind of ridiculous. I usually have 3000 HP, but I haven't really ID'd much gear. Well, I've been IDing gear, I just haven't really gotten, I guess, lucky. Yep.
Justice.
We got Giga Stomped. Alright, that's fine. We got like no HP. Let's go fix some stuff real quick. It might be this neck, because I think that's making... Yeah, I've been kind of bum rushing things a little bit here. Resistances are not as high as I'd like them for right now, but... Yeah. Could pick up life right here too, which might be the play for right now. And that's pretty much it, honestly. There is... yeah, so we'll grab that life node, and then we just got to get, like, actual gear that has some life on it. So let's go from the ossuary for a minute. For Spectral Throw, you want to use Volley, and I pretty much only used Volley, to be honest. By the time I swapped to Sunder, I was running Sunder with Ruthless and Chance to Bleed, and I swapped out Chance to Bleed with Melee Fizz in Act 2 on the Sunder setup. But Chance to Bleed with Volley on Spectral would also be pretty good. Just get a dot on them so you tick them down as you run by and Spectral them. That the mechanic, maybe get lucky and get some rares or something. No, you get Sunder, Mula Marauder to get Sunder past Act 1. You get Sunder as a reward when you get to, like, right before Maribel. That's what you're asking? Yo, so, okay, if we're going to talk about Cyclone MTX real quick, I'm going to pause the timer, okay? So, we got to make some decisions here. This is what I was using for 3.25, and it is pretty amazing, okay?
Time for that soon enough.
Let's go just out here so I can show this. Alright, so this is, I think, the coolest one. Alright, this is the Sharknado. Right. So that one's pretty good. We also have the currency one, which I was using on my other SSF character last week on my test run. Alright, so this is the currency one. You basically have gold and orbs flying around you. That's pretty dope looking. I think the cleanest one for best visual, if you're doing like a hardcore playthrough, is probably Illusionist. There is the Celestial. Yep, Celestial is pretty good. We got Celestial. Ghost Flame is also pretty solid. Yeah. I used this during Farisha. That one's pretty good. Oh yeah, the black and white one's pretty dope. So I got the white one. And blue Cyclone, I don't know how I feel about the blue one. I picked this up, but I mean, there's something about the shark one, right? That's so clean. It's so clean. Unless they're sharks, you know? And then if you go shark, you gotta run the Apollyon. You know? You gotta get all that situated. Yeah. The real question is, does General's Cry have some MTX? It's got Celestial. Is that the only thing they have? The Wolf Howl? What does Celestial look like? Oh, that's pretty crazy. That looks pretty dope, actually. Then Flesh and Stone has the Celestial effect. I think I might have missed out on that, even though, because I was at work when the stream was happening, so I don't know if I actually got that. I'd have to look up the name of it. But you could do like Celestial Cyclone. Okay, it's called the Skull of Undeath. I may have missed out on this thing. Yeah. This is a goofy looking helmet. Look at this thing. Let's see, let's go Celestial, I guess. Oh yeah, I think I did the Chaosborn. This looks pretty dope. Goofy, it's like the only battle pass set I bought. I like to use Divergence care effect to blend my character's armor so I can mix gear sets. Oh, okay. And I think we can go Celestial look like on this. There we go. Then we can change our weapon. And let's see, what weapon effects do we have? Obviously we have Celestial. What's that look like? Then if we're doing this, we gotta use the tried and true. Where's my kitty cat? Oh, you know what? You go Celestial cat pet and you go Celestial turtle. Oh no, Celestial baby elephant, 100%. Yeah, there we go. We got the squad assembled. This is a squad. Astral portal effect is pretty clean with this. Holy purple Batman, yeah. Alright. The Celestial Turtle Pet is pretty dope, but I'm a huge fan of elephants. Elephants are, like, pretty much my favorite animal. We could try the turtle out, though, instead of the kitty cat. The Celestial Turtle. Yeah, he does look pretty dope. It's the Chaosborn Celestial Warhead, Warhelm, and gloves, and Chaosborn armor. The Chaosborn armor is pretty cool because when you pick up Chaos, or when Chaos drops and stuff, like there's voice lines and things like that, so it's pretty cool. Then, what about our other skill effects? Shockwave, you gotta use the explosion for Shockwave so you guys can actually see what that looks like. Poacher's Mark doesn't, I don't think that it has anything. Sunder has stuff though. Glimmerwood, that'll look ridiculous. Leap Slam has a Celestial. Oh, I do need a back attachment, huh? Let's see what we have. Because, yeah, there is the Celestial Wings. So you have these. You also have... I guess that's fine. We'll rock those for right now. Oh yeah, timer. Thanks. Back to it. So now you can kind of really see those Sunders pop off. They look ridiculous. Honestly, I should do something that fits the theme of the Sunders. We're gonna be real here. It is kind of ridiculous, isn't it? Like, let's not beat around the bush here. It is actually kind of ridiculous. The cool thing about Celestial Leap Slam is it changes the effect. You teleport to the location, which I think is kind of neat. It's like a slow blink, basically. Soul Eater. But we still got to get Mark on a hit going. I think the shockwave effects kind of mute the Celestial Cyclone. Yeah. Yeah, it does kind of override it a bit, huh? Those ascendancies from the event will be removed. Yeah, those ascendancies aren't going core. I do agree that it does kind of override the Celestial Cyclone. There you go. It does look cleaner now, right? Yeah, for sure. Oh, I was like, what was getting me? It's the Lightning Bros that he spawns. Ooh. Yeah, he hurt there at the end. Yeah, I kind of wish there was more, huh? There really isn't like a lot of options they give you. The cool thing about the Sunder MTX is it does clearly show me what is using Sunder, right, or where like if Sunder is going off, because like default Sunder kind of blends in with the palette of the game a bit, especially in zones where there's lots of grays. The only thing with this MTX is seeing the on-ground stuff can be a little A little gnarly. Yeah. Alright, I think I'm gonna get one more level and then I'm gonna try lab one more time. I think maybe an extra 300 HP might help. I need to see on ground stuff if you kill everything fast enough. That is very true. Truer words were never spoken. Thanks for the sub. I do kind of feel though like I want something that kind of matches the Sunder a bit. So the Sunder's got like this really nice bluish effect to it. So I kind of feel like, pause this again, I kind of feel like it would be cool if I match that vibe. Maybe Illusionist. That would look good with it. And then, fortunately for Blood and Sand, the Polaris doesn't really fit the theme. Go invisible on that one. I think Celestial is fine. Then I think if we're gonna go more of a blue theme here, gotta do something different with oh, you know what we could run that would look pretty dope actually? The Harvest Core set is pretty bananas looking. And the back attachment for Harvest looks pretty nutty. Like, where's this thing? Yeah, thing looks ridiculous. Change our effect to use here. I don't think there was a Harvest effect. That Rune character effect almost broke the game. Oh, that looks sick, actually. With the Harvest set? That looks pretty sick, actually. The only problem is our Celestial Warcry doesn't fit this theme now. I really haven't taken a hard look at the new supporter packs. I typically buy them, but yeah, I haven't actually given them an honest hard look yet. See what I would and would not use. I wasn't like as impressed with them as I normally am. I thought the 3.2 supporter packs are actually pretty spot on. Water Elemental Pet would fit this theme pretty good. Oh yeah, this looks pretty sick. And then and we might have to check out, I might have to spend some money here. We might have to get this Wolf Howl Warcry effect. Give me 1 second. I'll probably get the Crypt set. I love the special maps device they put out, but I don't like theming my hide around them. Yeah. Oh, you like the Timekeeper for running maps? That's fair. I might actually go and use that one for this league. Alright, let's purchase this guy and see what he looks like. That looks ridiculous. I don't know how I feel about this one. It's not as bad as the red on me. But that is kind of ridiculous looking. Yeah, we'll run with that, I guess.
A worthy opponent.
Might have to change the leap slam though, not gonna lie. Oh, yep, thank you. Always forgetting. I think that guy is a bait. We move on. Yeah, I think we'll do one more level and we'll try lab one more time. The other alternative is I don't really need lab, like third lab to start mapping. I could just go kill Katava, get some slightly better gear and a few more levels, and then go do lab, which is actually probably the better play since my HP is still pretty low. Maybe just go kill Katava and start maps. Yeah, that actually sounds like the play. I do remember my Frostblink Miner build. I had a lot of fun playing that thing. I think this looks ridiculous, if I remember correctly. Maybe the dark one is just going to look cleaner. Yeah, the dark one looks cleaner with this set. Yeah, that Frostblink miner was a lot of fun. I remember that, dude.
Suppose there's time to convince innocents to put some clothes on.
If it's a link, you might get blocked, unfortunately. But, yeah. Nightbot might not be happy with you. It'd be like that. Even a link to my own content. because the mines only detonate to things really close. Well, that Frostblink miner build is really old, so I don't know if it's still viable or not. That's from several leagues ago, so there's things in the kit that might have broken. I haven't taken a look at that in like, I think 2 years or something, at least. So I can't say whether that thing is still viable or not, unfortunately. Hey, our first Val orb. Crazy. Yeah, no problem. I was looking at the numbers and they were pretty nice, but it felt buggy when I played it to test 10 minutes ago. Gotcha. Should make Settlers a fixed theme point, pre-Settlers build and post-Settlers build. Yeah. It's been so long, it really is like the before and after, huh? For being honest here.
My spirit is spent.
So my SQL miner works. I converted it to, that's a really fast row time. Good old Kitava. Alright, so we were about 30 minutes faster, it looks like, than my last run, but we did waste 30 minutes, at least, on the build today, changing a lot of stuff, so we'll see how I do Wednesday with an exact, like, straight playthrough, not making major changes in anything. When I put throw minefield propping, it just kind of bricked. Yeah, I can't remember how I built that, to be honest. That was 2 years ago, and I'm not sure like what I had to do to get it to play properly. It's been it's been a few years. I'd have to actually look at the build and see what I did with it. That was back when we had leagues every 3 months, you know, so. Alright, well, there's the time. Faster than my last run, but not nearly as fast as I still like it. We'll get there. We'll get there. Let's talk to Bonnie. Alright, go ahead and hide that now because we don't need that anymore. Thought I'd ask because there's very little information online. Doesn't seem to be a problem other people had. I don't remember having to worry too much about the throw time So I'm not sure why it's bricked for you. Like when I built the Frostblink miner, I don't remember having to worry about that too much, honestly. Alright, what maps do I have? Oh gosh, I gotta fix my stash tab too for this private league. So where did all my maps go? They must have gone to a default tab, right? Like definitely got maps. Are they just sitting in here? They're sitting in here. Siege it is. Good old Siege. This guy is gonna stomp on our face pretty hard, I think. But we'll see how it goes. Yeah. It's fine. We're sitting at resistances in the 40s and the worst chaos resistance you could possibly have. Let's go. What could possibly go wrong? 2200 HP. With chaos mobs right off the bat, we'd love to see that. Probably start doing the league mechanic, and we actually need to go to King's March and get that going too. Ooh, spicy. Spicy. What do I want right here? It's take mana reservation, I guess, for right now. What level am I? 66. Ooh, that lightning resistance though. Yikes. We still need to fit in a Blood and Sand, I believe. And a Frostblink for some more mobility while we're spinning. A couple things we need to do here still. Not quite where I'd like to be. Thanks, Ramon. Oh, I hate when these guys do that. It's so annoying. Oh, he's got chaos crystals too. He's a sneaky one. The chaos crystals. We'll take that chromie. Yeah, getting a better staff is like priority right now. We definitely need a better weapon. This buff will actually help with the map boss, so we'll take it. We almost killed him before there a way to install the loot filter without the sound files? Unfortunately, no. My loot filter has all of the sound files coded for what I'm using. So, but I'll tell you what I'll do next weekend is when I make a new loot filter video, I will offer files that don't have the sounds. Yeah, I had to go through and actually plug in those specific sound files for all the different things. It took a lot of time. It wasn't an easy thing to do. Any build can do Simulacrum day one. Yeah, there's several. This probably isn't one of them. I'm not gonna sell you on a lie on that. This can definitely do Simulacrum though. Not. Definitely can do that. Ooh. Rum Shaper. Got excited for a second. I was like thinking that might be something else. Okay, so here we go. 100 life. This does have dexterity intelligence, which we need, but it's lacking in some lightning resist, but we can just craft it on. Much better one. Oh, nope, never mind. No suffixes. It's a lot of life though. For Simulacrum farm? You can very easily start farm Simulacrums on this build. It just requires some investment. Let's figure a few things out here.
I think this will come in handy at some point.
Whatever. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to fit a Frostblink on here. And I also would like to fit on Blood and Sand. Honestly, maybe I run Purity of Elements for a little bit until I can get better stats. And just drop, what would I drop? Really don't want to drop Pride, but my damage is so good right now, I could probably just run Purity for a minute until my resistances get better. I do have a Flask though. We got a Flask, I'm not too worried about it. Frostblink. Alright. I kind of like this being linked, but we could always gotta play around with stuff now, and this is where things start to get dangerous. Alright, can I get 4 sockets on you at least? Hey, there we go. That worked out perfectly, actually. Faster attacks and Leap Slam with Frostblink, and we just throw Flesh and Stone in there. Let's just put our Pride in here with this. Frostblink now goes here. Leap Slam, Desecrates. Our curse here. Oh, I want my curse on a mark on hit, which we can fix. Actually, right here. Mark on hits. Okay. Just like that, the build got better. That lightning resist, though. Ooh, okay, here we go. Oh, Frostblink we really don't need to level up. I'm not too worried about that. We just want Frostblink because, so if you don't know, if you guys haven't played Cyclone, when you spin with Cyclone, whether it's Cyclone or Cyclone of Tumult, if you try to Leap Slam, it's going to prevent you from doing your spin. But if you Frostblink, you keep spinning. So it's a nice way if you're moving like from pack to pack nearby, you know, or if you need to like make a quick situational adjustment, it doesn't disrupt your DPS. I have a loot filter video on my YouTube channel that has a link to the Google Drive with the sound files and the filters if you want it. Yeah. Yeah, I've been using it for a few years now. It's pretty good. Pretty good.
I can't do this just yet.
That's a blast. That's a blast. Cha-ching. That's a blast.
Ooh, yeah, we're getting chunked here by this dude. Absolute gift. Oh, he's got crit on him, that's why. Always the crit dudes. Ooh, it's hurt. I think we're gonna go to town after this and just get that rolling real quick too, might as well.
That's a blast. Just reduce this piece of shit.
Oh, boss was all the way back here. Rip. You think the Star Fox is going to be good or a meme? It's too early to tell. It's going to be good on like a cast on crit setup with doing some kind of Ellie damage. So, not the fizz damage on it is really low, so you can't. It's not going to be good on something like this. We need to see more information, I think, about the skill and the numbers on what it does. Otherwise, I think it's way too early to tell right now.
That's a blast. That's a blast. Stiffy.
Oh, out of Porter Skulls. Something I was considering that I saw in one build that I think could be interesting is I think if you pick up this sword mastery, it doesn't matter that you're not using a sword or not, right? The mod is just 8% chance to gain a frenzy charge when you hit a unique enemy. I think this could be a cool way of having frenzy charge uptime on a boss, since Blood Rage won't help you. And I don't think you need a sword to do this. You just need the mastery. The points going to it are going to be kind of useless, unfortunately. So I don't know if it's worth the 3 points to have frenzy charge uptime on a boss. That is something I saw that I might play around with later. So, how are you going to scale your fortification on the league start weekend, Bogdan? Because all you get is 6 plus 6 fortification from the tree here. From these 3 points in this notable. So those 6 points, or those 6 stacks of fortification are giving you 18% increased attack speed. That's all you're getting. So you need the unique from Uber Exarch. And you need it rolled well, so you're gonna have to get that on trade. Every champion player is gonna have to play that, or you use those. Then you're gonna have to get a replica badge of the Brotherhood, so that you can get another 6 stacks of fortification to further scale it. So unfortunately, I don't think champion is gonna be as strong as people think the first weekend of the league. I think if you play champion, it's very doable. and your DPS will just be less than Slayer, and then eventually as you get the currency to buy that stuff on trade or target farm it, it could be more powerful in the late game. But I expect those gloves from Uber Exarch to be quite expensive. Yeah. Yeah, I would say when I looked at POB and I ran champion against my trees, it was just slightly less DPS. So you could go champion, but I think Slayer's the play, and then once you have like those items, you can go champion if you're concerned with like scaling damage. I will say that champion might be tankier even early on. Possibly. The other problem with champion is like if you're using a perseverance belt and you're scaling evasion and armor, this provides a problem if you want unwavering stance. So you're not getting the damage scaling from fortification, and you're also not stun immune, which doesn't feel good on Cyclone. Unless you don't care about the evasion, but then you're kind of gimping perseverance. So why does the build go for the 100% chance to mitigate enemies' physical damage reduction, at least as far as I can see, instead of going for 2% more max phys damage? Well, let me look at my trees. On the level 90 tree, that is a fair question. I didn't feel like I needed it, but there is an Eldritch Implicit you can get on your gloves that gives you hits have a chance to ignore phys damage reduction from mobs, and then you could spec those points on the tree. Yeah. It is possible that I might have unspec that stuff. Let me check my original tree, not the revised build from today. Yeah, I don't think I felt like I needed the 10% more damage, although that's a powerful node. I have it right now. I think when I was doing a point analysis, there's too many things I needed on the tree and not enough points to grab that. I have it on the level 90 Resolute technique tree, but I don't have it on my crit tree at around level 90. But you have a few extra points where you could squeeze it in. I think the 10% more damage is probably worth going for, and I may look at that on my crit version. I think the physical damage ignore reduction on mob stuff, I think you just don't roll that mod on maps. You might come across like the rare occasionally, but I feel like I never felt like I had issues killing rares even with that. I don't know, the damage felt always good enough to, was doing enough damage that it wasn't an issue. Alright, I think I'm gonna do one more map and then I'm gonna take a break for 5 or 10 minutes and grab a bite to eat and stretch my legs, and then maybe map a little bit more. I really would like to get a better staff. Yeah, I'd like a better staff. Well, I don't have any portal scrolls. Oh my gosh. I hate maps like this where it's just these tiny little compartmented areas that you have to like go into. Outside area.
Divination card.
Yeah, I think it was like at a point where I just didn't feel like my damage was lacking, like where I was having issues killing rares and stuff like that. And I specifically like don't roll maps typically that have like mobs have 60% fizz damage reduction or something like that. I typically like will re-roll that. It might be something that I pick up simply in SSF until I roll cluster jewels. Like getting Overlord on a cluster jewel is going to be pretty rough, so I might just do the Eldritch Fortify on my chest, and then that's the other thing, I need to start speccing into Fortify too. I've seen people choosing to play Cyclone play with Sword. Does that have anything to do with the buff Cyclone gets with every... you might get better range playing Sword, yeah, but that's a different type of build than what I'm doing here. I'm playing like a block-based build with staffs. See, I hate this stuff where it's like, let me go walk around the corner here just to go kill this thing. Ooh, these things are spicy, dude. What the heck? Temporal proximity. Yeah, right now our big problem is we need a staff that has probably 50 to 100 more fizz DPS on it. Alright, our town, I'm gonna like take a quick second. Is my filter like not filtering
I can't do this
portal
just yet.
scrolls? Or am I literally just not seeing any drop? Like, surely my filter is not set that high right now. Do I live in a world in which portal scrolls don't exist anymore? I've got in Scrolls of Wisdom. That's actually kind of crazy, right? Let's see if I pop this thing, if I get some portal scrolls. That is bananas. We actually are going to pick this up though, because we do want that fortify right now. That'll be nice. So 3 more points and then we get fortification. Actually,
Freedom comes. For freedom.
Good to see you still.
these are interesting. Less movement speed though. Okay. I can't remember if it's
Yes.
what gets you portal scrolls. Is it? Is your wisdoms?
Remember, we do
I thought you could buy them from the vendor, or yeah, there you go. Okay. And we can just sell.
Remember, we do this for freedom.
Okay, I'm gonna take a break for 5 or 10 minutes, grab some food, stretch my legs, and then I think I'll come back and do some mapping for a bit. Finish up that 3rd lab. See if I can't fix this gear a bit, because it's pretty... we still got a blue helm, and just not really optimized gear here. Need a much better weapon too. I'll be back in a couple minutes. This build is swapping a Cyclone. Does that mean everything is going to be expensive as shit? I'm playing SSF, so I probably won't be going to Champion for a while if I try it out. But yes, I believe the stuff you'll need to make Champion scale really well is going to be very expensive.
Practice makes perfect.
No chaos resistance with ritual could be interesting to say the least. We'll skip that for now. I get a little bit better life at least. I kind of actually want to do it. Maybe we'll get lucky and there'll be something neat in the vendor. Who knows? I've been used to using Desecrate on a different keybind until I just made this swap. So it's also interesting. Lightning bros, they hurt. Oh boy. Getting some like insane graphical issues right now. Maybe it's the MTX. The MTX might be presenting a problem here. Chaos frogs don't help either. I recommend Slayer and then Champion when you have what you need. I think that's the play. Excuse me. It really wants me to do ritual. Bigger PP. Yeah.
Divination card.
Yeah. My gear is just awful right now. Need better bases, higher armor rolls.
See this grove? Farewell. Well done. Now be a good assistant and find a place to deploy a tower.
This looks fine, I guess.
The blight is reacting.
Lots of fire towers.
That's a flash. That's a flash.
Thanks for the sub prime. Wow, much appreciated. Very, very nice of you. I guess we'll do the ritual. Whatever. Wants me to do ritual. Keep popping up. The blue spikes are Sunder from my General's Cry. Yeah, I actually turned the MTX off on my Shockwave, so if you want to see what that looks like, essentially I can turn that on real quick and you'll see it when we go to our next pack of mobs here. It's weird because Shockwave by default doesn't really have a good graphical, so you can't really see it popping off, but you'll see it now. So those white explosions is Shockwave.
Are refusing. Cha-ching.
Yeah.
I can't do this just yet.
Yeah, I just have it turned off because it kind of overrides the Cyclone effect. Spinny. You love my filter sounds. Yeah, they're a trip for sure. For sure. I found them on a Reddit post like 3 years ago or something. I guess, I don't know if she did it because she was a player or she got hired by somebody, but she's like an actual voice actress. And yeah, she just like recorded a bunch of these sound files. So I made a loot filter out of them. And I have a link on my channel that has like the video with the Google Drive that has the files and everything. But yeah.
That's worth something.
Alright, one more level and we'll have fortification for free. 12 points. Reminded you to reset up yours? Yeah, for sure. Gosh, I still gotta roll my flask too. Like, my whole gear setup is so scuffed right now. It's like actually pretty bad. Yeah, this guy's extra juicy. Oh. Thundercast on crit. It's a General's Cry with Sunder, Auto Exert, and then my Cyclone on another 4-link. And we're dying to Poison Ground or something. It's a pretty good helm. Okay. Fortunately, I can't use those. Thanks for the follow, Cam. Yeah. I think it's time we finally go to King's March. Make it so. When do you switch to Cyclone? I've changed my POB up today, so I think when you're in Act 3 and you get Cyclone, it's the time to swap and run a General's Cry. That's my, I think, going to be my suggestion. Let's set up Settlers for the very last time. Thankfully, we won't ever have to do this stuff again.
Here's the next
thirsty workers all
It's a cornucopia of talent. Promising pick. I'll give them the tour.
I'm at Act 10 and I think it's time. Oh yeah, you definitely can do it now. Sorry, when do you switch? It's closed on me before you said it. I think now the play is to swap to Cyclone in Act 3 and run General's Cry with Sunder on a second link. And then you just need to make sure you have a good Fizz DPS weapon, preferably a staff, because if you want to play Shockwave with Cyclone, it's got to be like a mace or staff.
One more for the mines. A timely infusion. These big we are now. Farewell for now.
Kind of annoying, but be able to run it. Oh, I forgot, yeah, that spawns the portals of the people. Ooh, you're a spicy rare. Possessed mob right off the bat, we love it. What I think about champion with Cyclone? I think once you have the things that you would need to scale. Oh, it's a Soul Eater too. Fantastic. That's what we love to see. It just spawns mobs on top of itself. That's not annoying at all. So we'll just go the other way. Get Soul Eater on your Flicker Strike was the best minute of your life. Yeah, like when you play like anything kind of Headhunter, it's really fun. I used the Runecraft on my staff on 3.25 with the Cyclone, like the pseudo Headhunter, and yeah, it was really nice for like when you were mapping. Yeah, I want to do a Flicker Strike build again at some point. Yeah. I've actually never played Flicker Strike. I feel like it would give me motion sickness, to be honest. Thanks for the follow, Beto. My computer couldn't handle it, so I switched off of it, sadly. Yeah. Yeah, it's like a crack demon when you play that thing, right? It's pretty insane. Go do boss here in a second. Hey, didn't I just do Katava? Didn't I just do Katava? I feel like I was just doing this. But maps do you usually farm with Cyclone? I'm assuming Silo. Yeah, Silo's a really good one. Silo's really good if you're trying to farm like boss maps because you can do destructive play and then essentially kill all the bosses that spawn in the room and then not kill the main boss, and then you can reset Silo without it being witnessed by Maven, and then just farm that over and over for maps basically. So Silo's I went a little too soon on that one. Got a little too greedy and I have resistances. No problem, Ark. Hope you enjoy the build. Yeah, Toxic Sewer is another favorite of mine, right? That's like an OG classic map when you're playing Cyclone. Oh, did the fire again. What a nasty, nasty dude. Yeah, Toxic Sewer is another really good one. Classic Cyclone map.
May a new dawn arise. I believe in trampling light.
Yeah, I made quite a bit of money selling the boss maps and things like that. And then if you did destructive play, you could also juice to get T17s to drop with like scarabs and explicit modifiers and really high map chance drops on your Atlas tree. And then like basically every other silo I ran, I got a T17. And I would sell the T17s for like 70 chaos a pop, 90 chaos a pop, depending on, because it's Fortress and everyone loves running Fortress, you know? So, pretty good money. I should still see portal scroll drops on this filter setting, so I don't know what is going on there. I've been wanting to try a Flicker Strike build. Any recommendations? Probably what Otto said. Rakiata's Dance. Rakiata's might be a little expensive, like maybe 5 to 10 divine. Who knows? But that's a really nice weapon to use for any kind of LE Fizz. Not LE Fizz, but like an LE melee build. Will you do cast on crit with the new axe hammer? I have some ideas for it, but until we get like actual data on the gem, or not the gem, the ability, I'm not quite sure how to scale it. But yeah, it would be a cast on crit type build. Can't do fizz damage with the axe being that low. Could be interesting though. Yeah, Starcaller is the name of the new axe that they demoed in the reveal. I'm actually going to check something real quick. I want to make sure my filter is actually accurate, because I made several of them in the last couple days, and I'm not seeing stuff that I should be seeing, so I'm just going to check things here. thinking something was boinked with that filter set that I was using. I feel like I'm not seeing drops the way I should on such a low filter. Typically by this point I have better gear than this going into maps, and I feel like maybe my filter was kind of gimped and I was not seeing what I should be seeing while I was leveling. I should be seeing bases like this. Oh my gosh. Oh, dude. He's crazy. Dude is crazy. Yeah, it's gonna be my league starter.
I can't do this just yet.
Let's get the recipe. I click the crafting recipe. There we go. Okay. That's looking a lot more like a loot filter. Alright. Hopefully I get a decent staff base that I can start spamming stuff on. Whoa. No gear. It's a rough life. What are these? Flesh and spirit? Okay. Okay. I just need to know like how to scale it. So like what type of damage does it do? Is it just flat elemental damage? Is it cold damage? Like we need to know like more about the ability itself to know how to scale it, I think. Because you can assume whatever you want, but until we actually know the type of damage it does and how it works, I don't know how to properly scale that. It might be something that does like all 3 damage types and rotates between them, because there's a thing, the affix on there does mention something like that. So I'm not sure.
I can't do this just yet.
That's a fact. Cha-ching.
Yeah, you're not using my build for it. You're making a completely different type of Cyclone build if you want to play Cyclone with that. It's not a Shockwave. I mean, you might be able to do Shockwave, but I don't think so. It's not going to be a staff build with block. Yeah, it's going to be something different. Like, I'm not going to use that on this build. It's not...
Overscaling. It's the baby.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. I feel like Assassin might be the play, honestly. This boss is gonna wreck us a new one. I hate this boss. This is a one and done map for me. One and done, baby. One and done. I'm playing SSF right now, to answer your question. And I did it last week on another test run, so all the way to 4 Void Stones. Yeah, my plan is to play this SSF next weekend on League launch.
I believe in traveling light.
Dope, this might be the build I go with. Spin to win is so much fun. It's definitely a vibe, for sure. I really enjoy it. And it got nothing but buffs from the patch notes, so pretty good. There's the portal scrolls that never drop. All I had to do was fix my loot filter. Easy money. It depends on what you want to do. Like Legion's really good with spin to win. They're all honestly pretty good. Ritual is probably the easiest because you're in a little area, right? That's a circle. You can just spin around. Definitely want to have all your resistances to include chaos situated before you start doing that though. I'd say Ritual is probably the easiest, honestly. Blight's pretty easy to farm because it's all tower defense. You just set up your towers and they do all the damage for you. So that's a thing also. Yeah, Ritual is like probably the safest bet in my opinion if you're going to farm a league strat. I made pretty decent money off of it at the beginning of 3.25. It's pretty solid. I need the stats, I can't give that up. Yeah. Let's go to King's March and see if we can do some stuff. The PB for the weapon and the 2 General Cries, is that all 1/6 link? No, I have General Cry on a 5 link in the weapon with a Desecrate by itself, and then Cyclone has a 6 link in the chest.
Hail!
Something ancient. Something unseen.
The shipping lanes will be somewhat safer.
Beneath the surface. It watches. It waits. It hungers.
Hail! We've got a promising list of pings. Let me just grab the next few applications.
Upside down.
One more for the mines.
No way back. It's coming, it's coming, it's coming, it's coming.
Because I'm SSF, my strat's going to be Expedition with... Oh, I got a skill point I forgot about in Act 1. My strat is going to be Expedition in June and Harvest, and then I will move into Blight farming for Stampede. Once I get Stampede situated, then I'll probably move into farming stuff like Ritual. We'll see. Probably actually is going to be like Ritual and Essence farming for a while for crafting gear. I'm going to need a lot of Deafenings of Contempts to roll a staff. And I'll need some Fractured Orbs, so we're going to have to do some Harvey stuff too. Be a lot of grind. Yeah, I think the weapon swap is not going to feel nice. I don't really want to have to push more buttons than I need to. And I feel like the damage is more than enough with the 5-link General's Cry. If people want to do the weapon swap for more damage, I totally understand it. I'm just not going to do it. It's just a quality of life thing. I think Del farming is a lot of fun. I might actually do some Del farming this league just to kind of see how far I can go. I haven't done like serious Del farming in years. It could be interesting. Which uniques are you waiting for champion swap? I don't think Perseverance is enough. I think you need a Celestial Brace with a high fortification roll and probably the Replica Badge to make champion feel better than Slayer in terms of damage. They're pretty rare, I think, the Stampede boots. It's going to require quite a bit of blight farming. Alright, let's clean up this stash real quick, actually. This is like an OCD thing more than anything else, but I don't like the numbers being out of place. This makes my eyeballs hurt. Okay. That's better. Let's go ahead and do the other annoying map with this stupid boss that's probably gonna kill me. Just because. There's the bleed. I was like, where's the bleed? And I knew the bleed was coming. That guy always gets you with the bleed.
Approach, challenger.
What's a blast? Cha-ching!
4 orbs of fusing. That's some money right there.
Orb of alchemy!
Practice makes perfect.
Bosses are possessed. This could be crazy.
What's a blast? What's a blast?
Thanks, Leonardo, for the sub.
What's a blast?
Ooh. No freeze immunity yet. Gotta roll my flasks. How much alts do I have right now? Alright, let's see if we can't get some flask stuff situated. Wow, thanks Ark for the prime. It's crazy. Appreciate it, man. Alright, let's see. I really would like to roll... I hate running this Bismuth flask, but we need it right now, so... I want to run that on that flask. What would be dope is if I could get, like, increased armor. What's up, Euros? Been a minute. Oh, we're playing Cyclone again, for sure. I've made some adjustments to the build. Rolled in General's Cry. Should be pretty good. Doing some testing right now. That's fine for now. Important thing is freeze immunity. Our gear is crap, but it's getting slightly less crappy with every map. Slightly, like 0.001% less crappy. Thus is the SSF life. Thanks, her for the follow. Alright. Well, darn. I guess we're just gonna have to do this and this. Oh, they're chill too. Isn't that fantastic? Do, I guess, lightning here. Slow them.
The blight is trying to spread.
Put some minion nodes here, yes. Yeah, our resistances are just not prepared. I haven't played since like week 4 or 5 of Settlers. Yeah, it's been a minute, huh? It's been a minute. I bricked a Mirror Tier Sword for LS and quit the league. Oh yeah, that'll do it, huh? Sure. Yeah, I'd be pretty pissed if I bricked a Mirror Tier Sword. Well, it's a shame. The era of Lightning Strike has come to an end. It'll probably still be good with like some heavy investment, but its era has passed. It had its year in the sun. Alright, this actually could get crazy because these guys are possessed. Yeah, I feel like it could get possessed. Okay. Grip to my infinity EHP Lightning Strike, yeah. Days of those are done. A cost breeze? What? I got a cost breeze. Here you go. Talking about cast on crit stuff. And I'm just not getting any good rares right now. Do I have a cage? Negative.
That's the
Go
truth.
run his cage.
Divination card.
Yeah, I think bow will be good. Love when I just enter a map and it's like, here's a free dip card. Bows will probably not be Benna, yeah. Looks like meta's gonna be champion. Anything champion. Everyone wants to play champion. Thanks Panda for the sub. Much appreciated. Yeah, they buff Cyclone. It's not a huge buff. It's like a 12% buff in damage, effective damage, and Cyclone of Tumult got some pretty nice stuff on the side too. Increased AoE and attack speed. I see a lot of Cyclone builds that are being posted though that I'm kind of like, they seem kind of baity. I was talking about this all day, but it's like people are recommending champion builds as a league starter, running the Uber Exarch Bracers and a replica badge of the Brotherhood. And I'm like, who the fuck is running that on day 2 or 3 of a league start? Up gun, maybe. Oh, you're going for it, Napper, on SSF? Alright. I'll tell you what, on SSF, Napper, if you pull off that, you win. You win everything. I didn't calculate how much AoE it'll have. It's gonna be nicer. I'm not sure numerically what that works out to, but it's already a really nice AoE as it is. So it'll be slightly larger, which is, you know, we all love better AoE on Cyclone. I mean, if you want Cyclone with really large AoE, you can just go Sword and go right side of the tree, and you can get some pretty crazy, you can scale that out pretty far. Yo, 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 chill, my dudes. Crazy, crazy rares. Burning Ground. I feel like this is the exact opposite of my SSF run I had on my first Cyclone last week, where I was getting like 5 and 6 links before the campaign in my first couple of maps. I got a 130 plus life and like 60 or 70% total res belt in the campaign that carried me for like days. It's pretty crazy.
Orb of Alteration.
What is the combo again? What do you mean, never? For what I'm doing, I'm playing General's Cry with Sunder on auto exertion. And then my Cyclone with Impale, Shockwave, and Pulverize. Game right now. 41 lightning resist. Kind of nice. Oh, yeah, you need a Uber Exarch Celestial Brace with a decent fortification roll on it, so not like +1. And then you need a replica badge of the Brotherhood, which somebody told me when Sir Gogs did his test stuff is roughly 1 out of 390 wings completed of Heist. Yeah, but can you get them on a fresh league within 2 days? That is the question, right? Oh, replica of Ferals, yeah. In a year, yeah, it took you all of Settlers to get it, yeah. That's funny. Tell you what, the Heisters, they're gonna be making money off them champs this league. That's for damn sure. They're gonna be making some money off of them. Good for the Heisters, man. I'm always happy when niche content sees like a new item that's gonna be in demand. Make those people happy. They deserve it. Look at all the wands. You're playing a caster right now. Yeah, I think we need 2 more points dedicated. Get Cyclone down to 0 mana. Then we gotta go into our staff, another staff block node setup. Yeah, well, General's Cry. General's Cry is casting Sunder, and Auto Exert is casting General's Cry. Yeah, we have Reflex Fizz, not a thing. Good. Oh, gotcha, gotcha. You weren't happy with the Fire Trap nerfs? RF has basically become like a Fire Trap build when you think about it, like for single target, and then for absolutely no reason whatsoever that I can even contemplate, they nerfed Fire Trap. Like, why? Why would you nerf the one thing? The only thing I can think of is they just want RF not to exist anymore in the game. It's so bad. When I was watching Pox's video, his copium is that the mercenaries are going to be his single target damage at this point. Like, that's his hope, is that the mercenaries are going to be his single target damage. Like, it's like, oh, come on, dude. Yeah, it's just kind of... I thought they said they weren't adding RF to PoE too. Maybe that's not the case. But yeah, it's like, do they just not want this thing to exist in the game anymore? I think that's honestly what it's starting to feel like. LS and Hexblast? Yeah. Yeah, Hexblast got... They took those out back and shot them, you know? Lightning Strike needed it. It was just too... It flew too close to the sun for too long. They had to take it out back and put one in the back of its head, you know? But why Fire Trap? Like, seriously, why Fire Trap? Of all the skills that they could possibly nerf. It's like when they nerfed Frostblades. Like, not Catabasis, but just Frostblades. Like, why? Why would you nerf that skill? It's not a good skill, as it is. They hate RF, always have. We've always been the target for nerfs every single league. I mean, I have faith that Pox will keep it alive as long as possible, you know? So, we'll see. In Pox we trust, right? That's basically what that works out to. I gently fell in love with Hexblast. I didn't deserve to be nuked. I mean, Hexblast was pretty strong as a minor skill, right? So... But, yeah. Some of the stuff I read in the patch notes, I was just like, you guys have had a year to think about what you want to do, and you went after Fire Trap and Frostblades. Like, why? Meanwhile, Slams didn't get touched at all. I'm like, okay. That makes sense, right?
You won't escape me, little bit.
It's Cyclone versus Cyclone. And he won. So I have no armor right now because I'm using stuff like 14 evasion boots. It's pretty rough right now, guys, with not having anything. I want something different. Are you adding Gen Cry to your POB? Oh, hold on, let me fight this guy real quick. Yeah, so I've added it to my level 90 Resolute technique tree and my level 90 crit tree in my POB, but I haven't adjusted my leveling trees yet. But this is that's what I got so far. It's coming along. No joke. I might actually have to run this helm just for the resistances. I'm getting no life anyways off this thing. This is actually a better helm than what I have right now. No joke. I'm gonna trying to convince myself that I don't hate Sunder leveling and failing. So in my new POB, it's not in the one I just linked you, but my suggestion is actually you play Spectral Throw until Sunder in Act 1, then you play Sunder until you get Cyclone in Act 3, and then you go Cyclone with General's Cry attached to Sunder and Auto Exertion, and then you just do that for the whole campaign, and it's gonna be fine. I did it today. This is actually a better helm. If I can get this thing 4-linked with 4 red sockets. Alright, we've got 14 chromies. It's a strength int base. Can I hit 4 red? Actually... No, yeah, we want 4 red for... I could, depending on what this... Well, no, it worked out. We're good. Alright, and we gained some armor and tons of resistances. We didn't get any life, but we got resistances, which we need right now. This is the state of the thing, of the game we're playing. This is the helm I've been using. I want you guys to appreciate the SSF life right now. I've been using a 44 life, 15 cold resist magic helm. On a melee build, I replaced it with Geoffrey's Crest because it simply has better armor and resistances. Doesn't even have a life roll. That's the state of where we're at right now today. That is the game we were playing. Might actually be able to alt spam something now and then regal it into something decent. Such is the state of things. Oh, it's a Soul Eater. Probably a Soul Eater. It'd be nice when we get that Slayer Leech, for sure. Alright, we're gonna ID that belt, and it's gonna have 120 life on it, and it's gonna have 60% all res. We can dream, right? It's the dream. Yeah, with my luck. It's gonna have a no life roll, and it's gonna have like reflects physical or some dumb shit, you know. We got 2 of them to ID, so we'll see how we go on this. Alright, first belt, go. Okay, 100 life with 30 cold resistance. That's actually close to what I wanted. With an open suffix. Okay. And for the second round, absolute trash. Alright, you win the lottery. Let's slot this guy on. Look at our resistances. Let's throw some lightning on there. Okay. Now we just gotta solve fire resist. Which we can swap these boots to fire resist. I really don't want to put anything on those boots. Those boots are trash. They're embarrassing to look at. Watch your build guide yesterday. The loot filter sounds over your voice had me rolling. Bit of a contrast. Yeah, for sure. Thanks, Maria, for the sub. Alright, incremental upgrades. That's how you play this game. Incremental upgrades. Slowly but surely. Let's go to King's March. We should be able to send a boat now. Very excited. This is our first ship. He wants 56 Crimson Iron. I'm going to send him 100. Nope, we're going to send him 60 because that's too much risk. Alright, 41 minutes. My gosh. Alright, I'm gonna go try lab now. Well, we'll do one more level. We'll do one more level, then we'll try lab. We'll have like almost 800 more health than we did when we tried it originally, plus our resistances are kind of almost squared away again. Mesa is a fun map, actually. I really enjoy Mesa. I didn't do Settlers last season. I didn't need to learn about it. You send lots of ships and you get lots of bubblegum currency and sometimes like a nice 5 or 6 link. Rinse and repeat. The mappers are actually kind of fun to run, but they require a lot of gold. And if gold is annoying to farm in 3.26 like it was in 3.25, I don't think I'm going to be running the map device too often. I'm glad mappers are back. Yeah. I'm pretty excited for this league mechanic. I think like there's going to be a lot of creative things we can do with mercenaries. You know, the thing about this game is if you've done like actual group play, it's always been more profitable, and you've been able to get far more loot and just do so much more crazy stuff. So even if you can just have like an aura bot running around with you or something that's, you know, helping you do, like, you know, do more damage or anything, it'd be cool if you could even make a magic find mercenary. I don't know how you keep them alive, but Honestly, I am pretty sure this league will have one of the most broken economies we've ever seen. Quite possibly. Quite possibly. Alright, let's do Oak. Let's go kill Oak, and then we're gonna do Lab. Oak, and then Lab. Let's get, we gotta get our bros up and running. You know the bros are up and running when you see blue shit all over the screen. Goddess bound. Alright. Let's go do lab. Affliction had a crazy economy. I even dropped 2 mirrors that league. Affliction was insane, dude. I was running Bama during that league. I think that was 3.23, right? I was running Bama and just like mapping Jungle Valley over and over because you could run the Eldritch Altars and they wouldn't have any boss affixes because the boss technically wasn't spawned in the map, right? And I was just juicing it with Affliction and getting crazy drops and stuff. It was pretty insane. That was before T17s. That was before the Dark Ages. 8 T17s. It's the worst thing they've ever done in this game. Let's put those maps in. I'm just not a big fan of like, oh okay, I'm gonna go run some T17s. Let me spend like 3 hours prepping the maps to run them. It's not as bad as it used to be. They kind of cleaned up the mod pools a bit, but it used to be pretty damn dumb to run a T17.
Honor your name.
Nope. We got him before the tower could spawn.
You were born for this. Sweep the trappings of past.
They're not uber pinnacle bosses, so I think they're going to be harder than like the regular bosses, but they're not, as far as I know, they're not uber pinnacle bosses, so it'd be like too crazy. On a decent build, it should be fine, I would imagine. Now, if there's like uber pinnacle versions of them, then that could be pretty nuts, right? I believe all the dark shrines are gonna pull PO Lab. again because I closed it. Alright, so yeah, all the dark shrines look like they're in the next subsequent rooms, but we want to go right for sure. Yeah, we're not going to mess with Argus right now. We'll save that for another day. Just want to get my Ascendancy points. KK.
When the time comes to strike, an emperor strikes without hesitation. Some to entertain the slumber should never be awoken.
Kind of want to do all the dark shrines because if we get lucky, we might be able to roll that tectonic slam for our General's Cry.
Don't give up yet.
Could be pretty good. Alright, Azaro, which one do you want to buff? Which one are we going to buff? We're going to buff this one? Okay.
Violence is delicate. The loyal must be avenged. You are inexhaustible. Pity the
Did you add a beginner-friendly leveling guide and tips in the notes section of your POB? Yeah, I try to do it with like the POB loadouts, right? Thanks, Screaming, for the follow, and Surya for the sub. Yeah, I try to do it with the POB loadouts, you know, so you just basically follow the tree and allocate the points as you level, and then I recommend the different gem setups you should have within those leveling brackets. Hopefully, I was hoping that would be enough for newer players, or people that aren't as familiar with melee builds, maybe. I definitely want to add a lot of notes to the POB, and I have quite a bit of stuff I want to add after doing this play session. Once we're done with lab, I'll take a second, I'll pull out Notepad, and we'll jot down some stuff that we've talked about today that I can add to the POB. Oh my gosh. Let's not do that. Wait, what room am I in? Yeah, okay, so this next room goes to a dark shrine, but if we go the other way, there's also a dark shrine in the other room. And I got stuck in a pillar. Leap slam, stuck in a pillar. Alright, there's a dark shrine in this area. I'm gonna go hunt it down, hopefully.